Kaduna, Imo, Edo, Ondo, and Oyo State. So it's a great pleasure. Wishing everyone on this call a very successful engagement. Thank you, Business Day, for also putting this great event together. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ini, for the introduction. Over to you, Tayo. I can see you're on the webinar already. Please, can you introduce yourself? Hi, Tayo. Can you hear me? Hey, Tayo, CEO Yutsiba. Okay, if it's not ready.
Mic check.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Guys, Tayo is my name. I'm super excited to be here. I'll just quickly do a 30 seconds introduction about myself. I hope that is what I'm supposed to do.
Yes. Just very
so Tayo is my name. I've been in the learning and skill development space for God knows when. The core of the work that I do is to help Africans from wherever they are coming from learn technology skills that helps to translate into jobs. Today, we are the biggest in terms of learning. We've got like students from over 19 countries. We've got over 500 faculties. We've got an alumni network of over 25,000 people. It's quite very exciting to be doing this because this is a topic that I so much care about. Nice to meet everybody, and I will mute myself. I'm done talking.
Yeah, okay. Before you leave, while I'm going through your Instagram, I realized that your Instagram name is Iyeko, and now I realize that you're not in Eko again. So you should change it to a UK or something, because it doesn't fit again.
Guess what? I am in Lagos right now. I am in Lagos right
now. You that part, so change it to a UK, please. I said I was going to tackle you.
All right. I'll take your advice.
Okay. So, please, Ijoma in Kiruka, you can just be on the session already. Please just introduce yourself briefly. Oluwatobi Asende, so please introduce yourself briefly. Either of you.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
Joma, good morning. Good morning.
Hi, so it's good to be back again. Thank you, Business Day. Yeah. So my name is Ijoma Nkiruka Onwadi, and I'm the founder of the Career Millennial. And Career Millennial is a career hub for millennials and other cohorts, right? Because when we started, we were more focused on millennials, but now we've expanded to include other cohorts. And we provide learning, advisory, and support to help these millennials and cohorts to build an amazing career. Very recently, we were focused on early school leavers. We are taking it back to as far as when people are in final year, having early engagements on workplace skills that are required for them to thrive, just straight out of university and having work-ready skills for the workplace. Eitai, I see you. Hi, Eitai, it's good to meet you again. And to other members of the panel, hi. Samuel Yutiba alumni. So to other members of the panel, it's nice to meet you for the first time. And thank you for everybody who's joined this conversation. We hope to have an amazing time and one that is full of learning and fun. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to be here. My name is Toby Ashende. I'm the founder and CEO of Digital Marketing Skill Institute. We are an award-winning institute that accelerate the training of digital marketing talents. And one of the things we do is we also work to match them with organizations globally, either as employed or self-employed in the sense of either freelancing or agency. We have two platforms that facilitate that. We have the Accreditor, and we also have the Wistlancer platform that helps us to achieve that. So this topic is something that is really, really of great importance, and I'm happy to be here to be discussing it with a lot of my colleagues on the call.
Oh, this is great. Thank you so much, Ijoma. Thank you so much, Toby. Thank you so much for introducing yourself. So for me, this topic is very timely. very, very timely. Earlier this year, I wrote an article on skills that people could learn to make more money in 2023, and some of which were copywriting, content writing, graphic designing. I didn't write the hard ones like software development, front end and back end, but I wrote like skills and acquisition that people could learn fast, not learn fast, but people could learn and use it to get and use it as a side also. So even for me as a communications person, I'm very, very interested in this particular topic and see in what ways I can develop my skills to get more money and even just have other things doing. So my speakers are going to be introducing a topic for the next 10 minutes. Each of them will just give us their school of thoughts on the topic, what they have to say about the topic. So yes, Ini Ikide, as earlier said, is from Jobaman, Nigeria. And if everyone knows Jobaman, they're always in your mails telling you about job openings and all of that. So he would know very well what skills acquisition and developments that are the in-thing that are very important and crucial at the time that both as millennials and Gen Zs we need to learn. So Ini, please, can you take us through roughly 10 minutes on your thoughts on skills acquisition that are timely, like with season right now, like skills that are in high demand right now, and that anybody, or even the ones that are not anybody can do, but skills that people can just gain from right now. Ini.
All right, thank you very much, Eniola, once again. Yeah, so I just wanted to confirm if I can share my screen, or do I just make it a conversation? Which
yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Okay, that's great. Because I actually prepared something for our audience today, and yes, I'll be sharing in just a few minutes or seconds. Just please confirm you can see my screen now.
Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay, great. So what I'm going to do, right, because on this call, yeah, like you rightly mentioned, a lot of professionals, right, who are also well versed in the technical side of the skills business, right? So what I did was to provide the background, right, and take our audience down to the nitty-gritty of this conversation, especially understanding so many relevant aspects that needs to be considered, right, while making a choice in deciding what skill to acquire and all that, right? So I understand I have 10 minutes or less already, so I'm just going to move as fast as possible. And I also want to encourage my audience, right, who are also on this call, to feel free to ask questions and to engage me as much as the time would permit us to do. Right. So like I said, it's more or less like going down to the foundation and going down to the nitty-gritty of what skills acquisition and development is all about, right? And one thing that I found very, very interesting about skills acquisition and development is the fact that it has to be an intentional process, right? In the present world that we are today, right? Skill acquisition and development has to be an intentional process, right? Learning and enhancing one's ability, knowledge and experience in a particular field. Okay, and what this means, or what this translates into, is that it is important, right? Because you want to gain new skills, you want to improve your performance, right? You also want to grow in your career and also have fulfillment, right? Career fulfillment and all that. So skills acquisition can also take different forms, right? I mean, there's the formal type, and there's also the informal, which I believe everyone here know that, right? And the question basically next we're going to ask is why skill acquisition and development, right? In the current world where we are right now, I say something that the world is changing, right? We know that the world is changing, and the world is changing very fast, right? And it is necessary and important that we continually improve, right, and update our skill set in order to remain relevant in the competitive world that we are today. And something very interesting that I know would also resonate in most of our conversation this morning is to also still re-echo the fact that skills that are relevant today might become obsolete sooner than later, right? We all know that, looking at the future of skills report, looking at the report from the World Economic Forum and all that, right? Realize that skills that are relevant today might become obsolete. So the question is, would you just sit down there and watch this happen and blame it on maybe the village or village people and all that, right? But the solution to this is upskilling, right? Which seems to be the logical solution to the problem that we are currently addressing this morning. And just to also make our audience understand that this comes with a lot of benefits also, right? Of course, increased job opportunities, which we already know that, of course, we know what the statistics is, right? Especially in our country, Nigeria, seeing that the unemployment rate is so high, there are so many people out of jobs, right? So why those statistics might be very, very scary, it's also important to look at the bright side of life and to also understand that people are with jobs, right? And there are people that have never searched for a job just for even 1 hour, right? So the question is, how are people doing this, right? So in the midst of so much unemployment and the fear of no job in the environment, right? There are also opportunities. There are opportunities that we need to understand this morning, right? Which is very, very important, that I will be mentioning in a couple of seconds from now. And so the benefits include increased job opportunities, like I said, higher earnings, and also personal satisfaction, right? Yes, so this is an aspect I really want to touch on, and I want our audience to pay very, very close attention to what I'm going to be saying now, right? Because like I said, I'm also a facilitator with over 8 years of experience, and one thing I try to do, okay, while engaging my audience, is to make them understand the simple things, right? Before you then talk about the complex things, because so many people tend to look at things from the complex side and then they ignore the fundamental aspect of it, right? So before we talk about emerging skills, the 21st century skills, and the valuable skills, the fastest growing skills, in the world of work today, it's also very important that we take a look at some of the relevant things that should be considered when acquiring a skill, right? I have 3 here. I will talk about the 3. But because I'm also very, very excited to be here this morning, I'm going to be dropping an additional points to this, right? So that's more like giving my audience a DARA and what Nigeria call FISI, right? So I'll also be sharing 4-point item as far as consideration for relevant skills concerned. The first on my list is skill orientation, right? Which is very, very key, okay, to this discussion today, because you also want to ask yourself that what's your own understanding of skills and competence, right? As well as the skills and competence that are in demand in a particular industry. So you see people just say, when you interact with young people, it's good, right? They say they want to learn a particular skill, they want to acquire a particular skill, right? But you ask them fundamental questions about why these skills, okay? Why do you want to acquire these skills? You hear people say, okay, but I want to learn these skills because everyone is learning it, everyone is doing it, or probably because my friends is doing it, or because I think I heard this is the future of work, right? Which at times can be misleading, okay? Because we are all unique, right? We have our own skills, we have our own abilities, we have our own interests, right? We have our own career path, right? So it's very important that you know the orientation, right? You understand what you want to do, right? And also consider certain factors that would also help you, right? Because you see people, okay, acquire a particular skill, they go to an institution where they spend huge amounts of money, right? And unfortunately, after they're out of that institution, right, they can't, they're not productive, right? They cannot, the skill they've acquired and not translate into them probably starting up a business or even becoming gainfully employed, right? So this is the world where, if the current is what is going on in the economy is something to learn from. We're all economists now, thanks to the current government, where you have to think about the 200 naira I have in my pocket, right? How do I even preserve it for as long as possible? Okay, so having this information on skill orientation, you critically asking yourself, okay, why you want to do it? It's very critical. The second on the list is the skill demand-driven, right? Demand-driven because there are specific skills and competencies that are in high demand, right? Than others, no doubt about that, within a particular job market or industry. Okay, so it's very important that while considering what skill you want to learn, want to acquire, you ask yourself, is this skill demand-driven, right? And it's so very easy. I'm sure a lot of our speakers there will be talking more on points number 2, skills that are in high demand and demand-driven, right? So it's very important, not for the understanding of this context of this terminology, but you ensuring that the skills that you want to learn, you want to acquire, you want to develop yourself on, is demand-driven, right? The third on the list is how demand-aligned is the skill, right? And you want to also ask what's the difference between a demand-driven skill and a demand-aligned skill, right? So demand-aligned in the sense that the skill is not just only relevant to the current needs, right? So it's also a demand-driven, right? And it's also relevant, okay, in the demand for the future. Right, so the difference between demand-driven skill and demand-aligned skill is the time frame, right? So saying that, okay, it's demand-driven, but also it's also going to be relevant in the future, right? So 3 things that are very important for us to consider while making a choice of what skill we want to acquire and all that. Of course, also to validate the fact that no knowledge is a waste, right? But at the same time, you also want to structure your thinking in this area. Then the 4th point I said I was going to share is also to say what's the value of the skill in the global scene, right? So while you're thinking about the orientation that's gathering as much information as possible as you can on the skill you want to acquire, how demand-driven the skill is, also how demand aligned it is. You also want to think about what's the value of this skill on the global scene. Okay, so when you're out of the country, for example, probably to any part of the world, you know that your skill would also be productive, right? You would be able to use the skill that you've already acquired or you already have, okay, to work, right? Any part of the country where you find yourself in. Right? And this aspect is very, very important for me, right? And that's the reason why I spent quite a few minutes to really touch and to elaborate on this point, right? Then this is just also speaking to the decision-making process, right? Asking yourself the why, the what, and the how, right? So why do you want to acquire the skill? What skill do you want to acquire, and how would the skills be acquired, right? So, like I said, this is me just going the nitty-gritty, going to the foundation and making sure the foundation of what we are here to talk about this morning is solid, right, for our audience to be properly guided on the subject matter, right? So it's very important that everyone you understand that this decision-making dynamics, okay, are so much important, right? You understanding the why, what you want to do, the what of what you want to do, and the process which you want to do do that, right? This is pretty much simple, just what I've talked about earlier, okay, to still consolidating on these 3 points here, the what, the why, and the how, right? Just putting them together in the right context, saying that you have to start by knowing yourself. Like I said, that is the orientation first of the process. Okay, what interests you? What value do you place on it? Okay, what value do you want to get from it? Right? What the kind of skills you want to acquire? The second is also to explore opportunities. Okay, research, try out. Yeah, research is very important, right? Because like I said, you want to consider those 3-4 factors that I initially mentioned, right? So you have to do that by exploring opportunities. And at the end of the day, you have to make the choices, right? It's so painful to see young people understand what is happening, right, in the current, and probably in the country or in the world generally. And they just sit down there, do nothing about it, right? And the question is, would you rather sit and allow the skills that you currently have to become obsolete, and then it kicks you out of job, right? It kicks you out of the picture, and then it then looks like something extraterritorial, right? Supernatural is happening. No, there's nothing supernatural about it. Okay, it's just about you, the individual, trying to make set goals for themselves, develop a plan, and also not just by. But I also want to find out if everyone can still hear me, please. Am I still audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you
okay.
are.
All right. Thank you very much. Then the fun is to make it happen, right? Because if other speakers here, Topi is on the call, and Kyoka is on the call, everyone is on the call, they will tell you this is the direction in which you had to go, right? But the question is will you make it happen, right? Will you make it happen? And it will be a waste of time for everyone on this call, yeah, including the organizers, right, of this event, if after the whole discussion and the whole grammar blowing that would happen at the end of the day, and people still do not use this opportunity to put their plan into action, right? It then defeats the purpose for which we are gathered here today. So this is very, very crucial, right? So, so valuable skills for millennials. These are just very few of them, but like I said, I mean, this will be probably projected by other speakers and all that, right? But this is just me putting the foundation and say, okay, where is the direction in which the world is going right now? Just the starting point, okay? And it's also very important for me to also tell our audience to also try much as possible to go online and read up on the subject matter, right? For example, the job skills report of 2023 from Coursera. There's the job skills report for 2023 from Udemy. Okay, it's very valuable insight as to the skills that are needed in today's global workforce. Talking about the digital skills, talking about human skills, and also to know, right, to state that the fastest growing skills, of course, are digital skills. Right? So it's very important that this is not just limiting to what I have here, but to also point us in the right direction to say that, you know what, this is the direction of where the world is going into. And not just only thinking about the technical skills that you have or the technical skills you want to acquire, right? But also talk about the soft skills also. Soft skills are also very, very important. Soft skills are valuable skills, okay, as far as the present world is concerned, okay, talking about communication skills, problem-solving skills, critical thinking, emotional intelligence, creativity and innovation, teamwork, resilience, flexibility, leadership, and adaptability, right? So these are just a few, and that I have there, but definitely, like I said, more of this would come in the course of this program. But yes, and just to drop this before I round off my presentation to say, okay, of course, Jobaman, like the host already introduced me, we're offering soft skills for free. So you can to gain the 21st century soft skills. Okay, you also want to check out Jobaman website, www.jobaman.com/soft skills, where you can register to get the Jobaman soft skills for free, right? So the next steps would be to what would you start doing? What have you learned? What new thing have you learned from the the presentation this morning, right? And how would you translate your knowledge into an action plan? Okay, so to me, that would be the next step I would like to suggest to our audience on this call. All right, and that's it for me. Yeah, so thank you very much for the time. I hope I was able to manage the time I was given, right? But I would also be very much delighted to answer more questions and engage our audience in this subject matter.
Thank you so much, Ini. Thank you so much. That was a very great presentation. For me, I wrote some things down, and some of them was said something on how the world is changing very fast and how necessary it is to employ skills so that you can remain very relevant in the workspace or just relevant as a person. So thank you so much for your presentation. And again, to emphasize on what he said, you could check the tech. He said you can check tech skill reports by Coursera and Udemy to see the skills that are really in vogue right now. And so from everything that Ini has said, I think the next person that should just come and give us one or two things about the topic at hand is Nkiruka. Nkiruka is an HR professional. She is very, very vast especially because Ini said something about how the world is changing and how to remain relevant. So for most millennials, they are already working. So what other skills do they have to gain to remain relevant at their workplaces? So that's what I would like. That's it in the direction that I would like Nkiruka to go this morning. Nkiruka, over to you.
All right, thank you very All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Ini. Ini has done justice. He sets a framework and a foundation, and he's made it very easy for me to write. So piggyback what he just spoke about. I'm just going to list from, managing talents, human resources, and people at work, and just really talking about how to help people position right out of school, as I said earlier, and at work, how to position yourself to always stay relevant in the workplace. There's some things you need to look out for, some skills. And I'll just define skills. The topic talks about skill acquisition and development for millennials. And just not to box us, not really millennials, every cohort, every generation that is in the workplace or workspace, whether you're building a career, you're building a business, or any person within within your productive years, let me use that. So we'll first of all give a definition to what he was saying, which is skill. And I would like to define skill as the learning required to do a quantum of work within a given amount of time. So the learning that you need to do a quantum of work. So somebody will say, oh, I'm at work now, I just got a job as a web designer and all that, or front end, back end. The skill was the learning that you acquired. For it, probably went to UTIVA, did a 3-month course, you acquired it. Now the development part now is the practice of improving that learning over a period of time. So you want to watch out for how you can learn and how you can develop over time for you to be able to be cutting edge and relevant at work. And this applies, it cuts across everywhere. Now, what are those things you need to be picking up? And from the HR point of view, people are usually intelligent at work. I find that when you get into work, people are profiled, to be ready for career. You always have the best, they always have the best technical skills, they have the best tech skills, they're awesome engineers, they're wonderful accountants. It's now how they fit into more social aspects of work that becomes the issue. And there's a word that I say, people get into work or get into the workspace or build a business or start something, but they cannot scale it. So if it's at work, they are not promotable. If it's at business, they can't get beyond the skill at which they started. Why? What are those skills they should be looking out for? Communication skills. And I love that INI projected the future of work skills, but I'm going to take some of them and I would like to be as relatable. So communication skill is a skill that I've identified that you need at all levels. So there are some skills that you will need as you rise up your career, your business, but communication skill is a skill that you need whether you're a janitor, whether you're a supervisor, whether you're a manager, or whether you're a director. Because your ability to convey your words, your thoughts, your thinking with the right emotion, with the right knowledge, in a way that the receiver understands it and can take action, is a skill that will always set you apart. So you hear people say things like, oh, my boss, all he does is speak English. All he does is just speak, I'm the one doing the work. At a point, you need to build skills that can keep you visible at work. And one of those critical skills is communication. And in communication is inherent in listening, having empathy, and knowing how to clarify and express your thoughts. So you want to watch out for, if you're a career starter, if you want to get promoted, if you want to scale, how are people conveying their words and their thoughts in writing and in speaking? Now, when you are in a meeting at work, one of the things that gets your attention, is always your speaking skill. Now, when you work in a large organization, two things I learned at a very early age gets attention: how you dress and how you write. Now, some people, when you see their email, you already know that this is a problem going somewhere to happen, right? So the good thing is that, remember we said that skill is a learning that is required. So you can actually acquire it. So you need to watch out for communication skill. Another skill that people would need to learn to work and to thrive is conflict management. Now, and I find out that in the workspace, and let me just really go back to what Jobberman is doing, because I'm going to be very relatable. So in his previous place I worked, right, I found that there was this gap with soft skills. So what we did was to plug into Jobberman's training. Now you will see people work so well in silos. That means that the accounting department is working so well, but they cannot interact with HR. HR cannot interact with the project department. So you see two people working so well, but they're what we call individual contributors, but they cannot collaborate and they cannot work in one cohesion. Now, remember, in an organization, we're a team, we're not a family. That means we are bound by a goal, and we're not bound by blood. That means that if at a point you are the weaker link, that means if you're at a point you are the person that cannot manage conflicts, you're the source of conflict in an organization, two things will happen. It's either you are on your way to being exited, or two, if the organization cannot take that action, you are stifling your growth. That means that you will not be a promotable candidate. And how is this important to you if you're building a career? In HR, every time I'm on the conversation table about promotion, it's never really about the technical skill. It's how relatable this person is with other members of the team. It's the conversation about, is this person ready to move on to the next level? Because this person can manage self, peers, and others upward very well. So you want to know how to manage conflict. You want to know how to catch it, diffuse it. And a bit of managing conflict is still layered in your communication skill, right? So you see how they work hand in hand. Then critical thinking skill is one skill that is underserved and underlearned. And I think critical thinking skill in an applicable way speaks about how you research, how you reflect, and how you reason. I find that sometimes when you give a task, and I'm sure that if you manage people, you give a task, people are, maybe because we're in an agile driven world, people are swift to get up and get going. But there has to be a point, as fast as the speed of light, where people are reflecting, they are reasoning, and they are researching. So if I give Esther a task, and I say, Esther, what are the top 3 tech skills now, right? Before Esther rolls out, Esther is laughing. Before Esther rolls out an answer for me, I'm looking out for how she's thinking about it critical, because Esther needs to know, why do I want this information? Where can she source this information? And how can she report this information? How can she report this information in a way that I will use it to make a decision? So you need to know how to think critically about the job as it is now, the job as it is in the future, and where it's going to, right? And that is why when you see there is a source of friction between maybe your manager and you, it's because there is a perception whereby it looks like you're not thinking critically about the task you're being assigned to. Then let's talk about time management. And these are skills that, I think when he started, he talked about in skills. I would like to say that these are skills that are life skills. Remember I said that skill. Okay, so Eitaya would tell you that he would confirm that I was in UTV alumni. Because at a point, I really needed to scale up, right? Upskill. And I needed to have some tech in that direction, right? So I went to Eitaya's, data analysis. And I'll tell you one thing that came out of that. It was understanding how to report, Did I become a data analyst? Maybe not in its entirety, but I was able to take the skill and learn how to report my information. So, I think I was talking about time management, right? So it's not just, so that was a skill that I learned over time, but the development for me over that period of time was that I have moved from just being, just having one skill. I have improved over time how I think about my work in terms of, as a HR person, what's the data? What is the data in front of me? How am I analyzing, evaluating, using that data to make business decisions and to help my employers make business decisions? So think about that in terms of times, think about all the things we're talking about in terms of not just in skills, but in terms of life skills that you would always need to be on top of every time. So time management is one of those skills. And, time management is knowing how to deliver tasks within the time, okay, so I'll give you an example. Knowing how to deliver your task within the levels of the quantum of time that is required of you, right? And when you manage your time, you're able to manage not just your time, you're able to manage your life. Then I think another skill that we need to learn, I don't know if it's in the future of what skill, is learning skills. We need to learn how to learn, and I'll wrap up with this. We need to learn how to learn. So today we're talking about different types of tech skills. What about the next 10 years, right? What is the skill that we need to be learning? We need to learn how to learn, and that means that in learning, we are unlearning. Remember, I talked about, we have to unlearn. If tomorrow now we've moved from digital and we've moved to any other thing, you as a person need to know how to unlearn the skills that are no longer necessary and move on to learning the skills that are necessary in the times that. So
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. So I really love this session too, because she went from learning art skills to talking about soft skills such as communication, writing skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills that are really relevant on the job, like skills that will earn you, skills away from your core skills that will earn you promotion. So now I'd like to invite Eitaya, the CEO of UTV, to take us through over the years, he has trained over 90,000 people in tech skills. So I want to know how he has been able to do that and how relevant, what has been the impact of this training on these people. So Eitaya, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Esther.
Oh,
Gentlemen.
I need to clear this. My name is Eniola. my name is Glenn. I realized a lot of people are calling me Esther. My name is Eniola. My system, I think something is off, but my name is Eniola. Yes, Eniola.
Eniola would be very hard though, because I've already fallen in love with the Esther name.
Please, my name is Eniola.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining today. I mean, what I find very exciting is the two approaches that the first speaker, Ini, and my friend Nkiruka, one of the very early guys that believed in me, when the industry was doubting, what is Utiva building? You know, Nkiru was one of the first people that would come to my DM and say, I think the training, you guys should do it this way. I think you guys should do the training this way. You know, at some point I was like, this madam, man, do you want to be a co-founder or what? Yeah, Nkiru, nice to see you here again. I'm sure Adiola will be excited to see that we're on the same panel. So today, I want to take a different approach because the only language I understand is tech. Forget about the way I'm dressed today. The only language I understand is tech. Tech is what makes me what I am. And I feel that there are bigger opportunities these days. I usually tell the story of my 2012, that young guy that was on the street of Lagos, really confused about life. I wasn't exactly sure what I was going to do with my life. I had graduated from the university with the wrong course. So I was thinking to myself, how would I navigate the challenges of career, of life? You know, it took me 2 years to figure it out. Unemployed for 2 years, you know, it was a very, very big and tough struggle. But I met tech at the time that I least expected. Someone that told me about the technology industry, that it was going to be a very big one. It was going to be a boom, that I should plug myself into tech, that tech was going to be a very big opportunity for me to thrive. Well, I made the decision to come into tech as an IT project manager. I moved from being an IT project manager, moving to being a product manager. And then, you know, I moved into the US. I was working with Creative U, helping to build technology products. I got lucky. I really, really got lucky because I saw a major gap. I saw at that time, 2016, that we did not have, you know, the African continent. We didn't have a lot of talented young people. We had people that were super smart, but talented in the tech space. We didn't have them. And I saw that the opportunity will be massive if we could continue to invest in, you know, in talent. Hence, I made a decision to start Utiva, you know, and here we are. But I want to narrow down on 4 major things that for me is always the biggest question when people come to me to talk about how do I learn skills and how do I move from learning those skills to moving into jobs, especially international jobs, right? And the reason I'm emphasizing international jobs is this, right? Think about it from this perspective. If you aim for international jobs, right, you are also indirectly preparing for local jobs. But it's not the same if you prepare for local jobs because the standard internationally is a lot higher than standard local. You can get a job locally from Kogi State, you know, and someone would say, oh, you're from Kogi, wow, amazing, leave me, and then gives you a job. I mean, if you come to me and you say you're a Lagosian, you know, I would believe in you because I love Lagos. But it doesn't apply that way internationally. It's a totally different ballgame internationally. So the focus for me today is how do you prepare for international jobs, you know, and that's what I want to focus on. But I would first, you know, kind of like play around what are the top skills today that if you learn them, you will, you know, thrive in the tech space. That's where I want to start from. And I'm believing that there are people on the call who are also excited about, I know that this session has been streamlined. People are also excited about learning tech skills. So I'll share my screen quickly and run through my slide. Now, the first thing I want to double down on is the fact that there are skills that are premium skills and there are skills that are not premium, right? There are skills that if you learn them today, it will help you get a fast job, you know, but it will not sustain you into the future when it comes to building wealth. Does that make any sense? There are skills that are actually premium skills. What do I mean by premium? I mean, if you learn those skills today, you will better prepare for global opportunities and for local opportunities. So I'm going to talk about the first 5 non-coding skills. The first 5 non-coding skills are product design, product management, product marketing, digital marketing, and of course, business analysis. But remember, I call the skills premium skills. Premium skills means today, if you position yourself as a product marketer, right, and you learn the skill and you learn it the immersive way, you would continue to try. The same thing with product management, same thing with product design, same thing with digital marketing, and the same thing with business analysis, right? On the coding side of things, I would say cloud computing, software engineering, cybersecurity, data science, and of course, blockchain technology. Blockchain technology, because the future of financing is so much around blockchain, encryption, cryptocurrency, data science, because most of the technologies we use today are data-driven anyway. Cybersecurity, because the world is more porous than you can ever imagine. So organizations, institutions are investing so much in cybersecurity. Software engineering, because ultimately someone needs to write the code. Hopefully it is you. You may get a lot of money. Cloud computing, because according to top researchers, cloud is rising at almost 11% per annum. And that's because all our digital assets are being stored somewhere in the cloud. So these are the 10 skills that you can learn. But I want to double down on how should you be learning if you want to become successful in the tech space. And I'm going to round up in 5 minutes. I hand over back to Eniola. I wanted to say Esther. Now I'm saying Eniola. See, I take to correction. So how do you grow in tech? How do you become successful in the tech space, right? The first thing I want to say is this. If you have to learn a skill, please learn the skill in an immersive way. And I've said this multiple times to thousands of young people. I have been in the tech space for almost 10 years. I've seen people rise. I've seen people who struggle. I've seen people come to me and say, I'm learning a skill. And after 2 years, I'm still following up with them. Where are you? They've not figured it out yet. And I've seen people come to me say, Itayo, I'm learning product management. And after 3 months, they come back and say, I got a job with Lens Square. What usually makes the difference is the way you learn the skill. That's always what makes the difference. The way you learn the skill. So,
how is this sweet?
Please, Oreolua, unmute your mic. Sorry, Itayo, for the interruption. Hello, Itayo. Hello. Please, can anyone hear Itayo?
No.
Okay. I guess it was interrupted. We'll give him time to. Itayo, are you back?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So the first thing I was suggested is, how should you learn a tech skill? Learn it in such an immersive way. There are 3 things that should be at the back of your mind if you're learning a tech skill. Number 1 is, it's not always easy to learn a tech skill in isolation, learning on your own. Try and learn with a course, with a group of people, because iron, of course, sharpens iron. It's easy for people to inspire you at the time that you're already feeling, demotivated. It's easy for other people to show you what they are doing right. And you might also leverage that to access a bigger opportunity. So learn with people. Always remember that when you learn with people, you are interestingly increasing your capacity to do well in what you're learning almost 5 times. Because number 1, you're leveraging on the insight of the trainer, right? You're leveraging on the insight of the people that you're learning with. You're using real-time situation, because when you learn with people, people are suggesting different things that have worked for them. And they're giving you that insight. That insight can help you to unravel an opportunity somewhere. So learn with people. The second thing I will touch on is the power.
I'm very sorry, Tayo. I'm sorry to cut you short. But I just wanted to say that if you have questions so far, you can send them to the chat box or raise your hands. And when we're done with all of our speakers, you'll be able to talk. I'm so sorry, Tayo, for interrupting you. Please, you can go back.
Not a problem. The second thing I want to say, if you're learning a skill, especially in this generation, is the power of getting your hands dirty very early, working on building your portfolio, working on projects. And see, in tech, for instance, we don't prioritize things. So it's always about how much have you done? Can you show me what you have done? Can you prove to me that you've got this capacity from a project side of things? And that's why I always say, when you are learning a skill, the next thing that needs to be on your mind is, how should I build my portfolio? Building your portfolio, working on projects, building your portfolio, working on projects. That's the second thing that should be at the back of your mind. The third thing that should be at the back of your mind is mentoring and coaching. Now, I mean, I know people see mentoring and coaching as something totally different, but the way I see mentoring and coaching is this. I see it from the perspective of leveraging the insight of someone who is a much more industry leader than you are. Does that make sense? You know, you want to leverage the insight, you want to leverage the intelligence, you want to learn from someone that has gone through it, that has done it, right? That can tell you what they did well and what you should be doing well. And that's important. Now, when you're trying to find a mentor, I would say go on LinkedIn, reach out to people. But when you're reaching out to people, also tell them what you have also done. Because these days, people are much more concerned about mentoring people that have got substance. Because people are very busy these days, right? So let people know, hey, my name is Aitayo. I just enrolled in this training program. I'm 6 months into the training. I've built my XYZ project. I've done ABC. And I'm looking for someone who can mentor me and support me to get better. Now, what can you give back to the mentor? I know this sounds, transactional, but hey, it doesn't have to be cash. It doesn't have to be money. You have to also look at yourself and say, hey, I want you to mentor me. I'm happy to be on your team. I'm happy to review some of the codes that you're writing. I'm happy to, someone just reached out to me this morning, okay? I said, hey, Tayo, I see that you write a lot of articles on LinkedIn. I admire them. I'm looking for a mentor, but I'm a content writer. I've been a content writer for two years. I'm happy to also edit some of your write-ups. Well, is it a transactional relationship? Yes, it is. What can you do about it? That's the question. You can't do anything about it. People want value. Value has to be exchanged. And if you're in the tech space, you also need to be thinking about how you can also be of value to another person that you're looking for to get as mentor. The final thing for me is communities and teams. I mean, I don't want to talk a lot about that because I know that there might be other speakers that will touch on that. But see, you can't isolate yourself in the space and thrive. I mean, you can isolate yourself and be fine. But if being fine is what you really admire, that's okay. But if you really want to thrive in this industry, the next big job that you admire, that you want, someone is posting it in one community right now or in one group. You're probably not in that group. You need to be in that group. So most times when I meet people and I say, this guy used to work with this company, but now you work with InterSwitch. What makes the difference? The guy tells me things like, oh, my mentor in InterSwitch actually told me about the opportunity. And someone says, well, I'm a part of one group like that. Someone posted it, and then I reached out to the guy and I said, oh, can you share that opportunity? And the guy connected me to the HR manager. It's always about the communities, right? It's always about the communities. So when we're talking about building capacity, building skills that will transform this, this continent, one thing I need to tell you is that almost $210 million gap right now still exists in the tech industry in Africa. That's some people need to close. You are the one that need to close that. But it starts with learning the skill in such an immersive way, building your portfolio and building your capacity, getting the right mentoring and the right coaching that will help you build your capacity, in a much more better way and expose you to bigger opportunities. And the last one, the community that helps to push you out there, especially for many of us that are introverted. I'm an introvert. I don't do this community thing. Well, you can be introvert with every other thing. But when it comes to putting yourself out there, you cannot do that by being an introvert. You need to put yourself out there. You need to join communities. You need to join different networks, of people, find the right mentor, and then see what happens to your career. I'll be happy to take a few questions, but this is where I'm going to stop. I'm done talking. Eniola, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ada. I really liked your session. And you mentioned that people should learn in groups. They should get their hands dirty, get on different jobs, to be able to build their portfolio. And lastly, you said you need to put yourself out there. You can't be an introvert. Please, with people that are introverts, what are they going to do? Well, anyways, I really enjoyed your session, and I have questions for you and every other person that's spoken so far. And I hope like everyone following has questions. Like this is time to say, this is time to send everybody from Ini to Nkiruka to Tayo, all of them. It's time to bombard them with your questions. Please send them to the chat box or raise your hands if you are willing to talk. So to our last speaker, Mr. Toby, please just take us through what you have for us for the next 10 minutes, so we could just do questions and answer and be done with this meeting. So Mr. Toby.
All right, thank you very much.
Eniola.
Thank you very much, Eniola. Yeah, so being the last speaker is quite tough, especially when you have really, really good people talk before you. But I mean, one of the things I just want to start with is the fact that for skill acquisition and development, so the goal is to acquire skills and to actually develop those skills. The first point, right, is to always have a goal, right? A lot of people in today's world, in 2023, you are learning skills because of certain aspirations, right? So some people learn skills because they want to get international jobs, they want to get local jobs, better jobs, they want to get promotions. Some in today's world also, people are learning skills, to facilitate relocation, right? To facilitate JAPA and things like that. So the critical stuff is to really understand, okay, so what are the skills that you really need, to help you to achieve those particular goals, right? And when you look at, whether it's to make money, and when you started, you introduced the fact that you looked at, you wrote an article on different ways to make money. You mentioned content writing and the likes of it, which are all on that skills like digital marketing and the likes of it, right? So when you're looking at, okay, so what are the skills? Is my goal to make money? Is my goal to get a job? Is my goal to relocate? Is my goal to, gone were those days where you tell people, why are you learning this skill? And you say, oh, I just want to know, I just want to have this knowledge of this skill. And that more importantly, because the topic we're talking today is not just about acquisition, it's also about development, right? So how do you develop the skill? What's the circle of developing the skill? So I just want to talk about, so in terms of the developmental circles of a skill, right? You're looking at knowledge, at the point where you kind of say, okay, you know what, I think I want to learn this skill, right? A lot of people, the mistake they make is to say that, and you hear a lot of people talk about, oh, I can learn this on blogs, I can read different articles, I can read different knowledge, but there are different stages of developmental, when it comes to actually learning or being a mastery of a particular skill, right? And the first one is, the knowledge part, the knowledge stage. This is where you go to blogs, you go on YouTube, you get basic knowledge, not directional knowledge. You get directional knowledge, right? But knowledge that is not still clear on how to actually get the results or what you need to do to get the result. Now, what you now also do next is you get to the stage of understanding, right? This is where you start to understand the skill a lot more better, even start to understand how to build or how to get results, and this is where, some of the things that Itayo spoke about learning, the place you learn matters a lot, right? If you're learning somewhere that you can actually get your hands dirty, you can get practical, that starts to give you a better understanding of what is possible, the result that is possible, and what you can actually do, with that result. So that's where you where you learn matters a lot. And then the third stage, of this developmental stage would be the ability stage, right? This stage is where you can now, from the understanding stage where you understand how you can get results, what's possible. The ability stage, you are actually now clearer on what gets the results, right? You're actually implementing it. This is where you need to look at internship, volunteering, or getting a job in the first place to develop that skill and start to implement that skill in an organization, get results and start to understand how to, how to get what they call it, the result. And then you have the stage of continuous ability, and this is where if you start your skill development process without understanding the goal as to why you want to take it, right, then automatically you lose you lose the opportunity of the skill development, continuous ability, where you're continually improving. And this stage, it requires you to continually learn, right? Continually be part of platforms, communities, which Aita mentioned, communities where you can continue to learn, you can continue to gain more knowledge on things that you need. Then the last part is where you now become a master, where you become mastery of that skill, right? Over the time, now you understand how to get results, you have superior knowledge, you're continually updating yourself. Then in the mastery stage, what it requires is for you to actually start to give back, right? And this is where you yourself have to volunteer to become mentors, coaching, and things like that, and even probably have some form of media site where you build expertise, right? Now, so for me, I think getting that understanding that the first thing you need to do is to really understand, okay, what's my objective, right? And then understanding, okay, if I want to be good at this skill, if I want to actually not just learn the skill and then 2 months time, 3 months time, you don't use that particular skill, right? But you want to actually, you have to go through this developmental, what they call it, stages, right? Now, once you have that skill also, right, there are a couple of things I would advise anybody in 2023 to do, right? One is you have to be very, very consistent, right? You have to be very, very consistent. Second is you have to be visible, right? An interesting content I came across some days ago was that most of the most wealthy people, right, they are actually what they call that character, where you are not, they're not people that are outspoken. They are what's the lingua?
Introvert. Is that what
Introvert, yeah, exactly. Thank you. They're actually introverts, but you see, you look at Bill Gates, you look at Warren Buffett, these guys are introverts, right? But when it comes to their career, when it comes to their work, when it comes to the things that they do, you get what, right? That takes the back seat and they become extroverted, right? So for me, I think that's something that is very, very key. You have to be very, very visible in today's world, right? Be in the media, create your content, build your own expertise if possible. Even in today, everybody should be one way or the other a content creator, right? That pushes out content. Then you also want to, it's always good to start broad and niche down. So what that means is, if you're looking at digital marketing, for example, get the understanding of the entire digital marketing spectrum, right? And then narrow down to specific areas. So if it was content marketing, online advertising, and you narrow down to those niches, then most importantly, you must never stop learning, right? I think the need to learn how to unlearn and continue to learn new things learn how to even learn in the first place is very, very important. And Ikiru spoke about that. So for me, I think it's very key. However, when you talk about, making money, succeeding, doing all these things, you have to look at digital skills, digital skills and tech skills in general, because those skills are the skills that can help you in multiple fronts. I tell people, and I tell a lot of my students who are actually going ahead to actually achieve, good results, right? I tell them that if you are learning a skill, right, you have to look for a skill that, helps you to achieve multiple things, right? It helps you to be able to get a job, helps you to be able to, if tomorrow a job doesn't come, helps you to be able to stand as a self-employed, right? And if employment, if that doesn't work out, right, still helps you to, maybe even become a speaker, a coach, helps you to just gives you a lot of opportunity to be able to achieve. And I think that's what you can get when you get digital skills in general. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Toby. Thank you so much. So Toby has said we should be persistent. We should be visible. He closed his own session by saying I should not be introvert. And Toby is saying it again. I, for one, I'm always scared of maybe turning my Instagram because I feel like social media or my social media accounts are like my private things that I would just like to do whatever I like with. So I'm not like very visible with things I do. on my social media account. But now that you said it, I'm going to now go and rebrand and everything. And even in Kiruka said it, never stop learning. Never stop learning. I think learning is a continuous call. Like you're just going to keep learning, and keep learning to remain relevant. So I've been concerning your questions, but you can raise your hands up if you have questions for any of our speakers so far. Please send it to the chat box, or you can just raise your hand. I can see a particular hand raised from Funke Johnson. Funke, if you're trying to ask a question, you can unmute your mic and ask. But before she does that, I have a couple of questions for both Eitayo and Toby, because they just spoke. So, Eitayo, you said something about premium skills here, and you mentioned project management. You mentioned product marketing, digital, content creation, or digital something. And first of all, I would like to ask you, what is product marketing? And first, I'm a journalist. They say we should put ourselves out there, so I'm going to put myself out there now. I'm a journalist at Business Aid. I moderate events. I do Vox Pop. And so one time when I was looking for, I was researching on a skill gain as a journalist since I write. I saw something on technical writing, and I checked through like a lot of schools, a lot of Nigerian tech schools. None of them were offering technical writing. It was only on like Coursera and all these other platforms I was able to see things on them. And I know you said something about premium skill, or maybe technical writing or a premium skill. And Toby, that is also to you, because I know you also run a digital marketing institute. So like, why do you, first of all, what is product marketing? And also, why do you not offer like some of these other skills? Thank you.
So thank you, Annie. Let me first mention that the concept of premium skill was first postulated, maybe not first, but was popularized by the founder of BrainStation, right, Jason. And one of the things that Jason talked about is the concept of, velocity and sustained return on investment for the person that learns the skill. And what do I mean by that? Learning programming skill, right, will cost you a whole lot of money. I'm getting a feedback somewhere. Learning a programming skill, for example, will cost you a lot of money. But you don't want to learn a skill that employers are not aggressively and massively hiring for, number one. That's velocity. Number two, a skill that puts you in the position for long-term career progression. That it's not easily disrupted. That's the skill. Now, the problem is when we say a skill is premium, people want to learn an element of that premium skill, right? So let me give you an example. Data science is a premium skill, but data entry is not, because database entry is just a small element of data science. Digital marketing. Esther, do you want to mute yourself? Because I'm getting the feedback. I don't know where it's coming from. Digital marketing is a premium skill because there's a bunch of different things that you'll be learning in digital marketing, right? But technical writing or copywriting is just a very small element of that, broader skill set. I mean, look at what ChatGPT is doing to us, right? It's disrupting a very small element of digital marketing, but it cannot disrupt digital marketing because digital marketing is a whole lot more than just writing. There's so many things involved. Doesn't make any sense. So that's pretty much the way we think about this. Now, the second thing I want to mention is what is product management. Product management is still one of the best skills today in the tech space because it's a leadership skill, right? Then number two is that skill is ultimately responsible for leading the entire engineering team to build that technology product that you want to build. So when you want to say, I want to build a technology product, or I want to build a platform that helps to aggregate all the news from business day to yada, 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 aggregate them on one single platform and sifts out fake news using artificial intelligence, that is the product I want to build. Okay, that product has to be built by someone. The person who leads the entire team, doing the research, what are we building? Has someone built it before? What would be the right pricing model for this product that we're building? Who should we be hiring to build the product? That person is the product manager. And that role is not project management, right? That is product management. That's totally different from, maybe not totally, but it's in so many ways different from project management. I just wanted to say that. I'm done talking.
Okay.
Okay.
Toby.
So I wanted to add to it. So you didn't, and I think Itayo kind of answered the question, but let me just mention that when you're looking at technical writing, right, you are looking at it under two spectrums in digital marketing, right? One is content marketing, and the other one is search engine optimization. When you do those two programs, most courses like ours, right, include technical writing as part of the curriculum.
Oh, I did not know. Thank you so much for answering questions. Nkiru, there's a question here for you. Hi, Nkiru.
Hi.
Yes, there's a question that came in for you. It says that how relevant really is communication skills? So most of those skills you mentioned in like a workspace in getting you promotion. Are you saying that, so if I am like really great at my job, like the person was saying, like the person is really great in terms of like their skill and they don't have the other soft skills you mentioned, is this something that can hinder them from getting promotion? And you mentioned, so thinking about the question, I was thinking, you mentioned about like how well are you people able to communicate with their other team members or other people in the organization? Does it really count? Say if say this person that asked this question is someone that doesn't like to communicate but gets his or her job done, is it something that can impede the person from a promotion?
I think questions are into how relevant is communication skills. And let me just give a very relatable example. So you've gone to learn the skills you're looking for, right? And we find out that when it comes to selling yourself professionally, so now it really takes a certain kind of communication skills for you to be able to slide into Itayo's DM and quickly sell why he should be listening to you, right? So it is relevant and it gives you a leverage, it gives you an advantage, so that in the midst of 2 or 3 content, creators or, technical writers, you are able to stand out. Now, if we take a place like hiring, and you already know that if you are limited by the hiring manager, if you're limited by their own personal limitations. Now, if I'm hiring, I can create an environment where it doesn't matter if you're an introvert, it doesn't matter if you're an extrovert. I can create an environment where you can be yourself, and I'm able to bring out what it is you're trying to say. Now, but if I'm limited as a hiring manager and you're sitting in that room with me and you're unable to communicate the value you're bringing to me, to my organization, sometimes it doesn't really matter how good you are on the job. You just could not sell yourself. You just couldn't tell me why I should be hiring you. And that's why I said at the beginning that at all levels, it doesn't matter if you're a janitor, it doesn't matter if you're a supervisor, the extent to which you're able to communicate, convey your thoughts will always be a leverage and an advantage, either at the start of your career or when you're rising up the career ladder. So yes, it is a very important skill. Whether you're speaking, whether you're writing, it's an important skill that would always stand you out, right? And the B part of the question was about promotion, right? Was that the B part of the question? Okay, yes. So please, at all times in your career, so you see Aitayo here, he's a tech guy, right? We have one or two people. What is it about Aitayo's presentation that's giving you the wow factor? You could give his slides to somebody else and they won't deliver it with effectiveness that he's been able to deliver it, right? So what is that thing? It's just the way Aitayo was able to take the content from the slide and sell it to you in a way that you're thinking, oh my God, I'm sure somebody's already thinking, after I'm going to, let me go and check. Some people have already checked out YouTuber. Somebody's already trying to sign up on YouTuber's course, right? And I'm telling you, there are a dime a dozen people selling what Aita is probably selling around Nigeria. Maybe people started out before him, but I've always known him for one thing. It's for him to be able to sell to you what you can do with tech, because somebody's already thinking, oh, I can position myself not just for local jobs, but I can position myself for international jobs. So that's how those skills are subtle, and it's a bit of a nuance, so it kind of just it gives a insight, like being a good communicator, the way he's already sold to you the advantages of tech, especially in an international space. It's a leverage, it's an anchor, and it just always helps you to promote yourself beyond the skill that you're playing. And sometimes you could just be playing in a very small, a very local skill. So those are always an advantage every day, every time.
Thank you so much, Nkiru. Thank you so much. Ini, there's a question here for you. Can you hear me, Ini?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, so the person said that while you were doing your presentation, you mentioned something on why, what, and how, and we'd just like you to quickly explain. I think maybe the person didn't really get it. So like the why, what, and how in trying to pick a digital skill to acquire.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Enola, for that question. And also many thanks for the speakers also for doing justice to this topic in question. Yeah, so I spoke around the dynamics, right, of skills acquisition and development, right, things that should be also considered, right, before choosing the choice, or the choice of what skill you want to acquire, right? And I spoke on the three major elements, which is the why, the what, and the how, right? So the why is basically asking you your why, right? Why do you want to acquire a new skill, right? So the speakers, like I said, they've done justice into giving us more pointers, and direction as to what the why can be, right? But it's always very, very important, right, for us to always ask ourselves that question: why do we want to do what we want to do, right? So we spoke about premium skills. Is it you want to acquire a premium skill? Is it you want to acquire a skill that is acceptable in the global market? Is it a skill you want to acquire because you want to move from one geographical location to other? Is it a skill you want to acquire because you want to enhance your job opportunities or gain promotion at work, right? Or just have this good feel factor and all that. So that is the why, right? Then the next is the what. So what do you want to do, right? So now that you've been able to create a personalized value proposition for yourself, you also want to ask yourself, what did you want to do? Okay, so the what is very important, and also the how. The how, like Toby already mentioned, right? You have to be very, very deliberate, right? You must immerse yourself into what you want to do. So it's not just you going to acquire a skill because you just have the money to do that, or because you just want everyone to understand that you've added that skill to your CV or to your LinkedIn profile and all that, right? But it's also how intentional, right? What time are you going to allocate, right? What resources are you going to put in place in ensuring that this happens, right? So these are the three major, like I said, the dynamics, right? When considering what to do, you must always start from the basis, right? And asking yourself, why do you want to do it? What exactly do you want to do? And how do you want to achieve that also? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ini. Thank you so much. Inkiruka is about to log out. She had a meeting, but there's just one question that came in for you quickly. And so while answering the question, you could say your closing remarks and leave. So the question, the person says that which of the premium skills mentioned by Tayo is very important? Can one combine can one combine, like, is there any of the premium skill that is really necessary in the workplace right now? Is it project management, or irrespective of what you're doing, is there any of the premium skills that you think is really important that everybody should jump on right now?
Wow. Okay, so that's, I think you really need to start from what your own personal career goals are, right? Before you jump on another wagon of skills. It really, and I think the previous speaker alluded to that, it really depends on what your trajectory is. I'm mindful that we are not just jumping on all skills right now. So this is trend, let's jump on it. What is the why? Are you trying to scale up? Are you trying to jackpot? Do you understand? What exactly are you trying to achieve? And that would even, remember what I said about how we learn, that would even define how you immerse yourself into the learning. But I think the first place is you need to be clear about what the goal is for you. And that's why it's going to be very difficult for me to say, oh, go for this, go for that. It depends on what you're trying to achieve on a personal side. So what I would say is that the good thing is that you need to first of all look at, the good thing is that you've already heard about the Utiva Academy. So maybe you want to just go there and pick each premium skill. And before you jump on, and this is for everybody that wants to upskill, before you jump on learning anything, one of the things you're looking at is the content. What am I going to learn after this, right? And you now need to find out what's your outcome or your takeout for you. So you could now then say, okay, from where I am right now, I probably want to go into product design. Once you understand what product design is about, let me see if it's something that would help me maybe land an international job. But please be careful about just jumping on all the trends. Know why you want to do it. I mean, it's personal, right? And know what the outcome of each learning will bring for you at the end of the day. So I'll just say, just be mindful. I can't give a diagnostic. I can't do a diagnosis for you. It really has to do with what you are trying to achieve in all of this. Except if Aitayo has a very direct answer for the person, I think that would just be my answer.
Thank you so much, Nkiru.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You can just say a closing remark.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye. So we are very close to the end of the program. I would just like for each speaker to just give your closing remarks. And if you still have a question, you can either send it to me directly in the chat box or raise your hand, and it will be answered. But so from Ini to Toby and then Tayo, please just give us your closing remark on topic, and we can call it a day.
Yeah, so I'm happy to go first. So I will just quickly run away because I want to hand over to your other person. So for me, honestly, it's going to be about one thing. I've seen the world. I've seen the gaps, in the US. I've seen the gaps in the UK. One thing I can tell you for sure and for free, you don't have to pay me a dime for this. One thing I will tell you is the opportunities globally when it comes to learning a skill and accessing these global opportunities, these opportunities are hugely available, but you cannot access the opportunity, when you don't raise the bar, when you don't do the hard work. So learn the skill, go all in, be ready to take on the world, and the world will be yours for taking. Thank you so much for having me, guys. I hope I'm able to
So, Eitara, please remember to change your names to AE Global. So, I am Ini and Toby.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ini, we can hear
Okay,
you.
great. Yeah, for me, I would just say once again that the world is changing, right? And the world is changing very fast. The world is moving at a very, very fast pace, faster than what we all imagine. And also to mention that the demands of the workplace keep changing and keep rising, right? Skills that were some of the skills that were relevant before for now, right? A lot of them are obsolete, and so many of the skills and jobs that are available now in the nearest future will become obsolete, right? The question is, would you fold your hands, sit down and watch this happen, right? So everything you've heard today from the different speakers that have spoken are not myths, right? These are facts, they are litany, okay? That everyone here must not go and sleep on it, right? Do not allow the situation and the economy, okay, to make you forget all what our amazing speakers have said today, right? You all have to be intentional about the direction in which you want to go, right? How you want to position yourself, okay, for this future of work skills that we've been talking about, which is already happening now, okay? So we can always remain relevant, right? You can always remain relevant. You can always be productive, okay? You can always be a rising star, a shining star, right? And all that. So this is me just once again encouraging everyone here to make sure they accelerate the process of upskilling, accelerate the process of you increasing your skill, right? And acquiring your skill and developing yourself, right? Putting into consideration what everyone, all the amazing speakers have said, and wishing everyone a very, very successful exploration, right? And while doing this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ini. Be over to you.
All right, thank you very much. It's been great this morning talking to everybody and every other speaker, sharing their knowledge. I'm just going to keep it very, very short. This is the advice I give to our students at Digital Marketing Skills Institute, is that, when you're developing a new skill, right, just remember that it takes time and it takes a lot of effort. And those that put in the effort are those that win at the end of the day. And most apparently, it's that, this skill that you're developing could be very, very, very valuable to you and potentially lucrative in the long run. So very, very important that you don't just, pay for training, but you pay for training and put in the work towards learning and practicing what you're being taught, so you can actually develop that skill and achieve mastery. Thank you.
Thank you so much to my wonderful speakers. So we are at the end of this month's Millennial Hangout. So we do this every month, every third Wednesday of the month, and watch out for our page on Instagram, Business Day NG. We'll be posting what we'll be talking about next month, and we'll bring another set of very amazing people to give us insight on what the topic is going to be. I want to say thank you to my boss Linda for the opportunity, and to Oaritu, she's my team member, and I remain Eniola Olatunji. See you next month. Bye. Thank you so much.
All right, bye everyone.
Bye everyone.
All right, well, I want to thank you all for coming here. My name is Mike Anderson. Here's my particulars. My company, the PTR Group, I've been a speaker here at Embedded Linux Conference and many of the other OSS shows for about 20 years now. And we have been, my particular company, PTR Group, we're a consulting house, and we do a fair amount of work with different customers in the embedded space mostly, although we also build space robots for NASA. We handle all the software that's done in the space refueling mission for Restore-L at NASA and for RSGS at DARPA. So we've been in the business quite a while. I sold the company. I was one of the founders. I sold the company last year, the end of 2018, or excuse me, beginning of 2018. And then in February of this year, we got bought. The company who bought us got bought. And so I go from a 24-person consulting shop to a 40,000-person industry. If you want to have, for instance, a nuclear submarine or an aircraft carrier, hit me up. I can put you in contact with the right guys. That's what Huntington Ingalls does. All right, so let's move on here. So we're going to do a quick overview of the C group interface. We'll then talk about enabling and using C groups and what we can actually control with C groups. We'll talk about I'll show you a couple of example usages, and we'll get into a quick summary here. This is a very short session. It's only 35 minutes, I think. So we'll have to move through things pretty quickly. So there's not a whole lot of depth I can really get into in the short time, but we'll do the best we can. All right, so what is a C group? It stands for control group. It was actually added to the kernel in the 2624 timeframe. So it's been in the kernel a long time, but it didn't get really significant enhancement until the 3.15, 3.16 kernel timeframe. So it is a mechanism that's basically focused on trying to kind of hierarchically organize resources across multiple platforms, or excuse me, across multiple applications. And it applies to any schedulable entity. So this means that it works on containers, it works on VMs, it works on threads, it works on processes. So any schedulable entity inside of the kernel can be subject to C groups. Now, this becomes particularly interesting when we start dealing with multi-tenancy inside of large VM environments, where I need to be able to significantly limit the amount of resources that are assigned to a particular tenant or to a particular set of VMs. So we'll get into the details of that here in a moment. So exactly what does it do? Well, a lot of times we're interested in trying to place restrictions on applications. If we're doing safety critical applications, we need to make sure that no particular application hogs all of the CPU or hogs all of the memory, or consumes all the I/O bandwidth, or all of the network bandwidth. So we need to be able to control that, and that's exactly what C groups does. Now, as a mechanism, it manifests itself in sysfs. It is a file system, so it's a virtual file system, a lot like procfs. You do have to mount it. Depending on which version of the kernel you have, it may be automatically mounted, or you may have to mount it manually. I'll show you how to do that in a moment. But the key thing here is, let's assume that I have a couple of processes that I want to be able to guarantee that no single process consumes all of the CPU. I want to be able to guarantee that both processes get exactly 50% of the CPU. With C groups, I can do that. In any other mechanism, if I just let them run, then I'm not going to be able to control them that way. More importantly, I can also do things like lock them to specific CPU cores. So I can do CPU pinning and a few other things. We'll talk about all the stuff we can do with C groups in a moment. There are two parts to C group. Now, is it C group or is it C groups? It's C group if you're referring to the components in the kernel. It's C groups if you have groups of C group. So it's kind of weird the way they define it, but that's okay. As far as the core is concerned, it's really responsible for establishing that hierarchy inside of the kernel. Now, the core is integrated in with eBPF. So if you're into Berkeley packet filters and all the things that BPF can do, then you'll find that C groups is integrated quite nicely into that whole environment and can actually be controlled and provide additional information for you. The other piece of C group is the controller hierarchy, and the controllers themselves are the things that we're going to focus most of our effort on, because those are the things that manifest down in user space. So the C group hierarchy is actually manifest inside of SysFS, excuse me, by default. You can mount it other places. You can have multiple different mounts of the same C group interface in multiple locations in the file system. So the reason we might do something like that is a case in a multi-tenancy environment where I have individual companies in their own separate disk areas. So I may mount a C group interface inside of their particular disk area because I want to control that particular VM or set of containers separately from other VMs or sets of containers. So in the normal mechanism, if we're going to use mount, we'd use mount-t C group 2 none, and then whatever mount point we wanted. Now, if you've got a C group 2, it implies there's a C group 1 someplace, and there is in fact a C group 1. C group 1 has now been deprecated, but you'll still find a lot of systems that still use it. You can actually mount C group 1 and C group 2 simultaneously on the same system. So that makes for some really confusing times. I don't recommend that you do that. Just use C group 2. The major reason they came out with C group 2 was to make it more compatible with Kubernetes and other similar sorts of mechanisms. So they actually saw, hey, yeah, the C group 1, the hierarchies are kind of weird and it gets a little difficult to manage. So they simplified it considerably by simply saying, okay, let's just use C group 2 and we'll clear a lot of this stuff up. Now, not all distributions enable C groups. And even if they do enable C group, they may not necessarily enable everything inside of C group. So here's a quick little snapshot out of my 5.2.1 kernel. Obviously, it's an eye chart. You can't really see it very well, but there is a thing that says C group support. And when you enable C group support, there's a whole bunch of options that show up, which are all the individual C group mechanisms, the controllers themselves. So we'll talk about what the controllers are, but just understand that if you go to use C groups in your distribution, you may not necessarily have the C group mechanism turned on in your kernel, which may mean you have to go back and rebuild the kernel. Now, most of the major distros, Ubuntu, Red Hat, SUSE, most of those distros have C group turned on. Whether they turn on everything in C group remains to be seen. You have to kind of look at it and see which ones are which, but at least you'll have a likely case that the C group will be turned on in most of the major distros. Now, there are some user space interfaces that you also have to have. In particular, libcgroup, cgroup bin, cgroup tools, and cgroup fs mount. Now, depending on your distribution, that's what they're called in the Debian world. If you're using one of the Red Hat or SUSE distributions, then your names may differ. But these are all user space tools that are focused on being able to manipulate and control the C group. So once I have the C group file system mounted, I can look at it here in the hierarchy, and you'll notice there's a whole bunch of things that are put together on this. We have, and we'll go through most of these functions here. So whether it's block IO, the CPU sets, the funky one is freezer. Oh, that's an interesting one. We'll talk about that one. And some of these others. We'll go through most of these just so that you understand exactly what they're supposed to be doing. And remember, this is a virtual file system. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a C group and then add processes to the C group. And then once we've added them to the C group, we can then associate these controllers to them. So what sorts of things can we actually control? Well, the first one is block IO. We're interested in making sure that no particular application takes the lion's share of all the disk IO. So for block IO, we're trying to limit it based on block IO performance. We want to make sure that this particular application gets no more than 35% of the disk IO. This is, of course, part of this, if you've never been in the service carrier or the service provider business, we have these things called SLAs. And an SLA is a service level agreement. So that's a contract between the service provider and the customer, where the service provider guarantees to the customer through the SLA certain percentages of performance. So they will guarantee that you will get X number of CPU cycles per second, or X amount of disk IO per second. And in order for them to be able to guarantee that those numbers are met, they'll typically use C Group in order to enforce that. And this also gives us the ability to do some accounting on that. So if somebody comes along and says, hey, you're not meeting my SLA, if the service provider can't meet the SLA, the customer gets money back. And no service provider wants to do that. So they're going to be able, they're going to focus on whatever tools they can get in order to be able to demonstrate to the customer that they've actually met the details of the SLA. So the first one there is the block IO. We just talked about that one. The next one is CPU. CPU deals with what percentage of the CPU you get for a particular application. Now, each application has at most 1,024 units of CPU time. And we can then adjust the units accordingly to limit the amount of CPU time a particular process gets. I'll show you an example of that here in just a moment. CPU sets. CPU sets is an interesting one because if you're familiar with the hardware, of course, when we're dealing with hardware, we have the L1 and L2 caches, potentially a tertiary cache if we're dealing with the x86, and then we have physical memory that we're trying to pull applications out of. So when I get ready to fetch something from the processor, and if it's in the L1 cache, then I can usually fetch it at the speed of the processor. So I'm really not losing any time if I'm running out of the L1 cache. However, the L1 cache is limited in size. Even on the big x86 platforms, having 32K bytes of L1 cache, that's a big cache. And that's because the L1 cache is oftentimes implemented with like a 64-way set associative memory. It's extremely expensive from a silicon real estate perspective on the die. So we'll have 32K bytes of L1 cache, but maybe 6 megabytes of L2 cache. So the L1 cache is made up oftentimes of static memory, whereas the L2 cache is typically dynamic memory. So if I have an L1 cache miss and it's in the L2, it's probably going to cost me anywhere from 5 to 10 clock cycles to pull something out of the L2. If I have an L2 cache miss and I have to go to the tertiary cache, then it's going to cost me 20 to 25 clock cycles. But if I have to go all the way out to memory to fetch that instruction or fetch that piece of data, that's going to cost me anywhere from 200 to 300 clock cycles. Now, understand in a processor like the x86 is a superscalar processor. A lot of processors these days are, which means that I'm executing more than one instruction per cycle. So let's assume that I'm running 10 instructions per cycle, which is one of the older x86 platforms, but let's just do that for the math. If I have to reach out to physical memory and it costs me 200 clock cycles to retrieve something from physical memory, well, that's 200 clock cycles times 10 instructions per cycle. That's 2,000 instructions that I've lost for one fetch out of physical memory. And I will never get that back. So, how does that impact us with CPU sets? One of the things that we want to do with CPU sets is we want to lock processes to particular processor cores. And by locking, they call it CPU penning. And when you pen a process to a processor core, you lock it into the cache. So when you allow an application to migrate from one processor core to another, it's coming into a cold cache. And therefore, all subsequent accesses for the first several thousand will be cache misses and force you to go out to the either to RAM or to the L3. So allowing an application to move back and forth is a significant problem if you're trying to guarantee performance. So what the CPU set C group does is it allows us to specify a number, a collection of processor cores that we're going to allow this application to run on. And by setting that collection of processor cores, we can then say, all right, I want to make sure that everything that's health and status monitoring runs on processor cores 1 and 2, and everything that's customer focused is going to run on the other processor cores. And I may, in fact, lock particular customers to particular processor cores, again, to optimize the use of the cache and guarantee that I can meet my SLA. So those are something that we would typically do through C groups. There's another mechanism to do this. This is called the task set mechanism in Linux. And task set allows me to lock applications to particular CPU cores from the command line. So you can also do this from the command line. You can do this with CPU sets. You can do it from the command line, or you can do it from within a GUI like Vert Manager. CPU accounting just gives me information about the accounting usage. This might be something we would want to do in order to be able to guarantee and prove to a customer that we've met their SLA. We have devices that allows me to set which devices a particular environment or particular process can get access to. This is important. How many of you have ever heard of network function virtualization? Anybody? A couple of you. All right, so network function virtualization has to do with how I can take, say, an Ethernet card and dedicate 5 of the 32 channels off the Ethernet card to a particular VM or to a particular container. I can do this with containers as well. So they have some low-level stuff they do. They call it SRIOV, single root IO vector IO virtualization. They also have, Intel has their version called VMDQ. It's part of the VTC virtualization. The vPro virtualization is part of that particular architecture. But oftentimes what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to say to a particular application or container or VM, no, I'm sorry, you cannot open the modem. Or you cannot open device, the card reader, the smart card reader. Or the smart card reader is dedicated to you so that nobody else can get it. So that's what the devices option does for us. The freezer, we'll come back to that one in just a second. Huge TLB for translation look-aside buffers. This is an option we can turn on in the kernel. You've got your machine that's got 64 gigabytes of RAM. How do you take advantage of those 64 gigabytes of RAM? One of the mechanisms is called huge TLB. If you turn on huge TLB support, some of the virtualization layers will automatically take advantage of it. If you have a virtualization layer that understands huge TLBs, you'll get about a 10 to 15% improvement in performance for that particular VM. So it's a significant piece, but huge TLB allows me to control which applications have access to the huge TLB facility. Memory, that one's pretty straightforward. That is how much memory I'm going to give to a particular application. And then I can deal with both user space memory, kernel space memory, and swap usage. So I can track it, I can limit it, I can make sure that I can account for it. All of that sort of stuff can be done through the memory functions. NetCLS, this is the classification interface. This one is particularly interesting for those of you who have quality of service requirements. So the Linux quality of service code has both classless and classful queuing disciplines inside of it. And when we're using the net classification option, we can then put tags on network traffic that will then force them down particular paths inside of the quality of service code. So I can guarantee that video, for instance, is going to be treated in one way, whereas bulk transfers like FTP would be transferred in a different way. So I could do traffic shaping, I could do traffic scheduling, I can do traffic policing using the net classification option. One that's similar, somewhat related, but because it has to do with networking, is the network priority code. Now the network priority option then says, oh, well, I want to prioritize this user's application over this other user's application as far as network traffic is concerned. So if both of them are generating network traffic, I'm going to take this one first and then deal with this one. So I'm going to be able to set priorities on traffic. Now, I talked about the freezer. Let's talk about specifically what freezer does. Freezer is like putting your laptop to sleep. So with freezer, I can say all of the applications, all the processes that are part of this process group, part of this C group, go to sleep now, shuts them off. Now, I can then move them to another application, to another processor, and wake them back up again. So it's like process checkpoint restart kind of things you can do with the freezer interface. And it can also be used for, some of the virtualization layers actually take advantage of it. So for instance, KVM knows what to do with the freezer interface when it gets ready to migrate VMs from one place to another. Perf event, this is going to give me per CPU a mechanism basically to monitor threads that are given in a particular C group. I have the PIDs interface, which then allows me to keep track of parents and children when you get forked. So when you fork something off, who does it belong to? RDMA is the regulation of the DMA mechanism. So if I'm going to be doing high-speed DMA from kernel space to user space, this is a way I can control that. And then unified actually splits out the control interface not by process, but by user. So I can then get to the point where I go, okay, well, let's say user A has 4 processes, user B has 20 processes. Well, in the grand scheme of things, user A is getting 1/4 of the CPU that user B is getting, because user B's got more processes that are all looking for CPU time. Well, what I'd like to be able to do is I'd like to be able to say that user A and user B are equally important. So give user A 50% of the CPU, so his 4 applications get 50% of the CPU, and user B's application, their 20 applications, get 50% of the CPU. So I can then do balancing at that level as well, which is really handy, again, for service level agreements where I have multi-tenancy that I have to deal with. So kind of the good and bad about the C-scope interface, or C-group interface rather, is that there are a lot of knobs that you can twist. And so many adjustments that sometimes it's kind of mind-boggling. Here's an example of just one of the C-group mechanisms, one of the controllers. This is the memory controller. And you'll notice here that we have kernel memory, we have memory usage limits. This is in user space. We have maximum usages in bytes. We have swapping. We have control for NUMA interfaces. We'll talk about that in a moment, which is becoming an increasingly important interface in a lot of the larger systems. And then I happen to have LXC and LXD installed on my platform. So when I took this screenshot, we saw a couple of extra things that were out there specific to LXC and LXD. So here's an example of manual C-group interface. I've got this test script here, and all it does is it prints a message and then goes to sleep. And it does that forever. So what I would like to do is I would like to then create a C-group. So I'm going to do, and this is going to be doing it by hand. We'll show you in just a minute how you can do it automatically as well. So we'll do a make dir inside of the C-group hierarchy. In the memory controller, we're going to create a new object called foo. And so this is just a directory is all we're doing here, but now we're going to add things to that directory. So we're going to echo 50 megabytes here into the limit in bytes option. So this will then set the maximum limit for the foo group. Anything that's in the foo group will have this maximum amount of memory associated with it. If you did around and did a CAD on that, it turns out that the way these things work is they always round up to the next available page size. So on the x86, those page sizes are 4096 byte pages. And if you look at 50 million divided by 4096, you get these numbers. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll create an application. We'll launch it, and we'll get its process ID. Now, we need to get its process ID because that's the major mechanism that we use to add things to a C group. So now I know the process ID is 31344. So I'm going to then echo 31344 into the foo memory group cgroup.procs. So that's going to add it to that particular process tag inside a C group. We will then take a look at this using the PS command. We'll say, show me the C groups associated with process ID 31344. And this shows me that I have memory is associated with the foo group that I created. So that's the only one that's actually specific to foo. So now I can run the application, because I'm running the application at this moment. I can take a look at how much memory it's actually using. So I can take a look at its current usage in bytes and see that it's using only about 262 kbytes worth of RAM. So I can limit it, I can monitor it, but I can also control it in the way that it dies. So let's assume that I have a memory leak. I can then set up the killer in such a way that it understands that this application, when it exhausts all the memory, is supposed to be killed and restarted automatically. So obviously I've got a memory leak. I need to report that and fix that, but I need to be able to also keep the system running while the DevOps folks are out there trying to figure out what's wrong. So I can then use the cgroup interface to be able to control that and make that happen. Now, here's an example of using this using libcgroup. And libcgroup has with it the cgroup tools, and these tools include applications like cgcreate and cgexec and cgget. So we'll see how those all work. So cgcreate allows me to create a group. So I'm going to create a group in the CPU controller called group A. I'm going to do the same thing for group B. Now, this is the CPU controller, so this is controlling what percentage of CPU time each one of these applications gets whenever they're a member of that particular group. So I'm going to use the cgget command. I will get the number of CPU shares for group A, and it comes back as 1,024, which is the maximum number of CPU time slots for that particular application. And that's the default. We have the same sort of thing for group B. So now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to test this out. So let's create a couple of applications. We're going to do a cgexec into group A, and we're just going to do a DD. And we're just going to grab lots of nulls and send them off to the bit bucket. So we're just going to burn a lot of CPU time. Basically, I didn't want anything that would incorporate any disk I/O or network I/O or anything else. Just measure CPU performance. Do the same thing for CPU group B. Now, because both of those were both given the 1,024 chunk slots, you will notice that they actually end up eating 50% of the CPU for each one of those two applications. Now, if that's not what I want, I can then go in and adjust it. So I can say that the CPU shares for group A are 768, or 3/4 of the actual full value. And for CPU group B, I'm 256, or 1/4 of the total value. And sure enough, when we take a look down here at the percentage of CPU time being used, I've now got 75% of the CPU going to group A and 25% of the CPU going to group B. So, and the dot, the actual decimal point out there had to do with the startup code and a few other things, so it ate up a little bit more than it should have. But once it gets to steady state, then it settles down and locks in at 25%. So we have effectively here a mechanism that allows us to control what's going on in our system. We can control memory, we can control network I/O, we can control disk I/O, we can control the assignment of CPU cores, groups of CPU cores. We can do all of that through the use of the cgroup interface. Where this really starts to become important is when we're using either containers or VMs in a multi-tenant environment. If we're just running on-prem and we're just running our own code, then it's not really all that important. But it's when you're a service provider and you have to guarantee service to particular customers, or you're writing a mission-critical application that has to have a particular percentage of the overall CPU, then this starts to become important. Some of the container solutions like LXC and LXD have an automatic interface to cgroup. We saw that when we did the little screenshot there. Others, you have to do it by hand. There's a monitoring tool. Actually, Kubernetes has a mechanism to go in and dork around with us as well. So we can either do it manually or we can allow things to happen automatically, depending on the policies that we set. Now, cgroup mechanism is tied to namespaces. So if we have a particular namespace defined, then we can add the namespace to the cgroup. And everything that's a member of the namespace then becomes controlled by that cgroup, whatever controller we added to it. We can have multiple controllers associated with a particular group. So I can limit not just memory or CPU time, I can limit everything on a per group basis. So if I have a namespace that I've got applications that are a member of that namespace, I can then drop the whole namespace into the cgroup interface and then control the namespace from there. So that's another capability that we have with this. And so that with namespaces and cgroups, although they're not the same thing, they are closely related to each other. So we can actually take advantage of both interfaces if we need them for whatever application we're trying to do. So I got a couple of minutes for questions. Anybody got any questions? Yes.
So on the slide number 17, where you show this.
Yeah.
I was wondering what would happen if there was another process, not in a C group, that also brings CPU. What would we see?
Yeah, so in fact, this was just a snapshot of the top two. And it has to do with whether I've allocated them to specific CPU cores. So if you have multiple applications that are running on the same processor, and you typically do, then they're going to get in your way. So I can guarantee that these particular groups are well behaved, but anything else that's running on the platform may not necessarily be well behaved. So this is where the CPU sets C group comes into play, because now I'm going to assign C groups in such a way that the ones that are important are locked to their own CPU core and nobody else plays on that CPU core. So the scheduler will continue to run, and it will schedule things as it normally would, but it will not allow anything that's not a member of this particular C group to execute on those CPU cores. So I can then basically restrict the access to particular resources using this mechanism and taking advantage of the CPU set mechanism.
So as soon as you affect one C group to, or one core to one C group, the scheduler will keep the other ones, everybody else.
Well, there's another thing that you have to do. It gets a little bit more complicated than that. I wish it was that simple. But you do basically have to then tell the scheduler, don't schedule anything else on these particular CPU cores. So that's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's essentially what you're doing, is you're saying these CPU cores or core or, and this, because of the way the CPU set mechanism works, inside of a virtual machine, say VMware, I have virtual CPUs. Each one of those virtual CPUs is a process. So I can then set my C group restrictions on a per process basis for the virtual CPUs and control everything that happens inside of the VM. They do the same thing for containers, but it's a little more visible when you're controlling the virtual CPU. Yeah.
Child processes, so if there's a process that's been assigned to a C group, are subsequent child processes automatically spawned in the same C group?
Yes. Now, so they do in fact inherit the C group settings from their parents. If you're in a hierarchy, you cannot subvert the hierarchy. So you can't have a child process down here that's in a C group that only gets 25% of the CPU, suddenly say, I want 75% of the CPU. So you can't subvert the hierarchy. That's locked in.
So, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if you had assigned a process 25% of the CPU, and then its children start chewing up core as well.
But they will only get 25% of the CPU. The whole group will only get 25% of the CPU. So yes, you had a question back there.
Yeah, so let's say we've done all the allocations per C group for networking, CPU shares. Is there like alerting or thresholding that can be done through an EPF?
Yes. Yes, you can. So you can have it not only tell you that something is not looking right, but you can also have it reach in and start controlling things. And this can also be done as a script, by the way. So we can have it all basically set up so that it just starts up and just runs this way, and we don't have to sit there and interact with it in any way. Yeah, your question?
Can I, the system administrator, subvert the hierarchy? If I have an application in a C group that gets 25%, it's a child, I take that child's PID and I move it, or can I move it?
Yes, you can migrate it to another C group. So yes, you can, if you're the system administrator and you know where the hell you're moving it to, then yes, you can in fact do that. But it's no longer under the control of that C group. It's now moved someplace else.
The C group hierarchy doesn't necessarily follow the process.
Well, it does when you normally spawn it, but yes, you can in fact subvert it. It's like all Linux. There's always a way around it, right? Yeah.
Is there a good way to, after I've done all this work to set up these C groups, is there a good way to, instead of going back and manually writing these scripts, like pull my current C group
It, yes, that's inside of the C Group tools. There's a mechanism to do that. And then if you're using things like Vert Manager will automatically be able to do it as well. There was a question over here. Yeah. Yes, CPU share, the question is, are the CPU shares relative to 10,000 to 1024? Yes, they are. That's a full CPU. That's correct. Yep. And it's real powers of 2, not bogus powers of 2, like 1,000. Yeah.
But by default, both of those processes got 1024. So didn't it add their shares together and then figure out their respective?
So yeah, so when you do 1024, it's unlimited CPU time. And all we're doing is we're simply restricting it from the unlimited CPU time. And so the same thing applies to bandwidth, disk I/O, network I/O. 1024 is unlimited, and you're basically restricting it from there.
If you only had those two groups, you probably could have said B was 256, and then the other one would have gotten the rest.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, just like we got another one here. Yeah.
So if you just had the one group A, would it be allowed to go above 75%?
No. No. So if I restricted it to 75%, then it wouldn't matter what else was running, it would still only get 75%. Yes?
In this exact example, what would have happened if you tried to set these CPU shares higher so that the sum exceeded 1024?
Then it would have jumped them to different CPU cores. And this is again where we get into the CPU set stuff. Because what's going to happen here is understand how the completely fair scheduler works. The completely fair scheduler tries to be completely fair. And that means it's got this red-black tree that's implemented that then keeps track of what CPU time you should have gotten in the perfect multitasking environment. So it's actually tracking what CPU time you should have gotten. And the one that's on the left-hand side of the red-black tree, the one that gets dispatched next, is the one with the gravest need. And so when we're tinkering around with these kinds of things, now we have to understand how the completely fair scheduler works. And of course, we can completely subvert that by moving its priority to a higher priority than 0. And it also has, you can still mess around with the soft priorities as well. So the things from -19 to +20. So you can still do that as well. Yeah? By default, it's overall in the system. So mine's a hexacore. If I look at it across the system, it's across all 12 cores because I've got cores plus threads.
So if I have a multi-threaded process and I set it to 512, it'll get 3 cores under 6 core?
If you did that in what will happen in the CPU set, you actually assign a flag for each CPU core you want it to run on. Yes.
It'll get half across all the.
Yep.
Welcome to the show, Dr. Aprilla West. We would love to hear you share a bit of your incredible and diverse work that you do, as well as your background with our audience.
You know, I came to psychology actually a little later in life. I've had a pretty diverse background. Started out in politics as a speechwriter and a press secretary. And then actually transitioned from policy work to music and ended up being a staff songwriter at Warner Chappell Music and an artist for a while. And then from there moved into doing some nonprofit advocacy work around campaigns like the Darfur genocide and also some civic reform issues, and got really interested in human psychology there, which led me into getting trained as a mediator. And then once I got into mediation, I was like, whoa, I want to go deeper with people. I really want to be able to understand, conceptualize, hold, and work with anything that comes into the room. And that's what led me into psychology.
There is a lot of skills going on there. And I just, for my own curiosity, I'm kind of wondering, how did you go from writing speeches in the political sphere to writing music?
Yeah, well, it's actually a more natural transition than it might sound like. Because in both spaces, we're really figuring out how to evoke emotion in people, right? Whether it's activating people around a certain cause or policy direction, or whether it's really bringing them into the deepest experience of heartbreak or new love or some of the other peak experiences that we have in life. So for me, it didn't feel like a strange transition. The cultures are definitely different in politics and in the music industry, but it felt natural.
So it sounds like emotions played a big role in your career, and that naturally leads to emotional efficacy. And Johnny and I believe that emotional intelligence and communication are really key to building successful relationships, but also your career. So could you unpack for our audience what emotional efficacy is?
Absolutely. And by the way, I think you just said it really well. But emotion efficacy in its simplest form is just being able to do what matters most, even in the face of intense stress, challenge, or pain. Now, this is a lot more difficult than it sounds because, as I outlined in my most recent book, there's a glitch in our code. Our emotions tell us about everything from fake news to what really matters most to us. And so if we don't have the skillfulness to decode what kind of messages we're getting from our emotions, it's really hard to figure out how to choose wisely.
I'm kind of curious on this, on the emotional efficacy tip. For myself, I tend to find the music that most pushes my emotional buttons. And it changes from my mood or what's going on in my life. But the more emotional, the better. I mean, it just drives me in so many ways. When I listen to today's music, I find it devoid of any emotion, especially, I mean, it's not to say that there aren't artists who are doing that, but on pop radio, it's empty, at least to me. Did you find that in the same way, or were you working in an area that was writing quite emotionally stirring music?
I'm not sure that I struggled because in order to write music, you have to tap into something that is evocative for you. If you're bored, you're not going to write a good song. You really have to find a subject, a topic, a moment, a person who, brings out all the emotional stuff to take advantage of that, to put that into music.
Johnny's not being honest in his fandom of Taylor Swift. And there certainly are pop musicians who do know how to play those emotional buttons. Unfortunately, a lot of it is with technology and EDM and other forms of evoking those emotions. But, circling back on what you were saying earlier, it just feels today like our emotions are being evoked from so many different places, on screens, friends, family, work from home, uncertainty, the news, politics, everywhere we go, all of these emotions are at play. And it feels like many of our conversations are now emotionally charged. So it feels to me like emotional efficacy is more important than ever to be able to sort through like what really matters to you versus understanding, hey, this person is actually just playing with those emotions, or they're trying to evoke these emotions to get me to act in a way that isn't really in line with my values.
Yeah. And what you're bringing up is a great intro to this idea of the emotional default world, which really is where we are in this trance of reactivity, where we're moving from emotional reaction to emotional reaction, and we lack the spaciousness or the curiosity to really think about what is it that I'm experiencing? What is this other person experiencing? To step into more perspective around what's happening. And it's so easy because by design, our emotions want to suck us in. When you think about it, our emotions are responsible for us surviving. And so we are born into this world with an emotional reasoning bias. That means that we tend to believe everything we feel. Our emotions are by design super sexy, super seductive. And it's hard not to get into that emotional mode, that what I call the emotional default world. In order to unplug from that world, we need to increase our ability to be aware of what we're experiencing, to see ourselves as separate from the emotional messages that are always coming at us. We need to learn how to tolerate unwanted or uncomfortable emotions so that we can even see that we have a choice about what we do next, about whether we react or whether we design our next moment and how we show up.
It's fascinating to me as I just spent some time traveling and didn't have good internet connection and was unplugged from a lot of these emotions that you feel online through work email and Slack. And then, of course, social media, TV, news, all of the like. And it created some space for me to actually tune a little bit more into my emotions. And I felt that was a magical opportunity. But many of us don't have that opportunity to travel. Let's be honest. In the Western world, we're working more than we're on vacation. And yet we find we wait until vacation to unplug, to clear through some of these emotions. So how do we do this in our day-to-day life, create that space and diffuse from those emotions that feel such a strong part of us?
I appreciate what you just said there, the last piece. It's an opportunity for me to clarify that we're not really trying to distance from emotions, and we can't do that. That's just a fool's errand for us humans. We can't get rid of our emotions. What we can do is become really skillful with what we do with them, how we interact with them. And you're right, like when we travel, we have more of that spaciousness to just kind of slow down and sit with what's going on for us. But we can do this in any moment. Even right now, as I'm sitting here with you guys, I could slow down just a little and drop in, and I can notice what's happening in my body. What are the thoughts I'm having about what you guys think of me or what I think of you? I can notice those thoughts. I can, notice an urge to, slow down or to speed up. I can label my feelings of curiosity and excitement and appreciation for the conversation. And that right there is me unplugging from the emotional default world, leveraging some awareness, leaning into some of the discomfort even that is here in this moment with us.
I think at this point, we should go ahead and define what emotional default world is for our audience, because it is incredibly important. And I always say that a lot of the work that we do here and with our clients is pattern recognition, and whether or not the patterns are pushing them forward or holding them back. And those patterns are based on these programmed emotional default modes. So please go ahead and explain that to our audience.
I'd love to. Twist my arm. I love talking about the emotional default world, and I actually developed a model to help people understand what's going on when we just have sort of automatic reactions. And what I designed is this model I call the 3Bs. And the 3Bs are your biology. That's what you're genetically programmed to do in response to certain stimuli. Your biases, which in this case include the emotional reasoning bias, that we believe everything we feel, the confirmation bias, that we look for evidence to support what we already think, and the negativity bias, which keeps us looking for any potential threats around us. That's the second B. And then the third B are our beliefs, and specifically our beliefs about emotions. All three of these Bs are shaping our behavior in any moment, and they're trying to help us index for safety, certainty, coherence, and comfort. And that is our default mode. That's what pretty much all of us are on some level doing. If we were able to tune into everyone's most inner world, we would sound a little bit like cave people going, ooga, ooga, me want safety, or ooga, ooga, me want certainty, right? That's kind of what's at the heart of most of our default reactions. Now, that's not always helpful in every context. So this is where we really can imagine an evolutionary upgrade to our emotional coding, right? Like I say in the book, there's a glitch in our decision-making code when we have, on average, 35,000 choices a day, and 98% of those are actually not authentic choices. Not that every choice has to be authentic, right? I don't want to decide whether or not I have to pee. I want to just know I have to pee and go pee. I don't want to do a lot of inquiry around it. That's nice and helpful. But there are times where it's not so obvious what choice is going to move me. Like, AJ, I think you were suggesting, or Johnny, maybe it was you, saying that, we want to move in the direction that matters to us.
So I think comfort, certainty, that resonates, but this cohesion piece, I think our audience might be a little lost on.
Do you mean coherence?
Coherence, sorry.
Yeah, we like things to make sense. It's uncomfortable when we can't make sense of things. So, our minds are really meaning-making, problem-solving machines. And again, for good reason. We have to solve problems. If there's a big bear standing in front of us, we have to figure out how to survive that. What's really difficult for us is we have a lot less physical threats now in the time we're living in. But what our mind has done is it's gone from identifying threats as sort of threats to our physical survival to threats to our social survival. So now we tend to read threats as like, what does someone else think about me and how do I think about myself? That's usually what's at stake when we think about, navigating threats on a daily basis now.
And in our experience, a big part of that is the bias to personalize a lot of the response that we see in others and then have the emotional reaction. So you have someone that you're trying to get to know and they don't respond, and immediately you personalize that lack of response to, I did something, they don't like me, they're not going to want a second date, etc., when maybe they got in a car accident, maybe it had literally nothing to do with you. And I even fall into this trap. So I had a really close friend and I had reached out to him a few times, hadn't heard from him. And then I come to find out he was in some major legal trouble and I didn't know. He was keeping it from all of us and he was very stressed about it. But I had personalized it. Oh, what did I do to him? Oh my God, why is he not responding to me? He normally is so responsive. So this personalization comes up again and again when we think about those social threats.
Absolutely, and that is a powerful threat, right? Where we internalize and we're taking responsibility for things, even in the absence of any evidence that it has anything to do with us. And that is, in the emotion efficacy model, one part of emotional stuff, which are thoughts, it's our thinking, it's how we're languaging our experience.
So let's talk about those different parts, because obviously thoughts jump out at us for sure, but what are these other parts of emotional efficacy?
So if I were to ask you guys right now in this moment, what are you feeling? You would probably be able to tell me, yes? Maybe at least one
I hope
feeling.
So.
Okay. If I then asked you to tell me why you know you're feeling that, what comes up?
Past experiences of labeling those emotions and feelings.
Okay, so you're comparing it to other times where you've had the same experience. But how do you know that you're experiencing the feeling you're experiencing right now?
I would most likely look to physical cues and
okay,
stories,
nice.
experiences.
Okay, so
yeah.
sensations in your body, that's definitely one part of it. Yep, and then you're also mentioning stories, which is thinking. So that's another part of stuff, yeah. What else?
What I'm compelled to do because of how I feel.
Yes, exactly, urges. Perfect. Yeah, and then AJ, you also mentioned labeling, the experience of being able to label your experience. So you guys, well done. You've basically outlined all 4 parts of emotional stuff. And stuff is an acronym that stands for sensations, thoughts, urges, and feelings. It makes it really easy to remember. And this is always happening for us. Even more basic is the answer to the question, what is emotion? In our culture, especially in English-speaking cultures, we tend to conflate feeling and the word feeling and emotion. Feeling is actually just an interpretation of your sensations and thoughts. Emotion literally means energy in motion. It comes from the Latin word emotere. And all of this stuff is energy in motion. All of your sensations, your thoughts, your urges and feelings is energy in motion. That's the basic model for emotion efficacy training. And it's sort of the jumping off point for people to become more aware of, like, when I say I'm feeling something, what's actually going on?
Right. I notice in that, for many of the clients we work, they're with men. So they tend to shy away from or try their best to distance themselves from expressing those emotions to others. And there's a bit of an internal struggle there of not wanting to showcase too much emotion. And then it leads to a lack in expressing that emotion and vulnerability and certainly harms their relationships. So are there differences to the experience of those emotions for men and women? Is that something that you've seen in your work?
I do see it a lot. And this actually fits into the 3 Bs we were talking about. What are those default shaping forces in our lives? Because part of our beliefs about emotions have to do with what we've learned, not only just in terms of our own levels of comfort with emotion, but our family of origins, beliefs about emotions, and then also what our culture tells us is okay or acceptable for people who identify as male or female to express or even feel. And so I do think that there's a lot of rules that have been made up about what's okay to experience, especially for men, as you're saying.
Why is emotional efficacy so important?
Well, if you care about how your life unfolds, then you want a powerful relationship with your emotions. Because even in moments where we're not aware of it, our emotions are our primary motivational force. So I've been watching with great curiosity the rise of interest in Stoicism over the past 5 years. And it's really interesting to me / amusing because why is Stoicism so popular? It's popular because it feels good. It's an emotional experience to feel like your emotions aren't controlling you. At its core, it is still an emotionally driven interest or desire to, be able to observe your emotions without being controlled by them. So even people who are identifying as being more rational or stoic are really just embracing a pleasurable emotional experience. Emotions are just at the heart of all the choices we make and the actions we take, making it so fundamental to quality of life and thriving.
I think it becomes quite apparent as well if we're faced with 35,000 choices a day and 98% of them are in default mode. Well, there's a lot going on there that is probably covering up issues that would be getting us to where we need to go if we could focus in on default mode or patterns that are keeping us in that same place.
Exactly. The source of most psychological suffering that we're finding now in the research is going beyond symptoms and really looking at what causes psychological suffering, is the inability to tolerate and allow uncomfortable emotional experiences. And this leads to all kinds of suffering. I mean, we see this in people who struggle with drug and alcohol abuse or addiction. We see it in relationship patterns that are unhelpful. Anytime we're moving away from something that we don't want to experience, it's possible we're also blocking ourselves from connecting to what really matters.
And those emotions actually connect all of us because they're universal. So a lot of what we're seeing in society is categorizing and labeling and making emotions good and bad and things to avoid and things you want to pursue and chase. But all of those emotions are universally expressed across all cultures, across all humanity. And we've found in a lot of the work that we've done with our students is there's also a lack in emotional vocabulary. So with this labeling goes good, bad, I feel okay, and you don't have quite the range of expression of emotions when you start labeling things as good and bad and things to avoid and things to share and not to share. So what have you found in your work around labeling and how does that impact our emotional efficacy?
Well, if we can't describe or language our experience, it's almost like being a baby who can kind of like look around and notice their surroundings and has sort of this maybe ambiguous sense of what they're experiencing, but can't make any meaning out of it. What human doesn't love coherence and certainty? So just being able to put labels on what you're experiencing is very regulating for humans. So that's one of the benefits of it. The other benefit, which you're, alluding to, AJ, is that we all experience all the feelings. And being able to share what we're experiencing is how we get close to each other. It's impossible to experience real intimacy without having a certain level of fluency around your experience. So I think that makes it super important. I also just want to say I love what you're talking about in terms of meeting all the emotions. I think I recently posted on my Instagram that some negativity is essential for thriving. But we need to know what doesn't work for us. And the way we know that is through our emotion messages and being able to read those clearly. Positive vibes only is not a recipe for thriving in life. If you're only experiencing positive vibes, then you're not really in life you're not taking risks, you're not loving hard enough to be disappointed when that there's a disconnection or rupture in that love. We really have to experience a full range of emotions to thrive in life. And so I've been pretty concerned about a lot of the cultural messages that are encouraging people to try and only focus or only even have positive thoughts. It's not even possible.
Feels like the through line between stoicism and hedonism of this desire for certainty around emotion. And it's easier to chase the positive emotion with hedonism, just go towards the positive vibes, YOLO. And then with stoicism, to have this certainty that you can control and manage emotions and use them to your advantage when you see fit.
Yeah, and both of those are a setup from my perspective. We will never be able to only experience positive vibes, and we cannot control our emotions. We only can control how we engage with them, how we relate to them, and how we respond to them. So it's more like a keto than it is a black and white, skill.
I also feel that a lot of times, because of these cultural forces to hide or not show the full range of emotion, because, hey, you don't want to let people down, you don't want them to see you in the negative, and obviously the highlight reel that social media creates, we're lacking this ability then to recognize in others when they might be feeling what we label as negative emotions, and also to feel them in ourselves because we don't feel comfortable expressing those negatively labeled emotions. And that is not healthy.
Right. It's not healthy. It's not helpful. There's also a belief that we perpetuate there that negative emotions are somehow undesirable or ugly. And I feel sad a lot of times that people don't have the experience of joining in someone's sadness and really celebrating that we have the ability to celebrate/mourn together. We're losing a lot of rituals around the experiences that are less positive in our culture as a result of that. And that also means a life that has less meaning for people.
Well, thinking about Johnny's music selection, sadness is often a driving force of some of the doom metal that he listens to. And it is a very powerful form of music, is sadness. And it's funny that pop culture now has labeled this as a negative emotion to run from or avoid.
Well, it's funny you bring that up, AJ. There's another thing that I had connected it to, and there's a certain scene for what is called doom metal. And it's just very slow. It's very sad, and it's incredibly emotional. And when I hear it, I get lifted up. I revel in it. I get stronger. Somebody who's not used to it hears it, they're getting mowed over. And I remember the first time I played some stuff for AJ, and he's like, whoa, I don't even know what's going on right now. And one of the things that I had connected it to why it feels so good, I've also lived in the Southeast and played within the alt country scene as well. And really sad country songs to the untrained ear it puts people in a place where they're squirming and they're trying to get out of it. But folks who understand those sad country songs are being lifted up by the same music. I really enjoy how people are experiencing that. And I also know that they could easily fall into the joy that I'm getting out of it as well. But their first guttural, visceral instinct of hearing that is they're uncomfortable with the overwhelming emotions that it throws onto them.
Well, I mean, so they're being true to their wiring, right? Which is to index for comfort, certainty, coherence. I will say, I remember when I first started writing songs, and for me, country music was the least interesting. And then as I began to appreciate it more as a craft and, the stylizing and things like that, I got more interested in writing it. But in the beginning, I did feel like it was pulling me into something that felt a little too obvious or too simple to hold my interest. I think it's very contextual for people. That's why we like different kinds of music, right? And different things like, blow our skirts up.
And certainly different time periods. I remember growing up, my emo phase, and listening to that music now evokes fond memories, but I don't necessarily want to be in that emotional state all the time, like my teenage years.
Mm-hmm.
So are there any clear signs or indicators that we might not have high emotional efficacy and it might be hindering our success, our wellness, our health?
That's such a great question because I think, first of all, yes, there are signs. And secondly, I don't think that people even know to ask themselves that question.
Yeah,
What
that's why
else
I
is
ask.
possible for me? Yeah.
I feel many of us overestimate our emotional efficacy. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I have that. And we hear this too. I'm highly emotionally intelligent. I can recognize emotions in others. And then through some communication with them, you go, well, I'm not necessarily clear that you actually do have the level that you believe that you have. So it sounds like a buzzword that everyone would want to over-index on, but how do we know maybe this is an area for development?
Yeah, so a lot of my coaching clients tend to be really high functioning tech innovators or creatives, and they fall exactly into this category where they just don't realize what they're missing that they could create in their lives, right? The opportunity cost that being plugged into the emotional default world creates can be really big because you're not thinking about what is possible. You're thinking about navigating just from one moment to the next based on what feels usually most familiar and is the path of least resistance for most people. So, one of the inquiries you can do is to ask yourself a question. If I had no fear, what would I be doing differently in my life? And if you come up with anything other than what you're doing right now, you probably have some room to grow with your emotional efficacy. Most people I know would be able to come up with things. Even for myself, I did this with myself last week, and I came up with 3 things I would be doing differently right now in my life. And so, I see my own ability to grow there and in facing some of what feel like insurmountable challenges or stress, that once I commit and I see why I might want to move in that direction, I then see the opportunity in front of me. And this is the kind of thing you would just miss going along in life, maybe being, reasonably content even. But it does allow you to stretch for what's possible. It's not just for people who struggle with chronic emotion over control or under control. It's also just for people who want to tap all of what's possible for them.
Well, there's certainly that aspect of aspiration and goal setting. And if you're setting proper goals, those goals should be outside of your comfort zone. If they weren't, you should have reached them already. But if they're real goals, you're gonna have to step outside of your comfort zone and you're gonna have to work. And what comes from that is an overwhelming of emotions that you're going to have to stir through, of frustration, anger, to being elated and joyful that you've reached those goals. So we have everyone who comes through our programs, that we have a program called Unstoppable, which basically sets everybody up for the journey that they're going to take. And it sets up with basically allowing our clients to learn their own triggers and mechanisms to their psychology, so that when they understand that they're in a heightened emotional state, they are turning towards challenge rather than turning away, again, to understand their default mode and where it has failed them in the past, the decisions that they made or what they default on. And now we're going to begin to install new habits that allow you to face towards that comfort zone of breaking that and being out there. You're going to be battered with emotions. And one of the words that I heard you use was emotional surfing, that I love, right? Of riding that wave, reveling in it, enjoying it, learning about it so that you can manage it.
Exactly. And this is why I think goals can be so problematic. They're very abstract, right? To reach a goal, they're also something you can check on or off your list. But as human beings, we are more than human doings. When people use goals to guide their lives, I find that they come in a lot more frequently with burnout and overwhelm. It's really, for me, what helps with motivation and leaning into discomfort and doing what matters is being really clear about your values. because values, you can derive goals from values, but also values are what give you the secret sauce. Values give you the willingness to do hard things. There is no way I would do my physical therapy 3 times a week were it not for being willing to do these boring exercises that only serve to remind me where I'm not, that I'm not where I want to be physically yet. If I weren't connected to my value around strength and health and all the things that will come from that for me.
Again, for our clients to discover those values is incredibly important. And that's part of that program. I know how much that idea changed my life completely and just how I attacked the day. I went from dreading going to sleep because I knew I'd have to wake up and do a bunch of things that I didn't want to have to do and bitching and moan about it, to I couldn't wait to go to sleep because now everything I'm doing is tied to the values that enhance life for me.
Even if you don't like some of the activities around them, right? It's connected to what matters for you. Exactly.
For a lot of our clients, the other challenge with goals and what I call box checking is the influence that others have on those goals. Marriage, kids, buying a home, safe career choice. I mean, a lot of these things are passed down through our families and culturally as the safe, comfortable route to success. And then many of our clients find us having reached those goals, checked those boxes, and still feeling an emptiness, feeling a lack of connection with others, and a wondering and a regret around, did I make the right decision living my life based on these goals?
Yeah, exactly. And so you're referencing the third skill of emotion efficacy training, which is values-based action. And in that part of the training, we're looking at what part of what you organize your life around are shoulds, things that you've learned or internalized you should do. What part of this are just values that your family or your culture has? What part of this could be old values, things you don't care about anymore? And then what's left that you really do care about? What are your innermost interests, desires, and yearnings at this point in your life? And that right there is, for a lot of people, a huge inquiry that doesn't happen in one session. It's a constant inquiry because our values change over our lives, and they change from context to context. So it really is this active inquiry that if you're going to practice high emotional efficacy, you can always be asking yourself, even right now, right here in this moment with you on this podcast, what matters most? Is it me continuing to talk? Is it me making space for you guys to bring me as your guest into the context of, your show and your programs and your audience? So it allows for so much more flexibility, intentionality, and creativity in life.
That word flexibility, psychological flexibility, a big part of acceptance commitment therapy and what we do with our clients is just so important because a lot of this regret, self-doubt, inner criticism comes from that lack of flexibility and the rigidity that comes with these goals and checking boxes and timelines, that life just doesn't always work out that way as much as we try, as much as we force it to.
That's another nice way of talking about the default world. Is it's essentially like a set of rules that govern our behavior instead of being freely chosen and authentic. It does not lead to vitality and meaning.
So can we walk through these 5 steps to increase our emotional efficacy? I think we did a great job of really convincing our audience that it is important.
There's really, 5 steps to emotion efficacy. The first is just becoming aware of your emotional experience, which I kind of walked you guys through earlier in this podcast. Just becoming aware of emotional stuff, sensations, thoughts, urges, and feelings. And right there, just by even being able to drop in and notice that, you're already unplugging from the emotional matrix because you're disrupting any reaction that's happening. Then the next step is what we just briefly mentioned, which is emotion surfing. And emotion surfing adds to emotion awareness, hanging out with the uncomfortable emotion without acting on the urge. So that's why we call it surfing. It's almost like being on the wave without being overtaken by it. The third step to increasing emotion efficacy is being really clear on what matters to you in any moment or context, and then being able to design actions that are aligned with what matters, with your values. And then the fourth step to emotion efficacy is when you try to surf an emotion wave, but it's a huge tsunami and you find yourself pulled under, maybe even choking up gobs of salt water. Sometimes we do need skills, which we call mindful coping, to dial down the intensity of emotion or regulate your emotions, not for the purpose of getting rid of emotional distress or pain, but just so that we can get clear again about what matters and how we want to show up in that moment. In the training, that all the skills are practiced in an activated state, because to borrow a quote from Morpheus, it's one thing to know the path, it's another thing to walk it. So we do, everything is experiential. The practice is experiential. It's really easy to know what you think you should do when you're in a moment of choice, when you're stressed or triggered. It's a whole other thing to actually have access to doing something different.
Identifying, labeling, and becoming more aware of these emotions certainly gives you more control that you've had in the past. And AJ brought this up earlier, that everything is now triggering, from the music that we're listening to, the messaging that we're seeing. You go on Twitter and it is built specifically to rile you up. And it's coming from everywhere now, because now everyone has the tools to be a marketer and be effective with this stuff. And one of the things that I tell people, I'm like, if you're online and you feel yourself in a heightened emotional state, ask yourself 3 questions to work through it before you just lose yourself in how mad you are, which is, what's the message? Who is this message for? What do they want you to feel? And what do they want you to do? If you answer those 3 questions, you can see it for the marketing and advertising that it is, and it kind of gives you some detachment from it. And then you can see like, oh, well, this is for this group to feel this and to do this. Answering those questions is enough to allow you to calm down a bit and see it for what it is.
That is a nice slowing down. And I would just add one last step to that, which is, how do I want to show up in the face of this marketing? Maybe it's even marketed to you. Maybe it says something that's really offensive to you or something that feels very threatening. And maybe you can or can't see their agenda. But ultimately, what you do next is about your ability to design your actions, how you want to show up.
And with this high emotional efficacy, what does it actually look like on the other side, having developed it, for those who do have it?
That is such a good question. I'm going to give you a couple of really different examples. It can look like someone choosing not to take their life because they know that what they feel is not all there is, that feelings can come and go and can change, and that what they're feeling in this moment might not be what they're feeling in an hour or 2 hours or a day from now. It can look like someone learning how to listen in conversation with their partner, where they may think they already know what the other person's going to say, but they decide and get clear that what matters most is being open and respectful and showing the person that they do care what their experience is, even if they think they already know it. And it can look like a CEO in the middle of making a deal to sell their company. Instead of choosing to react by being offended at the first number that's put on the table, being able to stay curious and open, noticing their feelings while staying focused on what matters most to them, which is making the deal happen.
All of those are in the face of a level of uncertainty, right? Each one of those examples is working through that uncertainty.
Threat and uncertainty, and often incoherence. Like, I'm not really sure what's going on here, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
What strikes me in all of this, and Johnny and I have talked about this, is this loneliness epidemic that we're facing. So even as the COVID numbers come back and the amount of people who passed, took their life, and the amount of loneliness we all collectively felt being disconnected from the social fabric, it seems to me that emotional efficacy is one of those key areas of focus to create these relationships, to bring the level of vulnerability that adds depth, that protects from the loneliness that might lead you to those suicidal thoughts, that might lead you from feeling disconnected and in pain and suffering. And yet this isn't taught in schools. This isn't widely available, which is so frustrating to me and Johnny. And many of our students who come to work with us, they want simple tricks and solutions and strategies. And they also see and they're confronted with, we've talked about not only triggering marketing messaging, but also this false ideal that emotions are something that you need to be able to control on a whim. You need to be zen in the face of that wave, and you can never let that wave of emotions overwhelm you to the point that you need coping mechanisms. And all of that seems to just be working against this healthy state that we need as humans.
No, that's a dangerous belief in my professional opinion, because again, we can't control or even stop what we experience emotionally. What we can do is get really good at how we respond to it. And, to your point about loneliness, my hope is that people like you and me, who have some kind of public platform or ability to model, will model vulnerability, that we will share, when we are lonely, because the more that we normalize that as a healthy, acceptable experience, the more people will feel comfortable calling someone up and saying, having these thoughts that are really scary. I need support, or I just need to share them, or I need to feel like someone cares about me today.
And that's one of the keys, is just being able to actually share those thoughts, right? It's very easy to feel trapped by those thoughts when you just keep them inside internally. And sometimes the simplest share could be a journaling practice of just actually writing out what you're thinking and feeling in the face of those emotions, or that tsunami of emotion that's knocked you off that surfboard.
Even if you have one or two people that you can be that vulnerable with, that's successful relationship. You have deep relationships. In fact, there's a lot of people that don't have one or two people. And then the opposite side of that are the people who just floodlight mass audiences on social media, which is like, well, you're being vulnerable, but are you really? Because I think that vulnerability is sharing space in those emotions with somebody else. When you're just floodlighting your platform and an audience, you're not sharing in that with them. You're not there with them. They may be feeling it for you, but you guys aren't sharing that together.
It's harder to have that kind of quality sharing and connection on those big platforms. I have seen some people successfully share on bigger platforms, and I think it's made a difference for some people. But in general, what we're talking about is really getting that sense of like, someone's a witness to my life, I matter on the most basic level. And that usually happens in much more intimate kind of settings.
Absolutely agree there. I think the other piece to this equation on the emotion front that I know we have shared a lot on the show is understanding that even in this state, you might be labeling and feeling negative emotions. Opening yourself up to new experiences, new opportunities is a big part of the work that we do, so that you're not just in this constant environment that might be the triggering environment. And it's very easy right now with devices and social media and the messaging that we're seeing to feel trapped in this environment, in this emotional state, and to not have the ability to maybe step outside. So for me, on a weekly basis, I've shared this with our audience, I have a men's group, and a lot of what we do is body check-in, talk about the sensations in our body and the emotions that we're feeling, and we create space to hear from others. And then I also have a daily gratitude practice to try to ground myself in some things that I am grateful for in the face of whatever negative emotions I may be feeling. Do you have any daily practices that you recommend, or things that we can do and our audience can use to start to work on these tools?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, my favorite one is a really brief just inquiry, which is in any moment, just check in with yourself and ask yourself, is what I'm doing right now in this situation what matters most to me? It's just, I call it an intentionality check. And it's something that pretty much anyone can figure out without a lot of training. I love your gratitude practice, because what that does is it helps offset our negativity bias, right? And it's really easy in this culture of increased emotion activation or reactivity that we're living in right now to be more attentive to all the threats in our environment. So it's really helpful. I do this too at the beginning of my day. I always write down at least 3 things that I'm either thankful for or that I appreciate in my life, because it helps me also maintain a balance between attending to things that feel scary that I don't necessarily want to be overwhelmed by, and then also things that I really do want to open to and enjoy and appreciate that I might otherwise miss.
Love to hear the answer to our favorite question of every guest. What is your X factor? What makes you unique and extraordinary?
Ooh, wow. I was so not prepared for this, which I love, actually. I'm just noticing in my body a little bit of fluttering in my stomach, a little bit of tensing up, some thoughts like, what's the right response? And then like intentionally going a little deeper and asking myself, what is an authentic response to this? So I think that my X factor is how much I freaking love helping people stretch for what's possible. Like, I can hang out there all day. I never get bored. I find it energizing. I truly love it. It is a very generous contribution, and it's incredibly selfish for me because of how much I enjoy it. So I think that's what I would say.
I love that. Thank you so much for joining us. Where can our audience find out more about your latest book and all the great work you do with your coaching?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So the most recent book, What You Feel Is Not All There Is a self-help book. It's available on Amazon and across the interwebs. And if you want to find me, I am on IG at Dr. Aprilia West. That's APRILIAWEST. And then I also have a website where I have a lot of professional offerings. I also have a quiz if you want to take a quiz and find out what your EEQ is, your emotion efficacy quotient. And that is at www.draprilliawest.com.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. You guys are fun.
Good morning. How are you guys doing? Everybody got their coffee in hand, ready to go? Yes? Okay. Today we're going to be looking at the general idea of the science and the art of teaching. But I'd like you to turn this around and think more about the art in the science of teaching. A lot of you already are very wonderful artists in this craft of ours, in the science of education. But what we want to try to do today is link that into the science. Where is the neuroscience perhaps behind some of this information? Before I start, I want to extend an invitation. I'd like you to write down my email address and this website in case you want the slides. You can take all the pictures you want, but if you want slides, go ahead and just write me. And also for follow-up. Hopefully this is a partnership. This is an alliance. We're all trying to do the same thing, reach this high-quality education. And sometimes along the way, we have questions about different parts of our jobs or the way that we can apply certain types of methodologies. Or what I'd like to do is extend the invitation that if you are willing to take the time to write and explain things to me, I always write back. And if I don't have the answer, I won't lie to you. I'll tell you, here's some information. Can I point you in the right direction? So hopefully you'll take me up on that invitation. But I also want to use this as a teaching moment. Does anybody know why I'm asking you to write something right now? Why do human beings write? I'm going to give you a really big hint, a nice idea to start the morning off. There is no learning if you don't have well-functioning memory systems and well-functioning attention systems. Those are 2 vital pillars to all of learning. So now if I ask you, why are you writing? Why did I ask you to write something? Hopefully it gets you to pay attention, but mostly it's going to extend your memory. Our memories are very fragile, and so if you write nothing down, you probably don't pass it into long-term memory. Therefore, you're probably really not going to learn very much from the experiences you have. So please do write this down. I hope that that's something that's now intuitive to you. And I'm also going to ask you to keep those pencils out or those tablets out, because at the very end, I'm going to ask you to do a bit of a reflection. In order to sort of see, did this make a difference? I want to challenge you to see or think about, is there anything I'm going to say to you that would be new? Something you haven't heard before? Perhaps 3 things that you didn't know before. And then also 2 things that you're curious about now, that you want to know even further. You want to know a lot more about this. And that's what I hope you'll write me the email on, right? But perhaps the most important thing is, are you willing to do something differently? based on the information that we talk about today? Would you actually change your practice as a teacher to do something slightly different based on the information we share, okay? So it's sort of a heads up. I'm gonna be asking you this at the very end, so hopefully you'll be able to write these things down. In the course that I teach at Harvard University Extension School, it's called The Neuroscience of Learning. It's an introduction to mind, brain, health, and education. We do 3-2-1s after every single encounter. And it's a really powerful thing because at the very end of the semester, we pull all of these things together and share them. And people realize, wow, I did learn a lot. And yes, I am so curious now about these aspects about the brain and learning. And these are things, these are promises to myself about how I'm going to better my practice. And so I just want you to know that this is one of those very powerful tools. I hope you guys can also incorporate that into your own courses as well. So I'm going to start by saying thank you so much for the opportunity to come back to Oahu. Some of you might have known. My dad grew up in Aiea, and so basically we came back here every single summer ever since I was really little. And so I thought I would be nostalgic and take the opportunity to show you a couple of pictures. It's also the chance for me to also sort of publicly call out my cousin, and publicly embarrass here, and also my auntie, public school teachers here on Oahu who are really exceptional. But the other thing I want to do with this picture is tell you a little bit about my dad, who is probably one of the best teachers I have ever known. And I get the chance to actually observe literally thousands of teachers around the world. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about him because it's going to help us illustrate what we really mean about the art in the science of teaching. Before we start into my dad, the first thing we're going to talk about is values that have sort of transcended going into the science, understanding neuroscience, what's going on in the brain, really, and how it learns. But what does this do about the things we already value in great teachers, okay? The second thing I'd like to do is to share 6 principles, just 6 small things that a large group of neuroscientists have agreed this is good information for teachers. Because unfortunately, in general settings and through popular press books and sometimes in professional development, teachers receive a lot of information about the brain that doesn't have evidence behind it. And there's actually a group of people, 41 different experts from 11 different countries. In reflecting upon this, they actually could only agree on 6 things that we should tell teachers. And that's what I want to share with you today. And then additionally, I want to leave you with 4 ideas, hopefully big ideas that might be a little bit more transformative, and to think about how you might incorporate that into your own life, okay? So if we talk about my dad was a teacher for years, but he began not as a teacher. He actually left. He was given a scholarship to study nuclear physics, from ROTC scholarship, right, in UC Berkeley. What he didn't realize is that when you get to Berkeley, nuclear physics in the 60s was not like the thing to do. So there was a bit of protests and things like that, and about in the 2nd year of college, you know, love child, we were born, my sisters and I, and he shifted gears drastically. He had a real change of consciousness. He started to think, what does it really mean to serve your country, to be part of the greater fabric of society, to contribute, to give. So a lot of his friends were off to Peace Corps and stuff like that, but he said, no, I'm going to do something bigger and bolder. I'm going to be a public school teacher. And not only that, he decided that he was not only going to be a public school teacher, he was going to teach math in public schools. And not only was he going to teach math in public schools, he was going to go to some kind of crummy neighborhoods where kids had a lot of trouble, broken homes, drugs, gangs, things like that. So he's going to be a public school teacher teaching math in a bad neighborhood. But to top it all off, to make sure he set himself the biggest challenge possible, he decided to do this in middle school. So he took on this very big challenge, and I watched him develop. I mean, it was a beautiful thing. He actually developed beautifully as a teacher, and I can say that because literally we were born when he was 19, right? So I watched him grow into his career, and to see how he really developed in that. And some of the highlights that I'd like to point out, because when he finished being a teacher, I kept thinking, what made him so great? What was it that got kids to stop on the street when they were adults to say, hey, Mr. Toke, good to see you again. Yeah, that's what they called them. I know, 60s, well, anyways. So they would come up to him, they would send him wedding invitations, and they would say things like, you changed my life. And I thought, that is the greatest profession on earth. You get to actually change people's lives. So if I were to sort of list out some of the things that he did that were really important, I'd have to say, I'll give you a handful of them, right? And you guys tell me if you agree, this still makes a great teacher. He really believed that his students could learn. He believed in them. He also had a personal connection with them. He never stopped, knowing everybody's name and talking to them very directly. He also let everyone in that whole classroom feel like they mattered. This group matters. It's not just the individual, it's the collection, right? He also understood their backgrounds and their histories. He knew that they didn't come from some easy households, and he took the time to understand where they were coming from. Some of them were immigrant families. At that time, it was mainly Vietnamese immigrants that were coming into the country, but they were coming into Mexican-American neighborhoods, and so there were all these clashes with the gangs and stuff like that. He also knew that different people were bringing different gifts into that classroom. In addition to that, he also knew, he came to know, he didn't know this immediately, but he realized that they could not learn if they were highly emotionally stretched, if they felt anxious or depressed about anything. He knew that these strings of these really extremes of emotional feelings wouldn't allow them to learn. But he also knew some other things, that the kids who had to work 2 or 3 jobs after school to help their families, when they hadn't slept or eaten very well, they also couldn't learn, right? But he has his finger on the pulse there. He also knew that different kids needed different interventions at different times or stages of their growth, which means he didn't just say, oh, we're all going to do problem-based learning, or we're all going to do this kind of motivational activity. He realized different kids reacted to different things at different stages of their own development. But probably the biggest thing is that he knew that he had this power in the classroom. He could get these kids come in and all spaced out and all over the place, but he had this way of capturing them and getting them to focus, right? So if I look at all of these characteristics, I thought, this is really fascinating, because when I began to look into more about what is going on in the brain, it all sort of fit really cleanly. So one of the things I want to share with you is, if we talk about the art in the science of learning, if we go now, I was talking, the title is The Science and the Art, but I want to look at from the artistic part going to the science. Is there a connection here? So when I say, he really believed in his students, well, today you might hear bantered about this idea of a growth mindset. He believed that they would be able, that learning was fluid, that they were going to be able to learn. And when we talk about this now in terms of the brain, we talk about neuroplasticity. Your brain can and does learn throughout the lifespan. So he basically intuitively knew something that we now are calling one thing, but we can actually prove and have evidence at another plane about looking at the brain. When I say that he also had this personal connection with the students. Many of you have heard in some of the presentations about Hattie's work and the effect size. Well, one of these stronger effect size is basically student-teacher relationships, right? But this is actually manifested as understanding that learning is completely social as well as cognitive. You just don't have those things isolated from one another. When I say that this fellow transmitted to everybody in the room, you matter. You are an important part of this learning community. He was being very inclusive. For the kids that had all kinds of different difficulties, he was being very inclusive in what he did. He was also, I told you he's a math teacher, this is the best formula he ever taught. 1 + 1 is 3. You have a good idea, and I have a good idea. But the minute we exchange those ideas, we're going to have something even more powerful than any one of us could have come up with by ourselves. And he let the group know that. And he also took advantage of what we now call theory of mind. The way people begin to know who they are is by knowing the other. The more I know you, the better I understand myself. So these things are maybe common terms you've heard of now, but this is actually manifested in this general concept of understanding that all brains are unique, but in addition to that, a great appreciation for human variance. Different people are going to be bringing different things to the table, and that's really important because each of those different kinds of pieces is going to help us create that bigger vision of what it is in our learning dynamics of the classroom. When you talk about the idea that he valued the histories and the background of those kids, he didn't lament that they're not all the same. Oh, you know, this kid is coming from this background, this other background. Some other kids, this kid has lost 2 years of school already. This other one still doesn't speak enough English to be in his class, but he's got to now learn higher math or whatever it is. He understood their backgrounds. And this is when we talk about understanding the kids well enough to be able to teach an authentic learning context. He was able to create math problems that fit their reality. That's authentic learning. But this also means, from a neuroscientific perspective, that we understand and appreciate that all new learning passes through a filter of prior experience. There's nothing that you will learn that's new that your brain doesn't first say, well, it's a lot of energy to learn. Let me first figure out, do I already know something about this? And all of you who are great teachers, you all really realize that if a person is learning something totally new, the best way, if they can't really grasp or relate it to something that's prior experience, you use an analogy. Analogy, something that's an analogous situation, something that parallels the new concept. That's the number one best way of helping a brain learn that doesn't have any idea about what you're talking about, especially related to math. So he understood that. He also understood that different kids needed different things. This is now called differentiation in our schools, right? But this also goes to this idea of grit, of helping kids understand and realize it's not just your starting point, man. Stick with it. Perseverance. You're going to be able to get to it. It's just that right now, it's easy for this guy because he's had a lot of prior experience with this, but you're going to be able to do this. Hang in there, right? So this is understanding that different people have different types of potentials because of what you're born with. But how many of you have heard of this concept of nature versus nurture? Nature versus nurture? We don't say that anymore. We now say that you are who you are because of the genes you inherited. That's nature, right? You have this genetic potential, right? But only a fraction of that is actually potentiated by your environment, okay? So you are nature via nurture. But here's a very big finding that's coming out of resiliency studies. There are some kids who are born with not too great genetic makeup, and also in a really bad zip code, and they still make it. So in resiliency studies, the big idea was to try to figure out what is playing there. It's not nature, it's not nurture, what's going on? So now we say nature via nurture plus free will. You get to choose what's going to happen. You get to maximize your own potential. And this is one of these very big, powerful things that maybe back in the 60s wasn't naturally intuitive, but I think it's something that my dad really had his finger on. In addition to that, he knew that students could not learn if they had these really extreme emotional states, if they were sad, if they were angry, if they were depressed, if they were anxious, or if they felt bullied and intimidated. If we understand that, we also understand that there's a very big connection between the mind-body connection, right? You guys know the difference between emotions and feelings? And an emotion is something you can't really control. It's of the body. It's a hormone, a neurotransmitter, a chemical that will release, that will make your body have that tight knot in your stomach, or your fist feels like punching somebody out or whatever. Whereas the feeling is of the mind. You get to choose how you react to the emotional state, right? So understanding this balance between mind and body was important, but he also had his finger on the button there of understanding social emotional learning. And this gets to a very big point that we now understand in neuroscience, is that cognition and emotion are inextricably linked. There is no learning without emotion. So if we know all of these things now that we can actually measure that and show that. But the very powerful thing is if you can help teachers understand what is that exact kind of trigger that makes that kid feel that way or have that emotion, how can you now help him feel in a different way? And he also knew that he could not, the kids could not concentrate if they were distracted with something, or if they had not slept or eaten well. So also of the mind and of the body. And this leads to a very interesting idea, which I hope is filtered to your schools. We think we have an epidemic of ADHD in our society. What I think is we have a real big problem with sleep hygiene. When you look at a kid and you diagnose and you say, what are the symptoms of ADHD? And then you look at the symptoms of not sleeping enough, identical. So we quickly diagnose and say, this kid has an attention problem. Well, he can't pay attention because he hasn't slept well, right? So this gets us to sort of rethink the way we diagnose things. And the big idea is to begin with the physical. Has the kid eaten well? Has he slept well? Number one. Then from there, if you can say, yeah, he has. Okay, now let's go to the psychological. Are his parents fighting incessantly at home and he's totally distracted because they're about to get divorced? Is it psychological? Then, if none of that's in play, then think about the neurophysiological. Could it be he has a chemical imbalance that's actually causing him to have some kind of an attention problem? But you don't start with drugging that kid. You start off scaling it up. This is a different way to think about how we diagnose things. And this is because my dad really understood something that I tried to express to you about writing, that there is no learning without attention and memory. And attention and memory systems are extremely fragile, and they're impacted by a lot of things in the environment. How well we sleep, how well we eat, our emotional states, all of that influences whether or not we're able to learn or not, okay? He also knew that they had to be totally focused to learn. Learning math problems, especially out of context, how does the quadratic formula fit into my life in the barrio, was really hard for a lot of kids, right? So he understood very clearly about concepts of mindfulness, of being centered and focused and being able to use attention systems to their best. But this also is now being measured through something called the default mode network or the default mode mechanism. We can actually see in the brain what happens when it's slightly quieted and it's focused. So we can now measure some of the things that were intuitively part of the way people teach. And he also knew that different tools were helping different kids at different moments, was what we talk about as far as differentiation is concerned. But he also understood the cycle. Learning is not A to B, and it happens really quickly, okay? It's almost like taking a step up a spiraling staircase where you do 2 steps forward and 1 step back, and 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Because there's something happening in your brain. It's called synaptic pruning, where you're actually refining neural pathways as you go forward with the information. So this means that appreciating the general cycle of learning. It's not just that a kid, but he knew how to do this yesterday, what's wrong with him today? The truth of the matter, that's totally normal. A consolidation of the information as you go along, reconfirm it, use it in a new context, solidify it, prune it. Now I have this refined neural pathway. It makes it quicker to be able to react, right? So we know that there are constant changes in the brain. How many of you have ever taught a little kid how to read, or an adult? Have you ever taught anybody to read? A room full of 2,000 educators, and nobody has taught anybody to read. That's what's going on in Hawaii? Oh, no, okay. Okay, we got a couple of you there. You weren't the parent? Yeah, okay, okay, so have you ever noticed that when you teach somebody to read, right? You teach them symbol to sound, you sound out words, you animate stories, you put your fingers on the words, you do all this days and weeks and months. And one moment, he reads. Did he learn to read in that second? No. There are at least 16 different neural pathways that need to be primed before that kid can actually read. And when they're all ready, then he can read. So one of the bigger ideas that we have here is that appreciating this learning cycle and also understanding there are constant changes in your brain, but most of them are invisible as far as behavior is concerned. So some of us get totally frustrated, right? It's like, oh, I tried this, I tried that, I tried the other thing. This kid's really dense, he doesn't get anything, right? You think, oh, what is wrong with him? The truth of the matter is you are making headway. You are slowly but surely creating what's necessary to have all of those neural circuits ready so that somebody is able to then execute a behavior or an activity or understand how to add or read or whatever it is. But it's very complicated. It's not just like I do one thing, it results in something else. I have to reinforce multiple pathways before that kid will learn to read. So this is understanding and appreciation that there are constant changes, and to understand that cycles are not A to B. They're very much sometimes going backwards, and that's totally normal, right? I guess the big and final point is that he knew he could change the mood. He knew that he could have kids that came in sad or angry or ready to beat each other up, and then he could have them in the same room and he could make them work together. He knew, I'm going to ask you guys a quick question. Do you think that you smile because you're happy, or are you happy because you smile? Yes. Both things. So interesting. We know that even like blind babies will smile, so it's an innate thing. When you feel pleasure, you'll smile. But your brain is now so connected to the idea when this combination of muscles is happening, that means I'm happy. So basically, you can make yourself a little bit happier by smiling. But the other thing we know is that when I smile at you, the likelihood is you're going to smile back. And when I see you smiling at me, that makes me even happier, right? So he knew this without anybody telling him the neuroscience. He knew that his mood was contagious. And this gets to the point as far as the brain is concerned, it's called contagion or cognition. First, you have to know what's going on in your brain, what's going on as far as the atmosphere, and then you have to be able to manage it. Am I aware of these social interactions and what it is that is happening here? And then can I actually manage that? Can I change that? And that's really at the heart of all of emotional intelligence or social emotional learning, is actually understanding what is the social dynamic that we have, how is it that we interact with each other, and the dynamics of the classroom. So standing back from that, basically it's sort of like maybe an over-analysis of what I think was great teaching. My dad was a great teacher, you can leave it at that. But I believe that teaching is teachable. And so having people understand what leads to, what is actually happening in your brain is a very powerful tool for teachers to have, okay? So why should we overanalyze this? I want to ask you, how do you start questions? What are the words you can use to start a question? How, why, who, what, when. So if all of these are the types of words we use to start questions, I think Sugata said this yesterday, there's some level of questions that if Google or Siri or Alexa can answer it, it's kind of low-level information. It can be found somewhere, right? The joy of learning really comes in being able to tackle these more complex questions, things that are more critical and creative. And so actually getting to the theory of why, if we can ask why and how things work, how is my brain really doing that? I was just at the Punahou schools and Kamehameha schools and loving when you have interactions with kids, they ask the best questions. The best questions. And usually it is. I want to know just how sometimes the memory gets in there and sometimes it doesn't. Brilliant. How does my brain make a memory? Brilliant question. Because they figure if now I know how to do that, what would I do better the next time? How will I approach that learning a different way? So when we talk about the past, maybe 50 years ago, we really were acknowledging this is great teaching, what we do, and what we call it. Okay, that's important, and that's telling us basically what works, right? So if I say that my dad believed in his students, and we now call that, understanding and fostering growth mindsets, that's very good. And a lot of you are going to be happy to stop there. But I'm going to extend this invitation to some of you who are willing to sort of go beyond just tell me what to do next in the classroom, tell me an activity. And those of you who want to go to the why questions, if you know how your brain works, then you understand why it works. And once you know why it works, it empowers you to now make better choices about the activities and the interactions you have in classrooms, okay? So this is kind of the push to get you to why ask why. And this is very philosophical debate, like we have all these articles from like the 80s, talking about the heuristics of attributional research. My own personal theory is much more aligned to Elmo. You ask why because that is what the brain does. It's insatiable. It's always a 3-year-old mentality. But why? But why? But why? That's brilliant. And if we can sort of recapture that in our own formation as teachers, that's really the essence of why we all became teachers, I think. At least for me, I became a teacher because it's the closest thing to being an eternal student. It's so cool to learn new stuff, right? So hopefully we can recapture that, and I can convince some of you guys to tip in this direction. So in summary, then I'd say basically, the essence of great teaching has not changed that much. I think that my dad would still be a great teacher right now if he was still teaching, because the things that he did, that artistry, I think are still valued. What has changed is our better understanding of what influences student learning outcomes. So we now have more longitudinal studies. For example, education is only about 150 years old, but now we can actually compare whole cohorts of kids who grew up and some who did something and some who didn't do another. For example, those who did brain gym and those who didn't. We follow them for 14 years, and we realize there's absolutely zero difference in their abilities after they've gone through that program. So this informs decisions about what we choose to do and how we spend our time in our classrooms. We also now have internationally comparative scales. This means that we can look at and understand what is true about all human brains, and then what things are changed due to cultural influences, especially things like artifacts like writing. For example, how many of you know what that says? Niju ichi, right? That's 21, okay? In Japanese, very interesting. If you write in Japanese, you have 2, 10, 1. Totally logical, right? Very interesting. It's kind of like the way we used to write Roman numerals, right? You have you have the 2 10s and then you have the 1. But these days, when we use the Arabic numerals, sometimes this doesn't make the same logical sense, and actually it's a distinct neural pathway in your brain that is hanging on to that piece of information, which is very interesting because stylistically it's changed. But did you know that original Arabic numbers actually were totally logical? You just had to count the number of angles. Do you see 2 angles? 2 has 2 angles, and 1 has 1 angle. So think about 3, same thing. 4. So the numbers used to be more logical than they are now, but this changes the way that you have neural pathways in your brain for sort of storing things like numbers and letters, okay? And we also have information that is methodologically comparative. We can now compare scales. Before we used to think, oh, that's qualitative research, that's quantitative, or that has to do with developmental trajectories of a kid, or that's a classroom intervention. But now, thanks to this wonderful work of John Hetty, you're able to actually compare very different things and look at their effect sizes. What is really worth doing in classroom settings? So the idea would be to understand the things that do harm, try to stay away from the things that are just developmental. If you just sit there, you're gonna learn something because you're gonna mature, and your brain cannot not learn. Your brain is gonna take in something, even if you do nothing else. Or having just, an average teacher, or really having exceptional teachers. We can now look at this and make decisions about the types of things we incorporate into our classroom activities. So this means that I'd like to propose to you now a change in education that incorporates mind, brain, and education science. And I say that we need to do this now is because we've been trying for about 150 years to figure this out, and we haven't quite mastered it. Is there anybody here who is really sure that they maximize the potential of every single kid in their classroom every year? We haven't really mastered this craft yet, right? And so my suggestion is that we actually have to embrace a slightly more complex way and a more comprehensive way of understanding the brain and how it learns, and that is offered by Mind, Brain, and Education Science. The brain is the most complex organism in the universe, and it's your organ of work. We have to know a little bit more about it. Answers to education cannot be simplistic, which is why I wrote a book. It's on neural myths. It's really a fun book. It actually talks about, well, why do we think people use 10% of their brain? Or why would you think that there are different types of abilities in the right and left hemisphere? And why would you think that boys and girls are different? Well, it has a good history. We understand why we used to think like that. But now we have some new information. Now, how should we think about that? So this tells us that we have to learn a little bit more about the brain as teachers and teacher education. So that's sort of my pitch to you, is that we've evolved a bit in our understanding, and it will make us better practitioners. So silently read this, soak it up, take a bunch of pictures, make it your screensaver. Leslie Hart recommended in the early 80s that if you are going to pretend to design an educational experience, help another learn, it is almost like saying, go ahead, can you please sew me a glove? And if you don't understand how hands are made or structured, it'd be impossible to make that glove. He suggested back then that teachers who pretend to design educational experiences without a better understanding of the brain are going to be handicapped. You might sort of by descriptive idea get some kind of an idea, make some kind of a glove. Or you might create some kind of a lesson that hits some kids sometimes, but you're not going to be able to maximize the potential of all those kids in your room without a better understanding of the brain. Okay, so bottom line, unfortunately, after looking at worldwide studies from 2009 all the way until the present around the world, unfortunately, most teachers do not know a whole lot about the brain. In fact, most teachers have never had an official course, for example, about the brain and learning. And that's very unfortunate, because most of them would actually say they want to have a course on this. So back in 2017, the OECD countries, I was lucky enough to be on this panel, there was making recommendations to all these governments, including the United States, that said, teacher education has to include more information about how the brain works. And that's sort of the change that's happening right now. So if we look at this from this other perspective, people usually buy into this. Most teachers, if you ask them, and this is a recent survey that was done of about, I think it was 10,000 teachers. It was done online, and they asked, do you want to know more about the brain? And most teachers say, oh yeah, I do. But they don't know what to believe, and they don't know what should be taught. So we decide, okay, yes, teachers should know more about the brain, but what should they actually learn? What is the information that would be good to start to share with them? And by the way, just parenthetically, if you see things that are brain-based learning and all the rest of it, and it sounds a little bit too easy, there's a really high probability it is not founded in evidence, nor will it work. Unfortunately. So I'll talk a little bit more about the study that we did. But if we created what was called a Delphi panel, which is a panel of experts, right, in a field. So we asked a lot of educational neuroscientists, we asked people in cognitive psychology, educational experts. We asked them to review information. And the reason we used a Delphi panel is because it's not just my idea, it's not just your idea, it's not one author's vision. It was basically saying, here's a bunch of really smart people who know a lot about this topic. Let's see if they have consensus about what we should tell teachers, okay? And that's why we use a Delphi panel, because it seeks consensus. And we compared information from a Delphi that was done 10 years ago to one that was done now to see what they believed. What we wanted to ask them is there anything that is really true about all brains and human learning that we should tell teachers? And then are there things that are also true, tenets, but that might have a huge range of human variation? For example, do you guys think that motivation is important for learning? Yeah, but what motivates you does not motivate him. So saying, oh, let's do a motivational activity, it's like, for who? For who? Because different people are motivated by different things. So we know this is very important in learning. Motivation is very important. But what motivates one person might not motivate another. There's a huge range of human variance, right? So there's some things that are true for everybody all the time in all contexts. And there's some things that are true but have a huge range of human variance. So those are principles and tenets. In addition to that, then, we also asked them a bunch of other questions, but we're not going to have time to go into that right now. But if you want, on the website, there's a video summary of all of the findings that are there, and also the 600-page report if you want some light reading over the weekend. Okay? So what are the things that came out of that? We sent 109 invitations to all continents, and 41 people responded and participated from 11 different countries. And they were some really tough cookies. Like think of the greatest names you've ever thought of. The experts on childhood development, the experts, Jack Shonkoff at the Harvard Center for the Developing Child, Mary Helene Mordino-Yang, people who are great on emotions. We got all of these really tough cookies to get together to see if there was anything they agreed on. And we looked at all of the things that teachers were exposed to in teacher literature and professional development things. Basically, that children had to drink a lot of water, right? Or their brains will shrink. Or that mental capacity is hereditary and it can't be changed by experience. Or that children have attention spans equal to their age plus 1. Interesting. Or that listening to classical music would increase their reasoning ability, or that people use 10% of your brains, or that brain development hasn't finished by the time somebody's in puberty, or when we sleep, the brain shuts down, or that some people are right-brained or left-brained. We asked them this, we asked them more than 100 different things. And they couldn't just say, I agree or disagree. They actually had to provide evidence. So they say, well, here's my evidence. We do not use 10% of our brain. That's just due to poor brain imaging back in the 90s. Here's my evidence, looking at neural networks. You're using so much more than 10% of the brain. Here's my paper, my research. And we created these nice folders of all of this evidence. And then we sent it back to the whole group. Well, 98% of you believe that neuroplasticity exists, and here's the evidence. Do you agree on how it's worded and how we should share it with teachers? And so we went back and forth to get consensus, right? Unfortunately, what we found out of those 100 different things is that there were more myths being floated in teacher education than there were truths. And there was a lot of stuff because, unfortunately, a lot of people believe in myths because it makes it easy. We like to be told, just paint your room a light green. We have evidence, prisons, when they're painted light green, there's less fighting, therefore paint your classroom that way. It's like, no. If it sounds too easy or too good to be true, it usually is not true, okay? So coming through with that, we have now some published reports in case you're interested in having a look at that sort of summarizes this. But understanding the myths is a really big part of teacher education, getting away from those myths and then hanging on to those few good things. So over the past 10 years, teacher education has evolved a bit. What's fascinating is that the science has only been confirmed. 10 years ago, we thought that there were only 5 things we should tell teachers. Now there's 6, which is very interesting. But 10 years ago, we only had like 29 myths, but now we have more than 70 myths. This means like a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, right? People know a teeny bit and they start to run with stuff and they make stuff up, right? So this leads to a kind of a pathway. How should teachers be formed in the future? Number 1, we got to get rid of the myths. We have to get rid of this right and left brain discussion. And then we can teach the few good things that are true, these handful of things that are true about the human brain. Then we can get into the subtleties. This is also true. Motivation, for example, sleep. All these things are important for learning, but guess what? There's a huge range of human variance, so I can't dictate exactly how to do it, right? Then we must take into consideration the cultural contexts in which this is occurring because of those things like the cultural artifacts I was mentioning to you that do slightly change things a little bit, right? And after we've done all that, then We can talk about, okay, this is a great activity for your class, or something like that. But we shouldn't jump to say, what should I do? I want to do brain-based stuff. Tell me what to do. Again, a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. We're going to talk about some of those myths in just a second. But this means actually embracing things that come from all of the learning sciences. This means understanding a little bit more about how nutrition influences learning, or how sleep can change potential to learn. And also understanding things about what's going on in people's brains are working a little bit differently. Every single person's. Now, what's going on in this kid's brain, right? Understanding a bit more about neuroscience and psychology. And actually reaching this midpoint, everybody is studying how the brain learns. Mind, brain, and education science tries to study how we should teach to take advantage of what we know about how the brain learns, okay? So it's a slightly different vision of how we should undertake teacher education. The beauty of mind, brain, and education science from my perspective is that different researchers are doing things at different levels. So there's some people who are really looking at this molecular level. How are cells changed? How are neural networks built, right? But other people in mind, brain, and education science are looking at a kid. Why is this kid who's got a twin so different from his twin? We look at individuals and how that works. But mind, brain, and education science is very complex, and it takes on actually things like the classroom, which are lots of groups of people, individuals with billions of neurons and all kinds of firings, and tries to understand the dynamic of that space. For example, the Brain and Behavior Institute in Queensland in Australia is now doing this amazing study looking at a real lab situation. So they create a lab school where they observe these kids, and they come for 6 to 7 weeks to do things like study science, 7th grade science, with their real teacher. But they're wired up. They have something on like a Fitbit that measures their blood pressure, heart rate. They're microphoned up so that they can hear all the conversations. And every once in a while, they'll lick a little piece of paper, and so you can get a measure of cortisol to see what level of stress they might be experiencing based on what's happening. And this huge analysis is helping us understand the messiness of a classroom and how one kid can tip all these others into doing something wrong or whatever. How does this dynamic work? And that's all part of mind, brain, and education science as well. But then there's this additional field that looks at global comparisons, and it's called cultural neuroscience. We're looking at seeing how different groups of people, whole societies, might differ from others in the way their brains are actually taking on information. So mind, brain, and education science is beautiful and broad. It's got a lot of different angles to it, but this would be part of the start here. And this means basically asking us to have a new model. It means taking mind, brain, and education, understanding information, for example, that comes from visible learning, good, concrete educational research, and then coming up with a different way to think about teacher formation. A teacher is a teacher is a teacher. Unlike every other profession on the earth that sort of has a hierarchy, you can be somebody who's a newbie, like you just got out of teacher college and you're called a teacher. And you can be somebody like Robert who's been teaching for 45 years and you're still a teacher. What do they do in England now, which is very interesting? They have a 5-tiered approach. They say, look, you're newly qualified, that's interesting, but then we want you to become more proficient, and then you're advanced, and then you might become, hopefully, someday you'll be an expert, and a handful of you are going to become master teachers. And that's really cool, because then they recycle the master teachers. When they're about to retire, they keep them on for 2 more years to accompany the new teachers. Because we lose a huge amount of excellent teachers in the first 1-2 years of teaching, because it's like, oh no, they didn't teach me that. They get to the real classroom and the reality is so hard. But instead, this idea is that you accompany them throughout their profession. So you go deeper into your profession, right? You learn more about the brain, you learn more about techniques and different activities, but you don't learn more stuff, you also go deeper. You become more deeply understanding of your field. And this means moving from education to actually now becoming learning scientists. And I just want you to take 1 second to think to yourself, am I willing to go there? Many teachers say, look, I'm happy, I'm a teacher, just, I don't want to get into that whole brain stuff. And that's okay, that's okay. But I just like to put out the plea. At this stage of the game, we really need at least a handful of brave people who are saying, I am willing to become a learning scientist because I understand that education alone has not been able to answer all of the questions I have about how to tackle all of the kids in my class and help them learn to their best potential. It's moving on. It's a different vision of how we think of education. And this means in teacher education programs, there's a new kind of a curriculum. Teachers will learn a bit more about things related to neuroscience and psychology, not just how to do a lesson plan, but actually how do people become motivated? And what is consciousness? How do memories get solidified in your brain? You say, oh, I did this perfect activity. How come they just didn't remember it? How does that happen in the brain? When and how are attention spans, called upon? All of those different things have to now become part of new teacher education. And there are groups doing this. If you haven't heard of the Deans for Impact, it's a powerful group. It's teacher colleges a consortium of teacher colleges that have decided to embrace more information about the brain for their teachers. They realize this is a necessity. So going back to this, looking at neuromyths, looking at principles and tenets, I just want to mention a handful of each of these things so that we can be a little bit clear. Using the OECD criteria of things that have good evidence, some things that are probably so, but mixed evidence, some things that are intelligent speculation, and things that are just myths, we come to the conclusion that everything you see on the screen right here is a myth. And these things are myths because back in the day, maybe in the 80s, early 90s, when we only had these little cartoon drawings of things, it was a good approximation of what we thought we knew. And it sells books. There's a fellow I've presented in similar conferences, very interesting. His books sell like hotcakes because he suggests you do things like sit in circles and pass around a candle because boys need contact with flame or fire before they are focused. Okay, cool. But guess what? I bet every kid in that room is really like cool, So I don't think it's the flame thing. But anyways, people promote all kinds of very interesting things, okay? Everything here is a myth, and if you want the research on every single one of these, we have volumes discrediting things that are up there, because we begin to know slightly more about the brain. We know that the brain is also you don't have a learning style, guys. Everybody is visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. But if you tell a kid when he's 10 years old, oh yeah, and you are totally an auditory learner, and I'm visual, that's why you didn't learn very well. It does harm to that kid. But if you tell him he's an auditory learner, actually he will spend the rest of his life looking for auditory cues. And he will actually become better at that because he's sort of narrowed in on that modality. But if you give your brain the chance, it really wants to learn through all of the modalities. It's always trying to get all the information it possibly can. So there's no such thing as learning styles. You cannot multitask. Ta-da! All of you who think that you are now correcting homework and listening to me, you are not. Your brain can only do one heavy cognitive load thing at a time, okay? If something is habituated, like chopping the vegetables and talking to your sister on the telephone, you can look like you're doing multiple things because it's low energy on your brain. It's a habituated task, right? But if even one single high cognitive task occurs, like your kid runs in with a bloody finger, or your sister starts to tell you something really traumatic on the telephone, you have to stop everything because your brain pays attention to one heavy cognitive load task at a time, okay? Multiple myths that occur, okay? So multitasking does not exist. And the reason we want to get rid of them is basically neuromyths simply do harm. When you tell a girl she doesn't have the right kind of a head for science or logical or mathematical things, you do harm, okay? When you tell a kid, you only use 10% of the brain and, you're full. Oh well. That does harm, okay? So we want to get away from this because of the reason they do harm. And now we have this more complex understanding. You can measure the brain, how it works electrically or chemically or by oxygenation or different types of increases in white matter tract. All of these different things are ways that we can measure the brain. And this kind of beautiful complexity, even if you're not attracted to brain scans, makes you appreciate just one thing. I want you to hopefully write this down. Your brain does not work by saying, oh, let's stimulate the reading part of your brain, or something like that. Or math or logic is in this part of the brain, or whatever. It's actually composed of incredibly complex networks. There is nothing your brain does that's only one hemisphere or another. It is always an integrated system, always, okay? So now, I don't know if any of you have seen these newer scans from the Connectome project, but the Connectome project actually combines all of these different types of neuroimaging. It shows you the electrical, the chemical, the white tract, it puts them all together so that we can have a more complex appreciation of just how the brain really works. And based on all of this information, we can now say, okay, yeah, maybe there is a node. A node means a place in the brain where the signal passes through multiple times during a specific activity. Maybe there are specific nodes, but that's not where language is. That's not where reasoning is. It's not in a single part of the brain. That's called localizationalism, and it kind of went out of style in about 1895, okay? We don't talk about this piece of your brain does X, okay? It's a much more complex system of different types of networks. And one of the brilliant things that we've been working on, for example, with Punahou teachers and literacy, is if teachers can understand there's at least these 16 networks that have to be primed. When the teachers understand that, they become better at analyzing and diagnosing what the problem the kid has, okay? So they realize, is this really a working memory problem, or is it semantic recall? He doesn't remember the meaning of the word. Or is this a problem that he's not able to combine all of the symbols correctly? So he's not a fluid reader, but what does that mean, right? So breaking those down into their smaller parts, we can make more accurate interventions in our classrooms, okay? So based on this information, I want to ask you guys some quick true or false. And they're not really true or false because there's no such thing as truths in science. There's just more evidence or less evidence. So it's really, is this really strongly evidence-based, or is this probably so, or is this intelligent speculation? For example, it's intelligent speculation to think that men and women's brains are different, because from the outside they look a little bit different. But there's just not enough evidence to say that there's any difference. There's only about 5 physiological differences in the brain, and there's no studies that show that that actually manifests itself into different behavior. There's a lot of studies on hormones, definitely, that changes behavior. And men and women share the same hormones, but in different proportions. But it's not because their brains can't do something. So maybe there's only one study on children showing that there's a slight advantage to boys learning spatial activities, but if you give girls 4 repetitions of new training, they do it better than the boys. So it doesn't really matter. There's no dominance of skill sets based on gender. It's an intelligent speculation, but it's just not true, okay? So I'm going to give you a couple of questions, and I'd like you to tell me where it falls. Is this true or false? So test your own knowledge about the brain, okay? Human brains are as unique as human faces. First of all, what does that mean? Ask the person at the table next to you if you think you agree on an answer to that. Human brains are as unique as human faces. The bottom line idea is this, right? You have 2 eyes and 2 eyes and 2 eyes, and you have 1 nose and 1 nose and 1 nose, and you have 2 ears and 2 ears. Everybody's got the same parts, right? Same thing about the brains. We all have the same parts of our brains. Does anybody have the same face in here? No way. And this is the same thing about your brain. What changes the brain? What makes the brain unique? What makes the brain unique? Let's just even put it farther. If you have 2 identical twins, their faces look the same. Are their brains the same? No. Why are their brains different? Experience, development, experience. Experience changes the brain, okay? So the uniqueness of the brain, this is the wording, by the way. I didn't have this concluded word. The experts agreed. It was very hard to parse words to come to something that 41 people would agree on. But this is the statement that these 41 neuroscientists agreed on. This is true. Tell the teachers this. And if you tell the teachers this, it has implications, doesn't it? What does this tell you about teaching? If you know that brains are unique, what does this tell you about sort of like testing requirements, or think about standards instead of mastery, or using other things like universal design for learning as opposed to other curriculum structures? It tells you a lot and makes you think. And hopefully some of your policies might change based on that single idea about the brain. How about this one? All brains are equally prepared for all tasks. No, this goes to the point based on the different potentials, right? Thanks to the good genes you got from your parents, thanks to the wonderful environment you grew up in, some of those genes are potentiated, and thanks to your own decisions about what to do in your life, you have different potentials for different types of things, different activities. Now, if you know that's true, what does that tell you about teaching? What does that tell you about differentiation or inclusion learning? Or does that tell you anything about, how we send homework? Do all kids need the same thing? One of the easiest low-hanging fruits that we can do in schools is differentiate homework. How many times does a brain need to see something before it knows it? If you dare to answer this, it means you've listened to a neuromyth. The answer should always be, in education, whenever somebody asks you a question about the brain, what should it be? It depends. This is my friends over here from Punahou. Okay, it depends. It depends on prior experience. If this kid has a really strong foundation in addition, I can probably teach him to do subtraction in 10 steps. He sees a new thing, he sees the difference between subtraction and addition, he has past knowledge, he can do it fast. But if this kid is weak in addition, I'm trying to teach him subtraction, it might take him 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 reviews of the same concept, right? Differentiating homework for those kids is probably one of the lowest hanging fruits that we have to be able to attend to different potentials. How about this one? Past information influences how you know something new. Absolutely. Your brain is so smart. It does not want to expend energy where it doesn't need to. So the first thing that your brain will do is that we'll look and try to understand, what do I already know about this? Before it tries to learn something new, it first passes through the filter of prior experience. And this is huge. If you write nothing else down, write this down. The more you know, the more you can know. Because things pass through the filter of prior experience, the more experiences you have potentiate different types of connections, which means at some point you could connect things to other things that you might not have connected before. The more you know, the more you can know. And all new learning passes through the filter of prior experience, okay? We need to know our students well enough, though, to take advantage of that. How about this? The brain changes constantly with experience. Do you believe that? Absolutely, and usually this occurs, though it can occur beforehand, normally changes occur at a molecular level before you see it in behavior. Remember the example of the kid reading? A lot of these changes are slowly occurring in the brain before you actually see the kid has done something that shows you an activity, that he has actually learned something, okay? What about plasticity? You guys all buy into the idea that your brains are plastic? Yes? When does your brain stop learning? When you die. Very good, yes. You learn until the day you die, okay? And this is a really big and an important idea to take into consideration. Many people think, oh no, it's all downhill after adolescence, right? Oh no, it's too hard to learn when I'm an adult. Guess what? There's some truth to this. The energy it takes to learn something new when you're older is slightly more because you basically have to unlearn an awful lot of things before you have the new learning. So it's almost twice as much energy because you're having to decouple things. So it's always better to learn it the first time around. If a kid has learned through habituated behavior that it's okay that his dad hits his mom and he begins to hit his girlfriend, in order to break that, you actually have to unlearn a behavior to learn a new thing, which takes more energy than just doing it right the first time, right? Okay? There's no learning without some form of memory and attention. That's the very first thing I was hoping you guys would remember today. Okay, so memory and attention are vital to learning. Okay, so we talked about these well-established things. We mentioned some of these neuromyths, and just so that you know, this idea of the tenets. The tenets are things that are true for all human brains, except for there's a big range in human variation. We all have bodies, but they all are a little bit different, right? We all sleep, but we all have slightly different patterns, right? Those things are totally normal. We found 21 things with the experts that are true, but there's a huge range of human variance, which is why you can't dictate. You can never tell, oh, you're a 9-year-old, therefore you should sleep, let me do the calculation, X amount of time. Doesn't work. It is normal for a human being to sleep between 4.5 and 12 hours. That's normal. The average person might sleep 8, but it's normal in this range. Know thyself. People have to understand themselves to be able to measure what's correct. So these are the 21 things, and we don't have time to go into them, but there are some summaries about this information on the website if you'd like to look into these things and the implications they have for teaching and learning, right? The big idea is that if anybody tells you, oh, I have an attention-getting activity, or I have a motivational activity I'm going to teach you, tell them, it's like throwing spaghetti at a wall. Some of it's going to stick with some of those kids, and some of it's not. Different kids need different things at different times. Remember that, okay? Okay, so looking at these different tenets and motivations, the only thing I just wanted to share with you is a couple more myths. Read and weep. There are more than 70. I'm just throwing up a couple of the more common ones just so that you're clear on this. And if anybody wants to talk to me afterwards, we do have a Q&A session. I'm very happy to go deep into the research on each of these points. But just sort of want to call this to your attention because these are things that we see in the popular press. These are things that we see all the time, but we have to break that before we can actually get to the good information, okay? I'm sorry, I told my editor, it's like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? And they said, no, this is for millennial teachers. They really will like this whole like comic book angle. And I'm like, oh no. This is the cover of my very serious book, okay? Anyways, okay. And we said that myths do harm because we know that one of the greatest influencing factors in student success is what a student thinks of his own ability to achieve. And all myths do harm. They lower that potential. They lower the ability, the thought process of the kid, I can do this. Okay? So we have to get rid of myths because of that. Okay, so I can see a lot of you here, a little bit of nerves or whatever. Hopefully most of you, what are the possible outcomes? Many, hopefully most of you are going to say, terrific. I feel totally vindicated. I'm doing this right. And that's great. We're going to have a lot of happy teachers. That's pretty good. I think that's going to be the majority of this group, right? And then some of you, though, are going to feel a little confused, and maybe some of you are going to feel even attacked. Because if I tell you something like, Brain Gym doesn't work, and you are a Brain Gym representative, you're probably feeling really bad right now, right? And then there might be some of you who are actually feeling a little bit panicked because you're about to present something and you have to run out right now and change some slides. I presume this is going to happen, but what I really hope happens, and I was always taught, instead of saying the word but, you should always say and it doesn't really change the meaning. It's much more positive. Is that true? I don't know. And I hope that everybody leaves. 100% of us are going to leave with this kind of tickle about feeling, oh, this is cool, but I don't really get it. And that's a healthy confusion, right? And that it leads to intellectual curiosity, and that hopefully that intellectual curiosity will lead to better knowledge. But the whole idea is this: it doesn't stop at knowledge. There's a big saying in Latin, right? To know is not enough, right? Knowing stuff is cool, but it actually means nothing in our profession. You can know a lot of things, but unless you operationalize it, unless you use it, unless you take advantage of it, it makes no difference to our profession. So to know is not enough. You have to go beyond knowing and actually buy into doing something. And I would recommend, if you guys have the chance, this is the penultimate slide here. There's a very simple thing that all teachers could do, and I don't think we realize this. Did you know that teachers do more experiments in one day than a neuroscientist does in their entire life? Did you know that? This is the most important profession in society. But to move into this field of learning scientists instead of educators, learning scientists, I'm now using evidence, we have to become better at documenting things. And I know you do this in your head already, but just get a notebook. What did I plan to do? What did I really do? Did it work? Why or why not? Just that small piece of reflection at the end of the day will make us all better teachers, okay? So remember, I promised you I'm gonna make you go to work here. I don't know if I did or not, but I will feel successful if you can tell me, I learned these 3 things. At least I learned 3 things, okay? And there's 2 things I wanna know more about, and there's 1 thing I might change. Can I give you 1 minute of silence before I wrap this up? I would like you to do it now, because if you stand up and walk out of this room without writing it down, I promise you, it's gone by lunchtime. Please write it down right now. 3, 2, 1. 3 things you didn't know before, 2 things that you're curious about now, and 1 thing that you think you're gonna change about your professional practice based on the information we shared today. And then I'm gonna give you my 4 big ideas, and we can compare notes, okay? And it's totally not cheating to talk. Did she really say whatever? Oh, did you get the same thing? I mean, it's okay to talk. That's part of learning. 1 + 1 is 3. I would like to motivate you to do the same exercise on any of the sessions you go to today. And this is kind of like putting your finger on the pulse. Was this worth going to? I learned something new. I'm curious about something now, and I'm going to do something different. That's a big deal, okay? So in summary, I told you I was going to leave you with 4 big ideas. This is the last slide here. Mind, brain, and education is very cool, and in general, it confirms best practice teaching. For the most part, we can actually find direct correlations between what we know goes on in the brain and what teachers do in this beautiful art that they have of teaching, okay? Mind, brain, and education is also a transdisciplinary vision. It sort of trains you to always look at things not only just from an educator's perspective, but what's going on from a biological perspective or a nutritional perspective or psychological perspective. And it's superior than just looking at one vision. There's no problem you will ever face in life that is better attended to by just looking at it like a mathematician, a historian, an artist. Transdisciplinary thinking is really much more superior, okay? The 3rd idea is that I'd like to challenge you to take on this idea that you are learning scientists. And this moves our work into being not only art, but also evidence-based. And the 4th idea is to not just come to conferences like this to ask, what should I do next? But ask, why does it work? Get to the why, okay? I hope those are things that have also jumped out at you today. I will leave you with the same kind of an invitation. Please write to me if you have any doubts or questions. I love talking to people who care about this topic. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Hey. Hey. I'm gonna get some feedback here for a split second, but maybe not. We'll see, okay? Still trying to figure out the Telegram situation.
Did it even work last week?
No, but I got it working now. I know how it's supposed to work now.
Cool.
So what's up? Hey, y'all. Hey, we got a bunch of you popping in here super fast. Let's rock and roll.
I thought you were going to play us intro with a different song today.
What? Why would I do that? You want to have a Nagila?
I thought it was going to be like a little, birthday jingle or something.
I should have set that up. Happy birthday, Elon. Elon, it's your birthday. I actually... Go ahead.
No, someone sent me a video of these like weird monkeys singing birthday, like a birthday song. It's like some weird stuff out there on YouTube.
I actually just learned a new birthday jingle, like song, which is so much better than the run-of-the-mill happy birthday, but I haven't learned all the words yet. So by next birthday, I'll get you. 42, okay. I'll get this thing down. It's spiritual, it's sweet, it makes you feel good in your body. And like it relieves that embarrassment that you always get when everyone's singing you happy birthday.
Oh, that's nice. I actually used to have to sing this jingle at the restaurant that I served at. It was like a steakhouse.
Yeah.
And we always had to it was like happy birthday, like something, I forgot all the words, but yeah, there's some weird things out there.
Well, in case you guys are wondering what the hell we're talking about, it's Elon's 41st birthday. So Mazal Tov and happy birthday to the big.
Thank you.
To my bigs.
Thank you.
Still here for y'all. We enjoy this.
Happy to be here with you guys on my birthday.
On your birthday.
Being here with you.
So feel free to say hello in the chat box there, especially if you are, well, not especially, but and if you're new, let us know because we want to give you a special hello as well and welcome you to the Old Souls and Seekers community. Today we're going to touch upon kind of like a progression in transformation and mindset, and like what are these quote unquote levels that people attain, reach in their understanding and wisdom. And we want to give you maps because it kind of shows you where to look and what to reach for and what kind of work you may need to put in place in your life right now to create these habits and these foundations in your life. Because what we want for you guys, just to understand, if you're part of this community, it's not just to transform, right? Like any of us can go out and have an ecstatic experience this weekend if we so choose. You can go to an amazing class, you can go do breath work, yoga, like there's a lot of things you can do for yourself to make you feel good. And when you go home, is that sustainable? Are you applying that in your life? And that's what Elon and I really care about, is not just having transformative experiences, but the understanding and wisdom and experiences that one requires in order to have sustainable transformation in their life, to have more fluid relationships with yourself and others, to live a healthier life, to be healthier in your mindset, to be honestly more fluid, because life is a fucking shit show oftentimes, and it's not about making life perfect. It's about how you get to respond to the way that your life is arising so that you can maximize the benefit of the moment instead of losing time and then repeating the mistakes that you've repeated. So if you are new to the community, that's really what these conversations are about. It's what all our education and programs and community is here for. It's to support you in giving you tools and resources and experiences, most importantly, the experiences to create fundamentally a new place for you to live from in your life, for a new perspective to arise naturally without you having to force some kind of outcome. So if you are new to the party or old to the party, again, please feel free to smash some likes and hearts. Let us know that you're out there, say hello, and just know that you can ask questions. You guys can probably see the comment box there, and so we can see your questions, We can interact with you. And so as we go through this, if you want clarification, if you have something specific, of course, if we have time, we'll get to as much as possible. So awesome. Anything you want to say?
Let's say hi to some new people here.
Cool.
Who do I see here?
Sharon.
Mary Elliott is new. I see Sharon. I'm maybe butchering that one.
Might be Sharon, which would be really cool.
Sharon. It's a cool spelling.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are all the newbies I saw, and then we have a bunch of.
And P.S. guys, if you see your name showing up as a Facebook user in the chat box,
Yoav, she's got to be a fellow Israeli for sure. Yeah, go ahead. Tell them about the link.
Yeah, I'm dropping it right now. So guys, I'm going to drop a link for you real super fast. If you want your, if you see your name when you drop in a comment as a Facebook user, that's because we are in a closed group. So the software can't pull your name out. So I'm going to put this link in there right now, that chat.restream.io. If you click on that and you just go through the app's permission, it will then start pulling your name into the software so we can see who you are as well. Okay?
Cool. Well, welcome everybody, one and all. Again, just great to Russian Israeli. Welcome to the family, then.
Yeah, totally.
Interestingly enough, before we dive in, I was with a group of people this weekend, and we were meeting them for the first time. And people always ask, like, what nationality are you? Especially because my wife and I have kind of weirdish names. And what was very strange is that I stopped myself from saying Russian, and I actually purposely said Ukrainian. And I stopped for a moment and realized that this is the first time ever that has crossed my lips, just because of the situation and everything. I think part of it is like, if you say Ukraine to someone, they're like, and where is that? Is that in South Dakota or something? Now, obviously, there's more knowledge around it, and there's this big thing. It's like Russia and Ukraine is very different. So it was just interesting for me to notice, like, holy shit, now it's almost like we got to make that distinction. And then just to give you guys like a super side funny story, we run Facebook ads, and guy was telling me that we had this ad that was working really well, and Facebook chose colors, and it was like yellow and blue.
I chose the colors, but chose them before the event had occurred and had not even crossed my mind.
Yeah, this was like, months and months and months ago this thing has been running, and the guy's like, all of a sudden there's all these like more comments than usual, and he's just like, this is odd. So he goes and checks the comments, and people were just blasting this for us, like milking the Ukrainian thing and using the colors and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, if this was like 5 months ago and you walked on the street and you were like, what colors are the Ukrainian flag? If 1 out of 1,000 people were able to say it that was not obviously from there, I'd be in absolute shock. And now everyone knows exactly what the flag looks like and all that stuff. So just interesting side notes.
Another side note. This reminds me of when I was younger, I used to tell people my middle name, and this will probably be the first time I've ever shared this publicly here, because I don't really use my middle name. My middle name is Barack, like Barack Obama, and it's a Hebrew name. So when I was a kid, I used to tell my friends that my name was Guy Barack, but then they would be like, nobody had ever heard that name before, so nobody conceptualized what that meant, and they would always be like, what's that B name that you had? So I stopped using it, and then Barack became president, and I was like, oh, that's my name, and everyone's like, no, it isn't. Like you just can't. I couldn't win, so I was like, all right, just won't use it again. Oh my god!
Elon Musk is like the best thing that's ever happened to me, and not even from the fact of Tesla. Just like he's made my name a household name. It's a household name.
It's a household name.
It's a household name.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the meat and potatoes of today.
Let's do this.
Enough of this birthday Ukrainian Russian Elon talk.
Well, hopefully Russia doesn't invade Latvia, so then you have to call yourself Latvian too. Yeah.
So we're gonna walk you guys through kind of this 3 stages of transformation today, and we're gonna kind of talk about it from 2 different perspectives. when we created our ascension model here, so obviously we do these calls every week. You can come and enjoy these for free for forever. I mean, we have coaches from our organization that come to these calls for free. So once someone is ready to kind of like jump in and work with us, what we have done is we've taken these 3 levels that we're going to talk about today, and we turned it into an ascension model, meaning that we can actually walk someone through the process of what we're going to be discussing today. So wherever you may have found your way into our home, you're already on one of these levels, right? And so as we're discussing this, what I'm inviting you to is to just sit and allow this kind of information and let it kind of marinate over you, and just notice where you are in the process. And wherever you are in the process, I just want you to realize, like, you get to acknowledge yourself for being there. Right? You know, the human mind always wants to be somewhere else. It's like, where I'm at is not good enough. Let me get over there, which is fine. And just know that as we walk through this, it's like, okay, where do I find myself on the map? And no, we'll actually work with you and share with you, like, what are the pieces that one would need to kind of get themselves to the next one. Okay. So I'm going to describe this in 2 separate ways, and then I'll have a guy come in and interject this as well. We're just going to start with level 1. And level 1, we're going to speak from a place of awareness, and then I'm going to also map it out on your journey. So level 1 is, in the way that we describe it here in the Awareness Effect Academy, is awareness is trapped inside the mind. It's like, you know, when people kind of start to find it, it's usually they point to somewhere here or somewhere behind the eyes, etc. And as long as awareness is trapped there, which it is for basically everyone, unless you've done a lot of this work, then the world has a certain color and tint to it, because the only way that you can ever perceive the world is through these 5 senses. Right? So if awareness is here, it's basically using your eyes to see, using your ears to hear, using your nose to smell. It's constantly chatting and talking to you, right? And this is where people have their first real breakthrough at level 1. And that first breakthrough, which my assumption is most of you have already had, is that this voice in your head that most other people think is themselves, you've already come to the realization, like, holy shit, that voice is not me. And that was a really profound moment for every one of us on our personal development journey. I still remember to this day when I was sitting there and they were like, notice the voice inside your head. And my voice is like, what fucking voice is he talking about? There's no voice in my head. And then the guy goes, you know, the one that just said there's no voice inside your head? That's the one. And I was like, huh? Right? And then you really start to get the sense of how this thing controls your life. And so when we're in this level 1 phase, what tends to happen is we are constantly acquiring information. Like when you have that epiphany, whether it came from a book, whether it came from a seminar, whether you hired a coach or whatever it might be, you remember that moment very, very well. And if you guys do, like, share what your moment was. You know, was it a class? Was it a book? Because I want you guys to get, like, how impactful that first moment of awakening is.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I can describe to you the moment of the day that I got unplugged from the Matrix. Guy can describe it, like, you know, to the T. Like, he remembers when his foot hit the stairwell, like the heel hit the stairwell, and then this light bulb moment went off. I remember mine. I was just driving down the highway going back to this class, and literally it was like someone, it felt like I almost went, I was like on a mushroom experience. All of a sudden, all the trees became so bright. I had to pull over to the side of the road, and like, I thought I was hallucinating. Right. So what happens is, in this early stages, like the phase 1 of your growth, this level 1 phase, is everything is impactful. The next book is amazing. That next video, the next seminar, everything you take on is so juicy and so delicious. And it's just like wow after wow and aha after aha. And you get so excited. You kind of probably go out and destroy a bunch of relationships by sharing with everyone, like, you have to read this book, you have to do this program. People, everyone thinks you're fucking crazy. But it's serving you so well. It's like, it's creating so much impact in your life, moment by moment by moment, that you become addicted. Right. And that kind of is that in that phase 1 practice. Here's where it gets into a little bit of a shaky situation. If awareness is in the mind and only in the mind, then guess who is doing all of these practices? The mind is actually doing the practices, right? Like people call it mindset work, and it is. You're basically giving your mind more tools to view the world through the senses differently. And that's very, very enlivening. And then one other piece here that's really important is in this phase, you switch from this notion of everything is happening to me, right? Like the world is coming at me, and you gain this new level of responsibility, like I am responsible. And then it starts to shift as you go from level 1 to level 2 into this place of everything is now happening for me.
And can we pause there for a moment?
Yeah,
and I just want to talk to Natalie's question. So Natalie said, put it on the screen for you guys. She's asking, it's a really good question, and I think this may be a concern for some people that arises. It's like, so when we unhook from the conditioned mind, do we lose senses? Well, the first thing we want to realize is at that location, it's what I wrote. You can scroll through the comments and find it. Is that in location 1, you are like your reality is merged with the mind. And so everything in the mind, this narration that's inside that Elon's talking about, this little voice, you're merged with it. And so you have this, you don't see a separation between awareness, what's aware, and this like dictation, this narration that's happening. And so you're using your 5 senses as the primary way to navigate reality. By the way, most of humanity is still doing this, so it's not like this puts you in like a bad way, but what we want to recognize is that our perceptive reality, what our 5 senses allow us to perceive, is just a very small band of reality. I could prove this to you, okay? Whether we're talking about sound or light, in either case, we're talking about a vibration. I think with sound, the smallest amount of vibration we can perceive is something like 30 hertz per second or something like that, all the way up to 38,000 hertz per second, okay? Now, there are obviously vibrations lower than that and higher than that. And don't quote me exactly on these hertz, but like give or take, that's the range that we have. So like here's what we can hear. Now, anything lower than that or higher than that to us is silence. Non-existent, okay? And we've all been in a situation where we thought somebody said our name, or we thought we heard something, and we turn around and maybe nothing is there, or not what you believed would be there is there. And so what we want to recognize is that when we test our senses against what is real, what you will find, whether it's your eyes, right? Again, we've all thought we saw something in the distance that wasn't there. Same thing again, by the way, with heat or with color. These are just certain vibrations and frequencies and bands that we can perceive. But we know there's gamma radiation. We know there's infrared radiation, right? Like we know there's all these bands of colors and things that other animals can see and sense that we simply can't. Does that mean that they're not real? Or does that mean that we just have a band of reality that we're limited to? And so we want to throw a wrench at our 5 senses and understand that while they are a tool for witnessing a part of reality, we cannot see or experience or feel the truth of our reality. And again, we know this from endless studies now, is that your conditioning will predicate how you view your reality, your perceptive reality. I'll give you another example on this just to kind of like hit this home, because what we want to do is we don't want to be like, oh my God, my 5 senses don't work, but you want to call into question what your 5 senses are creating and be like, you know what they're creating is an illusion. No matter how much I believe in this illusion, no matter how real it seems, it's still not what reality is. Okay, so here's an example. We were talking about Russia. These are real scientific studies that have been done. They will take a palette of color, let's say blue, and they will draw it against the wall, like every different shades of blue. Now they will put an American Yeah, they will put an American in front of that color palette, and they say, well, how many shades of blue can you see with your eyes? And let's say there's 35 shades, and the American will say, well, I can see 25 different shades of blue, and then they'll put a Russian person in front of these shades of blue, and the Russian person on average will see like 30 to 32 different shades of blue. Why does that happen? Very simply, because in Russian, there is more descriptive language for shades of color in blue than there is in English. Let that sink in for a moment. There's more descriptive language in Russian for colors than there is in English. And so to the eye, literally, in its reality, it will see more or less colors based on the language that it has to work with. There's this like common belief or saying that when Christopher Columbus was sailing to the New World and the Indians were looking out at the water, they had never seen a ship before. And so that they can see the ripples in the water, and they were trying to understand what was happening, but they actually couldn't see the ship because they have never seen a ship nor heard the word ship. And so their reality, their eyes literally could not perceive it. Okay. And so we want to begin by at least, how do we transform? Well, we start asking questions. We get curious. People who are so sure of their reality are stuck in the matrix of their mind. Now, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They're living their lives, doing what they're doing. However, we want to recognize that if we don't call things into question, then we can't widen our view of reality. And really what we want to get to with these next layers, these next levels of where do we get to and how do we do that, we want to start understanding our true nature. Because if we ever want to be liberated and free in our own lives and our own reality, then we get to actually experience our true nature. Now, how are you going to experience your true nature when you're taking the conditioning of your mind, and the only way that you can perceive yourself, others, the world, etc., is through these five senses? So if you've never taken the time to question that your five senses are not a great test for reality, boom, there you have it. You can at least start with that and be like, hey, is what I'm seeing real? And again, we know it's not. We just today scientifically can prove that you are seeing about 0.0000001% of reality every second. The rest of it is pretty much formulated by your conditioning, the way that your memory works, and your preconceived belief systems. Okay? And this also, by the way, should give you a little bit compassion for yourself and others, understanding that we're all trapped in this matrix. And a lot of times when people have certain belief systems that impair their judgment or maybe cause even harm to other people, it is not because they are like vile human beings. They are just trapped in a certain reality that has never been put into question in a way that fundamentally helped them shift and see more of reality in a different way in true nature. And they're trying to deal with that, right? A lot of people who are in pain, notice in your life, we loop in this pain. And we often deal with the same kind of circumstances over and over and over again. Now, a lot of people say this is suffering. We have learned that this is not suffering. This is actually how the quantum physics, like matrix, works. It has to loop in order to give you opportunity after opportunity to basically like clear your karma, learn from that experience, and grow in ways that your soul came here to grow. If it didn't do that, and it was always a novel experience, you would never learn anything at all. Like humans learn through contrast and repetition. And so we actually need a mechanism that allows for things to loop in our system until we can literally clear it from. And these next two layers that Elon's going to mention here is the process of beginning to actually clear those things so that we can get out of those loops and get out of those matrices.
Yeah. So when you're in phase one of your journey, right? Like exciting, everything's amazing, amazing, amazing. And then inevitably, whether it takes you a year to get there, 5 years to get there, or like Guy and I, because we're really slow, 15 years to get there.
Speak for yourself. I'm on an accelerator path.
You begin to find the edges of that mindset work. And what I mean by that is this, I'll give you an example. How many of you guys, and just let me know in the comment box, how many of you guys have worked on something? It could be a relationship, it could be your health, it could be your money situation, and you've done a lot of work, like you've invested time, money, energy into it, right? And you figured out things. If I said to you, hey, why is it that you keep having this self-sabotage or this pattern show up? You're like, oh, well, because when I was 3 years old, this happened to me and mom did this or dad didn't do that. And then this happened. And so now to protect myself, I have the, and you can give me the whole fucking roadmap, all of it. And yet that thing is still running the show. Like maybe the gaps in between of how often he kicks, maybe those got longer, but inevitably something's going to happen in your life, and that same part that is afraid of being alone or afraid of being abandoned, the same part that feels like it's stupid, the same part that feels like it's a failure, the same part, all of it like just keeps popping its head over and over and over. How many of you guys, just let me know in the comment box, know exactly what I'm talking about? Yeah. So Alex is saying, yep, understood it all, but nothing ever changed until I found you two. It's like, and what happens is you hit that part again, and then what do? The mind's like, all right, we need more information. We need more information. We need that next seminar. We need that next program. We need that next code. And you do that thing again. And because, again, it's in the mind work, you keep bumping up against that same thing. And so what happens is, if I can kind of like draw this map, when you start your personal development journey, it's like a meteoric rise. And then this part that I'm talking about right now, it's like you can feel that begin to plateau.
Taper.
And as it begins to plateau, with the plateau, because you've been rising and everything's been going, as this happens, it starts to kick up all these other patterns of I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, I'm not worthy, everyone is better than me, this just doesn't work for me, whatever it is. And now the plateau is no longer a plateau, but it actually begins to dip back down, because all the stuff that you did before, you are now doubting. You think you wasted your time, your money, your energy. You think it's all bullshit. And from that lens, you start to look for other things. But because you're already in that place, it becomes very difficult. Yeah, so I see some of you guys are like resonating with this. And again, I know I'm kicking up some stuff. Here's the good news. And the more of you guys that respond to this, to let other people know, I want you to get, this is the human experience. It's not that you did anything wrong. In fact, I will offer, and I don't think I've ever said this in this way, I will offer that if you don't feel that part, then you're not actually on the journey, because it is an impossibility to have a meteoric rise like this forever if you were just to do mindset work. It's an impossibility, because at some point you're going to hit that wall, you're going to hit that edge, and that disappointment is going to kick up. And what we're going to talk about next in this level 2 is, as long as awareness is stuck in here and awareness is doing the mindset work from here, all you're getting is great information on how to manage and understand how things happened, and then manage your way out of them. Like manage your anger, manage your stress, manage your heartache, manage your disappointment, manage yourself, right? But if you actually tune in, was any of that actually healed? And when I say healed, I mean like fully completed and eradicated out of your system.
Yeah. You are liberated from it.
Yeah, I love that word. You are liberated from it. Like mindset cannot liberate you from that place, because those aspects of yourself don't live up here. This is like the computer that processes all of it, right? But all of those traumas, all of those heartbreaks, all of those sad moments, they live in here. And your mind has no access to it. It can look down and understand it. It can make sense of it all, but it can't shift anything. So now, right? So phase 1, it's like we go up. Now we're starting to kind of plateau and then even go down. And then how do you get into a phase 2? How do you go from that dip to here? And that, I just want you guys to know, that's what Guy and I have invested the last 6+ years of our lives exploring. So if you are in that state, which I just spoke about, first, I want you to get you're not alone. Second, I want you to get wonderful. It's a human process. And third, I would invite that you even found us here because your soul already knows that it's time to change the trajectory and go back up. Okay. And so I'm going to share with you what we have found. To switch from level 1 to level 2, awareness you must learn how to shift awareness outside of the mind and then allow that awareness to sit inside the body. Michael Singer calls it the seat of awareness. This, my friends, is where healing actually takes place.
Mm-hmm.
When you combine awareness with the body, like you can actually shift awareness into, and if that voice in your head we call the subtle mind, you begin to practice subtle body.
Mm-hmm.
And as awareness sits here, you can learn tools that actually help you heal all of those aspects that have kicked up all of those patterns. So instead of like a doctor where you're like, doctor, my toe hurts. And he's like, here's medicine for your toe to stop hurting, without ever getting curious about like, why does your toe hurt? Maybe your toe hurts because there's a misalignment in your hip or there's a nerve that's pinched in your back. Why are we dealing with the toe if the thing that's constantly causing the toe has nothing to do with the toe? And so mindset is almost this like, you're dealing with the symptom, you're not really dealing with the root cause. Healing, awareness actually goes and starts to deal with the root cause. So we're going all the way back, no understanding necessary, just to witness these places. And once you can bring awareness out of mind and into body, you now transition yourself into phase 2. This is called level 2 awareness, right?
Yeah.
So in the
Can
awareness
we
effect
pause there real
academy,
quick?
this is level 2. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and so I just want to let you guys know if you are like, because obviously we're talking about it and around it. If you want to put this on the court, you actually want to do this practice that Elon's talking about. You want to, a lot of you guys have done a lot of mindset work. It's fine if you haven't. You can still apply this work regardless. Okay, we find that the marriage of the two is the most powerful kind of cocktail that you can get, and you can certainly go right and do the energetic awareness work as well to liberate energy in the body and metabolize it. If you want to learn how to do that and you don't have this resource yet, type meditation in the comment box and someone from our team will actually send you what we call our active healing meditation. P.S. Even if you hate meditation, even if you think you suck at it, do this meditation, try it. This is not a meditation about learning how to quiet your mind or sitting in silence with nothing happening and just listening to the wind. It's not that. And it's important that you understand that because a lot of people go into meditation with the idea that the whole thing is about quieting the mind. Here's the truth. Elon and I have been meditating for about a decade. We've been doing about our work for about 20 years. I've sat in silent meditation for 10 straight days. The mind doesn't just quiet itself down. It doesn't work. And even to this day, Elon and I are very proficient practice meditators. There are days where you sit down and the mind is not quiet. And if you sit down and your first thing is like quieting the mind, you're going to be very upset that your mind is not quiet because the mind doesn't care about your desires. It has its own agenda. It's its own mechanism, and it's playing a role. It's a way that we process life. Beautiful. So a lot of you guys are asking for it. You'll see Corey, Sarah, Tobias, or Jasmine scouring the chat boxes here. They will be in contact with you and send you some resources. There's actually also a 30-day meditation challenge going on inside the group right now. And even if you didn't get started on the day of, it's perfectly fine. Don't do the meditation challenge because you're like, I need to compete with people. Like, it's about cooperating with yourself. Okay? And we do have some cool prizes coming up here on June 9th. And again, if you need information on that, just that's awesome, Stevie. Let us know and stuff like that. But that's how you can apply it. And here's the thing. If you apply meditation with an expectation, you're going to get nowhere. Let me say that again. If you apply, you can quote me on this one. If you apply meditation with an expectation, that rhymes, yes, you are going to get nowhere. You want to sit agendaless. You don't even want to know why you're sitting today. Yep. There's just you coming to sit. let the work reveal itself to you. Let the work dictate why you're sitting in the first place. Because when the outcomes begin, when your own awareness begins teaching your awareness, and it's not Elon and me dictating a map or a territory for you to understand, although they're useful, don't get me wrong. Elon and I consistently have worked with teachers for 20 years. We think it's crazy to not work with a teacher, right? You might disagree, you might agree, but no one in their right mind can see themselves the way that a person who's subjective about your life can mirror your life back to you. It's crucial. And we can tell you, even from energetic healing, we've tried, we've tried healing on our own, doing our own practices. You can do it, don't get me wrong, it works. And there's a limitation to healing yourself by yourself because we don't live on an island in this world. And our bodies are biologically built for connection. How many of you guys know that you seek connection? You need it, right? Like there's a reason when we put people in isolation in prisons, they go batshit crazy. There's a reason when you see homeless people on the street without connection that they have to form another persona to literally talk to in order to try to establish some kind of connection within their system. Okay, so because of that, there's certain healing work that can be done individually, and then there's healing work that has to be done with another person present. There's healing work that has to be done in a group setting because these are the layers that humanity deals with, and we have trauma at every single layer. And so if you have trauma at every layer, in order to liberate and free that trauma, you also have to do the work at that layer, right? Like, I don't know about you guys, but like, I remember doing like a lot of relationship work for like 6 years, and I was like, oh my God, next time I'm going to be in a loving relationship, I'm going to fucking crush this thing. And then I got in a relationship, and it's like I did no work at all. Why? Because I wasn't in a relationship. I couldn't do that work. I had understanding, but it wasn't applied wisdom. Exactly. And wisdom has to be applied. Right? Yeah. It has to be applied. I had to be with somebody grappling with my programming, with their programming, seeing how things arise, and then looking how do I get to clean that up now and liberate myself so I can have a more loving relationship. And that's an ongoing process like it is for all of us, right? We're all evolving, growing, and learning. Last thing here before I hand it back to Elon is I want to say at that level one, again, it doesn't matter, level one, location one, layer one, these are all interchangeable. And again, we're just naming it. It doesn't even mean that these levels truly exist. There's a sense at that like less conscious level, less aware level, that life is happening to you. It's like you are a kite in the wind. You're kind of a victim of your circumstances. Everything that changes that doesn't fit into your realm of your expectations just creates upset in your life. And so the response from that level is to try to create and control more of life. And I don't know about you guys. Huh?
How does that work?
Yeah, and here's the truth. We all know this kind of like, you know, intuitively is that like you can't control life. You just can't. The one thing, and even that, I'm not exactly sure, is like the one thing you can get good at is how are you going to respond to what's happening. But I can tell you, even the responses that you have biochemically, you're not in control of those either. They just happen. If something goes down in the room and it creates upset for you, you're going to be upset. The real question again, and what you do have some sense of control over, and I hesitate to use that word, is can you now work with what's arising in the system? Instead of squashing it, burying it, trying to manipulate it. Like, that's not being present. That's not the truth of your reality in that moment. You might have really good systems for these things, ways that you manage it, like Elon talked about. However, in essence, when you're managing things, what you're really doing is you're bypassing the actual experience that you're having. People call that compartmentalizing. Oh, I'll compartmentalize my anger with my spouse till later. Cool. Tell me how that works, and let me know that that doesn't show up later in ways that you didn't want it to when they do the next thing that throws you off, and then you explode much bigger, and you're like, where did that come from? Well, it's that thing that you didn't deal with that you compartmentalized or managed, right? So it's like we are having an experience. It is a human experience. We are animals with biochemical, intense emotional responses. And until we understand how to elevate our consciousness to a higher state of awareness that is outside of the conditioned mind, we will always be stuck in this matrix of this conditioning. And that's what truly our work is all about, is showing people how to locate higher states of consciousness so that as those situations arise, as those emotions and feelings and sensations and distortions arise, is that you build a confidence and capacity, a new foundation in your awareness to sit with and experience those things from, let's call it like your spiritual self instead of your small human self. And until you've located that bigger mind, that bigger awareness, you're always going to be stuck in that game. I don't care how much information you have. I don't care how many books you read. I don't care how many Tony Robbins courses you've gone and done or whatever else that you've gone and did. Like, all that is good and will serve you as you clear things from your system and have to integrate a new life into you. Like, all that stuff is fundamentally beyond important to know and to have that basis in. And that's why we actually teach both, right? Because we do think they're both important. However, if you are truly here in this lifetime and here right now watching and listening to this, we don't think it's a coincidence. You're here most likely to create more well-being in your system, to fundamentally change how you feel internally, which is to feel more safe in your body, in this world, in your spirituality, in your communication, in your self-expression, right? And to connect with people in an authentic way. And if that's what you're here for, then we have not been able to find anything outside of the realm of energy and awareness that allows for people to do that.
And something Guy said before about, doing this work on your own. Look, if I could tell you that you could do these practices on your own and get there, I would. I would love to get to that place where I can just show someone, hey, like, go do these things and here you go. The truth of the matter is this: you, however much work you've done, you are still a product of a human body. The human body is connected to a human mind. The human mind has been tasked from a very, very young age to protect you from all of these things that you have been running away from for decades. And so even when you do mindset work and you how many of you guys know when you found that door? You know the door you need to walk through, right? Like, think of maybe a relationship or something that has to do with your self-worth or something that has to do with like the part that self-sabotages. You know the door. It's not new. You can guide me to it. You can tell me, I've walked to this, but the opening it and walking into that darkness of the unknown, that's where the mind's like, are you kidding me? Oh, hell no. This is what I've been protecting you from for the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You want to walk there? Are you mad?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so here's the difference. Like, when we do work with people, I want you to imagine, so there's that scenario, you trying to walk through that door by yourself, or imagine this: me and Guy holding your hand, walking next to you on either side. Coaches, people in the community, everyone walking, surrounding you, walking through that same door.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you're going to have way more courage to be able to walk through that, knowing that, you know what, I'm not alone this time. This time I got friends, family, support. Like, I don't have to do this alone. And that is where we create these two incredible healing. Like, the incredible healings happen because we're finally able to walk through, right? Every spiritual text you've ever read, the only way out is through.
Yeah.
Right. And mindset tries to get you to this promised land by finding all these like ninja cheat codes, but like, it doesn't work because the only way out is through. So until you walk through that door into that darkness, into that unknown, you're just going to keep looping these things over and over. And so back to the levels, right? It's like, once awareness can shift out of here and into here, we can begin to witness through awareness what is actually the body communicating. Because in the same way that the mind remembers everything, so does your body. And when the body gets hit with a certain energetic charge, it's going to clamp up in a certain way to try to protect you. And this is what the mind is actually responding to. So when you're doing mindset work, I want you to get, it's amazing. And it's always in response to the reaction, never to the actual thing that is reacting. So at level 2, now we begin to bring that in there. And you start to really shift into like, wow, this world is really happening for me, not to me, but for me. And you begin to witness all of these things that happen on the inside and liberate from your system by the virtue of you witnessing them with this agendaless awareness. Now, I know you guys are we're throwing a lot at you today, and that's okay. This is really for you to kind of map where you are, right? The how-to, I don't want you to get fixated on. The how-to is what we teach in our Awareness Effect Academy. We're not going to go into that today, but this is like the map, so you can kind of sense of like, oh, wow, this is where I'm at. This is where I'm stuck. This is why I'm feeling this, etc. Now, once you start to shift awareness into here, that dip that you might be experiencing begins to shift, and it starts to shift and it goes up. And once you can marry the mindset work with the energetics, with the awareness effect, it's like napalm on an open fire. You will begin to grow so quickly as you begin to cultivate these practices. Okay? And now you get to reach into another level. There's actually 4. I'm going to touch on 4 for just a second, but here's where things get really cool. So the first step is, we call it like level 2 is like the self to self healing practices, right? This is the self to self. The next level is, once you get a really good understanding and a really good felt sense of this, what you are then able to do is hold some awareness here and now begin to shift awareness out into your environment. So for anyone that is here because you want to make a difference, you want to make a difference with your kids, you want to make a difference with your husband, you want to make a difference at your workplace, you want to make a difference with your family or in community or whatever it is, once you get a good sense of this and you begin to liberate these things, and there's practices of self-love and compassion, which bring more peace and ease into your system, if you are a vibrational frequency that is walking out through this world, then guess what happens as you begin to change, like with little dials, the frequency that you are in the world? That's going to start to impact people. You ever walk into a home where people are just like stressed, or an environment where everyone in that environment is stressed, and you cannot help but be sucked into that environment where you're like, I don't even know why, but I feel like all like, ugh. Versus if you walked into a room, maybe you've gone to a seminar, or you've been to like a meditation training or a yoga training, and these beautiful places, and you literally walk into this place and it's like, oh, like your entire system just, you feel it downregulate. You can be that transmission for people in your life. That's what begins to happen at level 3. You can't get to level 3 though until you understand me, until you can feel that distinction of like me, not me. You can't impact that environment because everything is whiplashing you. You don't even know what's yours, what's theirs. Am I working on mine? Am I working on theirs? You have no idea. And when you start to shift into that level 3 awareness, where awareness can be here and there, now your environment begins to shift. Okay, this is where things get really, really cool. Like, I mean, stories abound from our clients, some of who are here. The level of mind blown magic that shows up in your life is it doesn't even, like, you sit there and the mind is trying to process what is happening. For example, like, you'll be with someone in your life that the relationship has always been very, very challenging, like always just combative, but you've worked on your parts, right? Like, you've healed and liberated those parts, and you walk into that room and that person is a completely different person. Like, the words coming out of their mouth is different. The way they talk to you is different. The things they offer you is different. You think that you're getting punked. You're like, am I getting pranked right now? What is happening? Who is this person? What did they do? And it's all because not because you had to have like some difficult conversation with them and be like, you know what, mom, every time you say this to me, blah, 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 this happens. And right, like, you don't even have to do any of that anymore. They just shift as you begin to shift. So now you're on this like parabolic rise, because every time you do a meditation, not every time maybe, but like very quickly, new things open up. we call the awareness effect. It's almost like opening an aperture where you just start to perceive more and more and more of what's happening in here, more of what's happening out there, more what's happening in the energetic world, in the field, and everything becomes, this is kind of what level 3 is. It's not just happening to you, it's happening through you. It's like you are the frequency vibration that things are moving through and starting to paint your reality. And this is where things become so, like, Alex was saying, like, unexplainable. It is so beyond what your mind, because your mind works in linear fashion. This does not work in linear fashion. This is like, I was here, I am broke. Now I upgraded to this other timeline, and in this timeline, all my money worries are concerned.
And I just want to say about that, it's because the conditioned mind is a linear mechanism, but reality itself is quantum in nature, right? That's why we have quantum physics and then regular physics, because physics is measurable in a conditioned mind reality. But when you get beyond that, you start going into a quantum realm, and you got to get that awareness. And this is, you can literally prove it to yourself, is free of time and space. There's no location to it at all. And so it's free to move faster than the speed of light anywhere into the universe that's perceivable, right? Which is really to say infinite time space. And so because of that, kind of like, Alex is saying here, she's saying, I'm manifesting everything within days, clients showing up out of nowhere, making more money, working less. I could go on. Again, I want to just say what we typically say here, which is, these were, a lot of times you go into programs and they'll tell you these results are not typical. You have to do this and this. Like here, it's about consistency, right? Like if you want to master something, guess what? You got to be consistent. You guys can come to our weekends. It'll be an amazing experience, alter your life for sure. And if you want it to be sustainable, like guess what? Like the people who are really getting a lot from it, like anything else, they got to be consistent with it. However, the consistency we're talking about here is not great effort on your part. We're talking like 5 to 10 minutes a day of doing anything. If you can't find 5 to 10 minutes a day to do something in your day that's going to build a new habit, then I'm just going to tell you flat out, you're not committed to transformation. You're not really committed to anything. Maybe you're committed to the suffering, and you got to get real with yourself about that. It's like, if I'm not making any habitual changes, then what I'm committed to is what I have. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And then you should, continue to do that and whatever, it is what it is, right? I don't want to go down this path. But my point here is that like you start accessing things that you're just aligning to in your system, and then they can reveal themselves in a quantum fashion. Then you don't really do much. There's not really anything you specifically need to do to make that happen. But in the conditioned world, when we read books and we do the courses, and you read most headlines in the marketing or business space, it's like, here are the 5 steps you need to achieve this, or the 3 steps to do that, or the 7-step diet to lose 30 pounds, right? Like the mind and people know this, so they take advantage of it in the marketing space. And that is a way to get there, but requires a lot of work. And that's what we often say, is that we've been misled to believe in this reality that the only way to achieve something is to work really, really hard for it. Now, I'm not putting down hard work. We have evidence for people who work very, very hard and achieve things. However, there are plenty of people in this world who work their asses off, and they don't have much to show for it. And we have a lot more of those people than we have of the people who are working really hard and getting there. And so what we really want to get in our reality and in our knowingness is that your reality, right, is what we call reality, is really an organic type of hologram, right? It's just like virtual reality experience. And the way that it works, it's literally communing with you. It's actually communicating with you. And the way that it communicates with you is through vibration and energy. Okay? I don't care how much you understand through the mind, you're not at vibration and you're not at energy. And so what actually gets to shift in order for something to liberate and for these like magical serendipitous things to kind of magically show up in people's lives is the organic hologram is waiting for your energy to shift, to align itself and to reveal itself through that vibration. And so if you are an externally focused person on your circumstances, then all you ever do is change your circumstances, but that doesn't change the vibration inside of the system, not one iota. And that's why people end up managing a lot and feeling like they're taking on so much. It's because it's like, this is not changing, but they're taking on more and more and more out here. And it's fucking debilitating, right? Like the difference between being a child and an adult in our world, it's like the adult just feels like they're being compressed. The child is just living from purpose and vibration and frequency. Reality shows up however they want it to. In any moment, it's spontaneous and sporadic and novel and exciting. And then the adult is like responsibility, like there's that, right? And starts putting all this stuff on themselves, and life becomes a burden. You know, it is happening to you, and then some people get to it's happening for me. But what we're really talking about here is an actual perceptive experience that life is actually moving through you and being generated and coming through your system as a vibration and then arising as a reality hologram that you can sense through your awareness and five senses, but that's always transferable, always evolving, always can change depending on your ability to move through the experiences that are arising in your system. And that's what this work is really about. It's like, how can I build confidence in my system that no matter what arises, I actually know how to feel through it, be aware of it, and learn from what this evolutionary process is really teaching my system.
Yeah. So guys, again, just to recap everything that we shared, right? Levels in the beginning, shooting out of the cannon, so excited, etc. Then we kind of find that like plateauing area. We get into that little bit discouragement phase, and this phase is very, very important because what you choose to do from here is going to change whether you continue down or you can turn this thing and go back up. If you continue doing what you've been doing, which is trying to acquire more information and gather more information, then chances are you're going to keep going down because all the books start sounding the same, all the videos start sounding the same, all the coaches start sounding the same, and you're like, I've heard that already. I've heard that. It doesn't make a difference. You keep seeking, right? When you shift awareness from stuck in here into out here and into body is when that transition begins to happen. This is like the new playground where you begin to learn in. And I promise, once you're there, it really is this never ending scale. We are being taught right now, just so you guys know, with people who have meditated in the Himalayas in caves for 50 plus years, like reincarnated Rinpoches, okay? And they're constantly growing, right? There is no end to what awareness can be aware of. You are just tapping more and more into source. You are finding more and more who you really are, the purpose in life, the clarity in which you can just make things appear that were not there before. So again, if this is something that you want, then again, Guy just put this up. Just type in contact me. We have an amazing team: Tobias, Sarah, Jasmine, Corey, Nikki, Sarah. Like, they're all here to provide you with anything that you need. If you type contact me, someone will be in touch. They're happy to even jump on a quick call with you and just answer some questions and see if what this work is a fit for you. I just want to let you know, this is not for everyone. Like, this work is for people that really are ready to have this level of healing. Like, if the books are satisfying you right now, keep reading books. You know, maybe you haven't gotten to that place yet where all of a sudden this makes sense. But if any of this resonated with you and you're like, wow, this is exactly where I'm at, take it from me. Do not wait till your 15th year to have an epiphany and go, oh shit, I've done this now for 15 years and I still keep feeling stuck, because someone telling you from experience, like, you can't inform your way out of this. We hired coaches in the multiple six figures and could not get out of this, right? That doesn't mean that things that I learned didn't help me. Don't get me wrong. They helped. But that stuff kept looping and looping and looping and looping and looping. And I was like, I can't do with this anymore. I want to feel like a complete healing. I want to be liberated from. I want to move on to the next thing. I don't want to keep dealing with this thing over and over and over. So if that's you, you just type in contact me. Someone will be in touch with you and we'll go from there. We have multitudes of ways, right? You can come and test this thing out at a 2-day event, which we have at the end of June. And after that, we have, like I said, the 3 levels of the Awareness Effect Academy. And depending on where you are in your life, I promise you that one of them is the perfect fit for you to get you moving down this path. So we hope you guys enjoyed this. If this is your first time with us, again, thank you for being here. For all of our other, amazing clients, thank you guys for being here and always sharing your perspective. I think it's more important for people to hear from you than from us. And truth be told, I'm just going to put them out there. But if any of you guys resonate with anything that one of them said today and you're new here, I'm sure they'd be happy to chat with you. Just reach out to them and be like, hey, can I ask you a quick question or two? And I'm sure they will be more than happy to answer anything that you guys want to hear. I always say better to hear from people that have gone through the work than just from us. So thank you guys as always. Thank you for being here. Looking forward to more and seeing you guys in person. Hopefully.
Hello, and welcome back to the Deborah Peters Show. It is an absolute pleasure to have you join me today. This is a real big time in the world and in business and in how companies function. We've got every kind of environment now, from complete remote working to hybrid to full-on, full-time in the office and everything in between. But bottom line, it's all about relationships. And that's what this podcast is all about. This podcast is all about being conscious in every area of your life, your business, your relationships, your health, your wealth, your self-expression. And of course, the highest level relationship you can ever have is with yourself. And so today we're going to dig into what relationship dynamics play out in your life, especially in your work life, and how you can navigate that in such a way that you're making people feel like they're part of the team, and therefore they're bringing even more to the table. So my guest today, thank you so much for joining me. This is the second time we get together, Carrie. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, and you're an educator, and your background is in relationships and work relationships. So with all the changes that have been happening post-pandemic and people making personal changes in their lives and where they live and how they live, what are you seeing that's really happening in terms of relationship dynamics?
I think the biggest thing is that the more you talk to people, the more they will start to reveal that they're feeling really disconnected.
Yeah.
That it's a struggle. And even if they've gone back to work, like, things are a little different. And, I think a lot of people are really finding that challenging of how do we get reconnected to each other? How do we get reconnected to the work and the purpose? And what is this all going to look like? I think there's a lot of fear out there. And so that's really the biggest challenge that I think most people are having.
Yeah, seriously, we've had the fear of Jesus put into us about, you can't talk to people. If you don't act a certain way, you're going to make the world die, and people are going to die around you because you're not behaving a certain way. There's been a lot of programming and conditioning that's taken place with the propaganda that's gone on around this. So I see it too, and I'm just generalizing, but to make the point is that people are afraid to engage. They want to.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that this summer when I was working remotely and traveling throughout the South. I noticed in different states, people were handling getting to know the new person differently. Mm-hmm. And some were just completely afraid to even look you in the eye. And others were like, I want to talk to you, but I'm shy. It's a little bit of everything. And
Yeah.
so that's the tricky part, isn't it?
It is. And I think you're right. I mean, I think there are so many sort of cultural, societal messages out there that are things I like when I talk to folks about relationship and the importance of relationship and how do we build relationship. I often will point out to them that there are 3 really big barriers to creating relationships. Sorry, my dog's
He's like chiming in. Yeah.
He's like, I would like to be in relationship.
I want to do that.
Dog I heard outside. Stop, you're fine. Sorry. Anyway, so there are 3 really big barriers to creating relationship, and they are power, competition, and fear.
Sure.
And man, look at the cultural messaging that we've gotten, especially in spades in the last 3 years, right?
Yeah.
Power, competition, and fear. Those things actually prevent us from being in relationship with each other. And
absolutely,
the 3 building blocks, or some of the building blocks of healthy relationship, are the opposite of those, right? Trust, reciprocity, and cooperation. But those things are things that take time, and we have to build those things. And somebody has to be willing to be vulnerable and take that first step so that somebody else can come sort of meet them halfway. And when we're constantly bombarded with all of these cultural messages about we should be afraid of each other, and we don't know how to get along with each other, and our differences are bigger than our similarities, then it can feel really overwhelming to figure out, where do I even start?
Well, and it creates a whole program. It's the process of, let's just say, the 0 to 7 imprint years. It's really easy to create a program within a child's mind. They just are quite accepting, very malleable.
Mm-hmm.
With an adult, it's different. It takes a lot of repetition, 3, 7, 21 repetitions to create a new thought pattern or adjust to a new habit. So to see people become so shut down and so afraid to engage with each other really does signify the enormity of how much hammering on the nervous system has actually taken place. And the bizarre thing about it is that we are, as human beings, we're social animals. We need that. We need that interfacing. And if we don't have it, then I think science has shown us that parts of our brain start to shut down, and our health starts to decline, and our immune system starts to collapse. And it's not good all the way around,
Yeah, no, it definitely isn't. And that's in one of those instances where our brains are kind of at odds with our body, right? Because our brain's job is to keep us safe. But if your nervous system is in this constant state of awareness, heightened awareness, then everything looks like danger, right?
Yeah.
And so unless and until we can figure out how to settle our nervous systems and really feel calm, we don't know how to discern the difference between discomfort and danger.
Yeah.
Right?
And to bridge the gap with a hug, just need a hug. I think most people right now just really need a big old hug.
Yeah, I think a lot of people definitely need that, or even just a warm smile, right?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna meet your eyes with my eyes, and and I'm just gonna look at you kindly, and just give you a smile. It's kind of amazing the difference that can make when you feel like somebody is actually paying attention to you.
Yeah. I remember during 2020, I was based in downtown LA, and I would walk down the street and I would smile at people because I was happy, I was taking care of my mental, emotional state and taking responsibility for that. And so I'd walk down the street and I would smile and say hello to people. I was just my normal self. I didn't dial that back, but they would run they would run, they would cross the street, they'd scurry to the edge, and you know, it was really, I laugh about it now, but it was really hard at the time because I was just really I was that one craving that hug. You know, I just really wanted to talk to people.
Yeah.
Now what I'm seeing, which is fascinating because I'm in a different geography, different market, because I'm remote working now since like the end of May. What I'm experiencing is just these random big old smiles on people's faces as I, you know, roll in and out of the grocery store or stop by, you know, the department store to pick something up, and it's beautiful. I mean, it just warms my heart. You know, it's almost like getting a hug, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's one of those things, like I will often tell employers, right? Think about what a difference it would make, right? If somebody comes into your office and you're like looking at your computer and you go, yeah, hey, I'll be with you in just a minute. What is it that you need, right? And we're not making eye contact and I'm not paying attention to you, versus I close my laptop and I look up at you and I go, hey, it's nice to see you. How's your day going? Sets a completely different tone. And it doesn't take any longer to have that interaction. But if I'm going to set that tone with like, I see that you are an actual human being that is in my physical presence, and I'm going to smile at you, then chances are whatever interaction we're about to have is going to go way better than it was.
You know, it's interesting you say that because that's probably been my pet peeve, I guess, if I have one, for the last couple of years is, you know, you can walk into a store and walk up to a counter. They'll be doing something on their computer and just it's like you're non-existent. It's like you're not even standing there for minutes, like not a fraction, but minutes. And I think that, you know, it really takes a certain kind of training and programming to be able to pull that. I can't pull that off.
Yeah.
Like I have to work really hard to completely ignore someone that's right in front of me. So if we're going to get into, you know, let's maybe talk about this a little bit, communication styles, right? So then I will say hello, and sometimes they'll acknowledge, sometimes they won't. Now I understand everybody's got a different kind of concentration level. But I really feel strongly that if you can't handle interruptions, you really shouldn't be in a customer service frontline role.
Right.
And I think I'm probably really old school because where I learned to acknowledge people was I was in the service industry. You know, I was bartending and serving cocktails and you know, occasionally didn't enjoy it much, but food service. I'd rather serve 100 cocktails than one plate of food, you know. But the thing is that we were always taught that you acknowledge everyone. Like you could be totally caught off guard, the only person working the room, and you get slammed and every table's full. But if you acknowledge everyone, just look them in the eye, give them a smile, let them know, hey, I'm working on you, I'll be back. They will wait forever.
Yep.
But if you ignore them, nobody likes to be ignored.
Right. We all know what that feels like. You know, if like you walk up on the street and you see a couple of your friends standing there talking and they wait 5 minutes to acknowledge you and you're just standing there awkwardly and feeling weird.
Mind-blowing.
It's horrible. Like we all know what that feels like. And that is physiological, right? Like one of the most basic psychological needs of human beings is belonging.
Yeah.
We need to know that we're not invisible. And you know, I used to do a lot of street outreach with folks who are unhoused, right? And the thing that they would say more than anything else is like, yeah, it would be really great if you could give me $5 so that I could go get a warm cup of coffee. But more than anything, just acknowledge me when you walk by. Just say hi. Like it feels so horrible to think that I am literally just invisible. Because
I have a theory on that. And I have a theory that most people don't acknowledge someone who is, say, living on the street and panhandling for money, because they don't want it to be contagious.
Right.
You know, I think there's an element of that going on. It's like, if I engage with this person, you know, and of course it's not, but you know, there's like a basic sense of self that's missing. Because I do a lot of, I go to a lot of networking events, and I've been in situations where I'll walk up to a group, or someone will come and walk up to a group that I'm talking in, and everybody will just, you know, ignore that new person rather than just take a breath and go, hey, you know,
yeah,
this is what we're chatting about. How are you? What's your name? It's so easy to do.
Yeah. Yeah. It really is. It's amazing the impact it has, right? I often tell people building trust and building relationship is both easier and harder than we think it is. You know, it's easier because oftentimes that's all it takes is to start, right? Or to just acknowledge that there's some awkwardness here. You know, I'm feeling a little weird about this. But it's harder than we think because we have to be willing to be vulnerable, and we have to be willing to slow down. Like building trust and building relationship takes time. And
is it a basic? I think these are basic manners that we either are or are not taught as a child.
I think that's part of it, but I think the other part of it is that it's those hierarchies, it's those power structures, right? Like, I don't know about you, but my parents were baby boomers, and I was raised that children are supposed to be ignored, right? Like, you are not,
That did hold me back.
You're spoken to, right? Oh no, me either. I always got in trouble for that, right? But there was this, like I was brought up, and even in school, you know, I was brought up like there's a time and a place for you to speak, and you wait until I acknowledge you, right? As a child. And then, you know, we do all these we set up all these competitions. Like a lot of times in workplaces, there will be these sort of artificial competition things that we set up because we think it's going to increase productivity. But and maybe it does increase productivity a little bit, but more than that, what it does is it divides people, because who wants to be in relationship with someone you're in competition with? Like,
horrible.
That feels awful, right? So I think there's a lot of that is sort of instilled in us over time, right? Because like, I know for a fact, I've been in situations where I know someone was ignoring me as kind of a power play.
Yes.
And it's like, that feels really gross. And also I can totally see through what you're doing. Like that's just weird. But also we're socialized to do that. It's a competition thing.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's a lot at play. Like, some of it is just lack of social graces. Like, just, it's like chewing with your mouth full of food. It's like, just don't, you know, just don't, like, have some awareness, some self-awareness that you're actually out among other people, and that you're not the only one standing here in this conversation, and that it's okay to include other people. You're not going to lose your grounding. Like, you can still make your point and be inclusive of, you know, who else has come into the mix. So just, I just, you know, I don't have a lot of patience for that kind of thing. I don't, you know.
Yeah, I agree. It's those sort of social dynamics just are
awkward at best.
Yeah. Kind of feels super gross.
So well, and also kind of annoying. Like, sometimes I'll be standing there thinking to myself, wow, this is fascinating. You know, that people can pretend you're not there and think it's okay. I mean, professionally, it's not very professional. On a personal level, it's just, like you said, gross. It's just like really rude. So I think it's a few things. I think it's a lack of self-awareness, bad manners, just in general, poor social skills, and you know, to your point, just maybe a desire to have the upper hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's true in a lot of cases. Which also I think leads back to that fear thing, right? It's like, what, you know, I can't give an inch to this person because what if, you know, I got to look like I'm the one who's in charge or the one who's the most knowledgeable or the one, you know, whatever, which I don't know. I think it's really funny to think about what we think we're getting out of that. You know, what are you winning? If you're
I don't think they think that far down the road. I think it's very much an instant gratification kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just a lot going on in terms of how status quo runs, you know, the rules of society function, what you're expected to accept as being a norm.
Right.
So there's just a lot, you know, and I see too buzzwords. So we'll have in the professional world or the executive world, you know, there's a concept like servant leadership. It's like, well, that's wonderful, but who's responsible? At the end of the day, somebody's got to take responsibility. So is it really that effective? And I think that there's a point of, I'm going to step up here and I'm going to lead. I'm going to remain open and I'm going to remain flexible, but somebody's got to take responsibility. So how do I do that without putting people down? Like, how do I lead and be and you know, keep the charge moving forward, as they would say, like,
yeah,
moving the needle, and yet remain where I'm not developing this staunch hierarchy.
Yeah. I mean, I think that one of the best ways to do it, like, we need to have, if we're working together as a team, we need to have sort of a shared sense of reality.
Sure.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. Somebody is ultimately responsible for this deliverable thing, whatever we've all agreed is the important deliverable thing. Yes, this is the person that's responsible for that. And the reason that we're a team and the reason that we were all hired is because we each have different skill sets that feed into this person's ability to deliver that thing. And so as long as we all understand that there isn't one person who's more or less valuable than anybody else on the team, right? We all have a role to play, right? If you think about it, back in, you know, caveman times when we were, you know, roving around sort of nomadically and figuring out like everybody had a different role, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, somebody was in charge of starting the fire and somebody was in charge of cooking the thing that they'd hunted. But you can't do that unless there was the person that gathered the wood and the person that went and hunted the thing. And then the other people who prepared the thing once you caught it. And if we have this shared reality that we're all in this together and we all benefit from this ultimate deliverable, there are all these little smaller deliverables along the way. And those are equally as important, right? There are all these building blocks that go into the same thing. And so I think if there's someone who's a leader, they're going to be most effective if they're able to create a climate where everybody actually understands their own worth in this larger system and embraces it and feels good about it, right? Like, this is my skill set. This is a thing that I know I'm really, really good at. And it's important to the team for this to happen. I mean, that's
right.
You know, instead of, I think in the past, what we've done is placed way more emphasis on one part of that puzzle than another.
Sure.
And then, you know, made it seem like you're actually not all that important. You're kind of disposable, actually. And nobody wants to be disposable. I don't want to be disposable. I want to feel important. I want to feel like I'm contributing.
Yeah, well, I think we all do. And, you know, it's the challenge is that usually with higher level positions, let's say in a corporate makeup, there's greater levels of responsibility and the stakes are higher. You know, I coach CEOs of small to mid-sized companies. I have for 20 years, and 99.9% of them are men. Not that I don't like coaching female CEOs. There aren't very many, you know. There's more today than there were then, but it just became its thing. It became a niche market, and the stakes are super high. Like, these guys lay their entire existence on the line for the success of that company, and they know that they're responsible for paying everybody's mortgage, right? So, but what we have to find, I think, is some kind of awareness that, yes, you are in this role of greater responsibility, the stakes are higher, and everyone on your team plays a part in this wheel moving forward.
Yeah.
So it's, how do we create, first of all, value and awareness of value, and then secondly, acknowledgement of that.
Right.
You can't acknowledge something you're not aware of.
Right. Yeah. No, there's this great thing that I discovered about probably 10 years ago, and I do it a lot with adolescents as a way to sort of build their self-esteem. But I think it's really, I've done it with teams as well too. And it's called wealth mapping. And it's, so, when we think of the word wealth, we think of money, right?
Sure.
But we all have all of these different alternative forms of wealth, right? Some people are amazing at navigating bureaucracy. Like, some people can do that like nobody's business, right? Some people are phenomenal at a spreadsheet. Some people are really, really great at walking into a room, sort of reading the situation and calming everybody down, right?
Yeah.
Those are not things that we necessarily, I mean, the spreadsheet thing, maybe you're going to put that on your resume, maybe even the navigating bureaucracy thing, but there are like all of these other different kinds of skills that people bring to
soft skills.
Yeah. And so there's this whole, thing that I do with teams often where we'll do wealth mapping, and people can have a really hard time wrapping their head around it. It's like, I don't know.
I know.
But usually once we get on a roll, or once one of their coworkers will be like, oh, here's the thing. You're really good at, remembering everybody's birthdays, which seems like a silly thing, but it's super important, right? Because who doesn't want to have their birthday acknowledged, or whatever, right? You're paying attention to everybody on the team, and everybody feels cared for by you. That's an alternative form of wealth. And then somebody will be like, oh yeah, I am kind of good at that actually, right? And so doing that in a team and being able to recognize and acknowledge all of these other things that your coworkers are doing, the way that they move through the world that is slightly unique, that makes them who they are, that also really benefits everybody else around them, can be huge, right?
Yeah.
That's a great way for people to understand. And it's also a great way to, often leaders don't know those kind of things. Those things are sort of
people don't talk about it.
Them. And so knowing that about the people that are working for you is a big deal. The other thing that I like to do is to have folks sort of interrogate what it is that in your culture it constitutes work.
Right.
Right. Is it like, are we thinking about work as just deliverables on a
head down?
Right. Or am I acknowledging that, this person that works for me has a child at home who is on the autism spectrum, and they have an elderly parent also living with them. And there's all this stuff that they're having to navigate before they ever even walk through the door. And so that's work, right? It's uncompensated work, but it's work. And so this person is also doing all of these other things. And by the time they get here, how can we support them?
Yeah.
Right. Maybe there's a coworker that just brings them a cup of coffee at 2:30 every day, just the way they like it. right? How
Sure.
can this person feel cared for? It's not going to cost the company anything. It doesn't, right? It's just creating this culture of cooperation and care for each other by examining how much work someone's doing. I have a friend who is profoundly deaf, right? And that's work just to navigate the world.
Yeah,
And so
life.
she's
Mhm.
already starting out with like so much less energy for certain things. So how can I figure out when I'm working with her, what's going to make her life easier? Right.
You know, it makes me think of I just toured this company, and it's like a storage facility at the port
Mhm.
in Savannah, Georgia, and they have a very powerful value proposition, and their set of values and the goals and objectives are laid out as well, and they have four main goals for 2023. One is to provide free healthcare for their entire workforce. One is to provide one hot meal a day for their workforce. So far, they're managing to do that one day a week, and then to provide complimentary childcare for their workers. I mean, that's huge. I was a single mother.
Yeah.
Childcare, when you got to get up in the morning and get yourself and your child ready and out the door, and if you're dealing with any weather, to have a company that provided healthcare and lunch and somewhere for your child to be cared for, oh my God, that just took the weight of the world off of my shoulders. That would have been a completely other reality for me.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
the thing is that I think it's how we go about this, where it's not like an entitlement, because I'm not down with this whole entitlement thing of, you know, you're the company, you're the man with all the money, you owe me. It's like, no, nobody owes you anything. You need to get up, suit up, show up, and perform. And you need to do it for you, not because somebody's looking. So whether they're looking or not, you need to do it for you. Always do your best. Why wouldn't you? Who cares, right? And then there needs to be a dialogue between the people that are in the company and the people that have the influence to create the structure of the company, so that there's like you said, a unified vision. It's like, who are we becoming as a company here? What kind of culture are we creating, and how do we want to flush this thing out? What do we want people to feel like when they spend most of their lives coming here every day of the week, 5 days a week, whatever? Because we do spend most of our adult life working.
Right. And you don't want to resent that, right? I mean, yes, I'm going to work harder if I feel like the people that I'm working with actually care about me as a human being, right? If I feel like I'm disposable, then gradually my motivation levels are going to go down to get that work done, right? So coming to work and feeling like there are people there who are happy to see me, who acknowledge what my unique skills and gifts are, right? That I have one of the other basic psychological needs of human beings is emerging mastery. We need to feel like we're not just doing the same thing all the time over and over. I need to feel like I'm getting better, like I'm learning a new skill. I'm, maybe I have opportunities for advancement. So how do we create a system that nurtures all of those things, that nurtures relationship, that doesn't treat the human being like it's just this machine that's going to come in and do all the things for us? Because that might work for a little while, but unless we trap people into sort of being beholden to that particular job, they're going to leave because they're miserable. Like you said, I'm spending most of my adult life doing this. I would like to be enjoying it.
Yeah. And then I really feel that who we are being is what gets reflected back to us. So if we want to be treated that way, we need to show up that way. We need to come into that environment, full on, this is I'm showing up, I'm communicating, I'm contributing, I'm bringing my best self as much as I can. Yeah, I'm gonna have a bad day once in a while, but that's not my attitude. That's just having a bad day, you know? And then we'll get that mirrored back to us, rather than, I think, looking for the company to provide something we're not already being is kind of foolish. Like, if we want this company to show up a certain way for us, it's like any relationship in a marriage, business partnership, parental. If you want your child to be a certain way, if you want your spouse to be a certain way, be that thing, be that energy, be that focus. And if they're not capable of mirroring it back to you, then you know you need to move on, because you're more conscious than they are. And if they can't rise up and connect to that consciousness, then it's not a fit. It's a values conflict.
Right. That's not, again, one of those, that's a perfect illustration of one of the building blocks of healthy relationships is reciprocity. If you're not going to meet me halfway, right? If I'm going to say to you, here I am, I'm putting myself out here, I'm working my tail off, I'm showing up, I have this great attitude, and you're just ignoring me, or, then that's not healthy. That's not sustainable. So how do we have reciprocity? Again, that doesn't necessarily mean, I'm equal to the CEO in terms of, all the work things, but it does mean that I'm seen as a unique, important human being who is also part of the shared vision of this work that we're doing together. And so how do we meet folks halfway? How do we create that sort of culture instead of, and I don't think anybody should feel like other people owe them something.
Yeah, I know.
It
seems to be rampant these days.
Yeah. If you're in a relationship, it needs to be like we're co-creating this.
Co-creating.
That's the important piece. How do we co-create this?
How do we co-create? Well, it takes two to tango, baby, right? I remember, and then I'm gonna ask you to give some information about how people can reach you. I remember a point in my life where I would go into a relationship, just kind of looking to calibrate who they were being and how they were showing up. And I felt like I always kind of got the short end of the stick, so to speak. I would always go away from that interactions going, like, this is not nurturing to me at all. And then I decided to really look at what I was creating, and going forward, I started going into relationships, leading with what I wanted the relationship dynamic to look like and letting that play out. And sometimes they just walked away, and sometimes they struggled a little, and sometimes they met me full on halfway. I mean, it was a mixed bag, right? But I saw it as an experiment instead of it, because I'm always doing that with all of my relationships. It's like, okay, you show me who you're being, and I'll let you know if we're going to continue. But this is who I'm being. So if you can roll at my speed, let's party. If you can't roll at my speed, then what do we need to talk about here to sort this thing out? Because I care about you, and I want you in my life, and I want to work with you, and I want to do this project with you, and whatever it is, right? Because it could be staff, team members, clients, lovers. It could be all girlfriends, whatever, all of the above.
Yeah, because that's the thing, right? We need to be able to grow, and our relationships need to be able to grow too. So if there's another person who's showing up who's going, I don't want to grow, I'm kind of just here. That, that's cool. You do you. And I'm going to be over here with people that can grow with me, right? That we can learn from. And that takes a willingness to have hard conversations. It takes a willingness to show up. It takes a willingness to listen.
And let go.
Yep. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
let go. So how can people find you?
So I'm probably the easiest way is my website, theselfproject.com.
Nice.
So it's I work with, like I said, teams and educators and parents and adolescents around around building healthy, strong, reciprocal relationships. So go to my website at theselfproject.com and you can see all the things.
All the things.
All the things.
And I know you've been traveling around the world, so I'm glad to be able to have you back on today. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah, it's nice to be home for a little while. I take off again this weekend, but it's all good. It's all
good.
It's all the work I love doing. So yeah.
I know. You're living your best life, girl. That's what matters. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. And thank you everybody for dialing in today and liking and sharing and commenting. And just know that the Deborah Peters Show is on every major podcast platform. You don't have to watch us on just one network. Go to any of your favorite platforms and the show will be there. Make sure you say hi and subscribe and invite your friends. And that's how we grow. So thank you so much to Carrie for being on my show today. Remember, everybody, stay aligned, stay alert, and stay.
Kia ora koutou, no mai, haere mai. Greetings and welcome to this EHF live session. Edmund Hillary Fellowship, it's a collective of entrepreneurs, scientists, storytellers, creatives, and investor change makers who want to make an impact globally from Aotearoa, New Zealand. And under this session today, you are going to hear from Kate and Harmon, and Matthew is going to curate the whole session. It's a 90-minute session. But firstly, these are informal sessions and they're planned in a way that when you leave here after the 90 minutes, you feel you know the fellows and our guest speakers on a personal level, and you can understand what they're trying to do here in New Zealand, and that then you can connect with them directly afterwards. The recording will be on our website for you to download and watch and to send on to other people. So stay muted while the conversation's going, and then Matthew can curate some Q&A, and you can also put comments and questions in the chat as we're going along. Over to you, Matthew.
Kia ora, Michelle. Thank you so much for hosting this space. I'm just going to open us with a quick karakia. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa paunama o moana, ki hararara ma tautau I te ranginai, aroha atu aroha mai, tātou e ai, tātou katoa, hi u taike. Basically, that's just saying, may peace be widespread, may the sea be like a greenstone, a pathway for us all to stay. Let us show and respect for each other, for one another, bind us all together. And I like to open up with that karakia really simply because of the fact that, you know, I think climate and biodiversity is something that we're all dealing with as individuals. And in particular, it's hard sometimes to understand the work Harmon and I are doing, but it really is about water security at the end of the day, because it is such the lifeblood of the way that we live. You know, we talk about the divine principle of the amount of water that's made up in the world is almost identical to the amount of water that's made up in the body. And so, you know, today I will give you a quick overview of what we're going to cover, and then we'll kind of jump straight into it. So can everybody see my screen? If you're muted, then I can't hear anything.
Yes, we can see it.
Great. Okay, so we'll start with some introductions. We're really privileged to have a forward by Owen Gaffney, who is also part of the fellowship. I'll take some time to set the context, and from there, Kate's going to cover off really what our commitment is to Te Titi o Waitangi. We're going to cover off the planetary accounting network and the work that Kate's doing, and recontextualizing for us, I guess from Harmon and I's perspective, and why we're so interested in planetary accounting, is that we have looked at climate from the perspective of waste and carbon, but really it's so much more important than that when you look at the planetary accounting boundaries. And Kate has created a framework that actually allows us to bring that down to a project level. And From there, what we're going to do is apply some of that work, of her work, to a practical example, looking at both what is the status quo and what does a circular system look like. And at that point in time, Haman's going to take us through what does it look like to build, I guess, an integrated waste treatment system that's fully circular at a regional level, and looking at examples around agriculture and around how by collaborating and opening up our discussions across industry verticals and across councils, we can actually look at climate change holistically in a region. From there, we're going to go into a question time, and we'll do an experiment. Hopefully people are kind of familiar with Miro now that we've been in the pandemic, and we'll get to do some interaction, and then cover off kind of how we want to work with us before just closing karakia. So that will be the overview for today. And into introductions. Dr. Kate Meyer, we first came across Kate's work when we were looking at the incredible work that she'd done at Becker as head of sustainability there. And Haman and I were fortunate to meet Kate inside of the Creative Accelerator Climate Exchange acceleration program that's just ended. And from there, we realized like how much her work was relevant to what we were doing. And then my co-founder, Haman, we met at the beginning of his EHF journey, and he's now based in Christchurch, New Zealand, has moved here with his family and 2 daughters. Just absolutely privileged to be able to work with him and on this journey. And myself, Matthew Jackson, toko ingoa, no koe aho e waihara keke te waipunama o Aotearoa, ko waikara te awa e maha nei aku maraharara, ko tungaringo te maunga e te rai e taku nakau, e mihi ana kina toto kina toho nehe tamiki makare e wai anaho anu. I was born in Blenheim, which is where we're going to be building a demonstration plant just a little bit to the side of that in Nelson. My heart cries because of the challenges we're seeing with Waikato River at the moment. And much like Kate loves her time on a mountain, Tongariro is where I like to snowboard and love my time, but now I respect the place I live in, which is Tamaki Makaurau in Auckland. So with that, I'm just going to share my screen again and let us open this space with a foreword from Owen Gaffney. Owen is he has been involved in creating the planetary boundary guidelines, works at the Stockholm Resilience Centre. He's also oh my gosh, I can't even recall the number of things that he's involved with when it comes to communications around climate change. But he's on the Institute for Climate Impact Research and the Global Commons Alliance. So a bit of a mouthful, but it's incredible the work that he's doing. And we're just really privileged to have him be involved in providing a forward. So I'll share my screen and let's see if we can get that up.
Action.
Hey, hi there, Kate. Hi there, Matthew. Hi, everyone at EHF. Wonderful to be here. So it's been 13 years since the publication of the Planetary Boundaries Framework back in 2009, which was a landmark achievement. For the first time, we had an Earth system framework for a stable operating system for humanity, for civilization, a stable operating system for humanity, and that we know that for the previous 10,000 years, that's been the only state we know that civilization can thrive. And what's interesting about the boundaries framework is that it wasn't a single boundary identified, it wasn't 1,000 boundaries identified, it was 9 boundaries identified as the key priorities for humanity. But then, as it was published, we also announced that we'd crossed 3 of those boundaries related to climate change, biodiversity and biogeochemical cycles, our use of phosphorus and nitrogen in agriculture mainly. Since 2009, the boundaries has been updated in full boundaries assessment updated in 2015. And there we showed that in fact a 4th boundary had been crossed relating to land use, particularly deforestation. And now here in 2022, 2 new papers have emerged announcing that we've crossed 2 more boundaries, one for novel entities, chemical pollution, plastics, and the second for water use, for soil moisture, as the water cycle is changing as a result of human activity. So there we have it. So we have 9 planetary boundaries. We've now transgressed 6 of those boundaries. We're in the danger area. This is now a priority for humanity to come back within a safe operating space, which is why it is so important that we work to downscale the boundaries at national levels, at regional levels, and at the level for companies and businesses to operate within boundaries. This is why the work being done with the on any downscaling is absolutely critically important. It's some of the most important work being done on Earth today. Thank you.
Well, I don't know about you, but when Owen sent that through to me this morning, I was just a little bit shocked, right? And kind of in terms of the the context setting for today's session, Owen was referring to the fact that now novel entities and biogeological flows of kind of crossing these boundaries, then that land system change is just kind of becoming out of control. And when you look at what's happening in our media, what we're asking the question of is, well, look, ultimately, who is going to be paying the cost for that change, and how do we actually create new systems, both to procure different outcomes, but also from a new economic framework, not have a direct impact on all of our economy in a way that will bankrupt our ratepayers. Right now, the reality is that it's affecting everybody, and where Haman and our team member Marcus is based, we're seeing major political issues when it comes to kind of the use of infrastructure, and really what we're trying to say is that from a circular perspective, if we cross over boundaries and start to look from a procurement lens on all of the planetary boundary guidelines, we'll start to look at different solutions. And in the case of Canterbury, we can see that they're dealing with issues around odor, they're dealing with issues around the capital cost of new infrastructure, the emissions liability, and across the country, we need to transition to more clean and green energy, right? But at the same time, we're facing major problems in our primary sector, right? We're seeing this agricultural greenhouse gas footprint is now becoming something that's really relevant for and is actually going to start costing farmers over the next 3 or 4 years. We have a major mental health issue with our farmers who have been criticized and scapegoated, but actually are some of the most land-loving people that I've ever met. But we are seeing nitrates in our water harming public health, and expecting new water regulation and the consolidation of water infrastructure to make a huge difference on the way that we're managing infrastructure in New Zealand. Because actually we've seen major issues when it comes to the discharge and the management of our wastewater systems in New Zealand as well. And really seeing significant blowouts in regional budgets when it comes to renewal of infrastructure, of building infrastructure. But when it comes to building that infrastructure, we're still building it based on what we would consider last generation or industrial generation systems. And so really, we are facing a crisis that we're going to need to think differently about the way that we build new systems, and what consequence that will have. So today we're going to talk a little bit to Kate about how she sees, or what her worldview is when it comes to actually looking at systems, not looking at them just from a climate lens and a carbon perspective, but actually what it's a more holistic way of looking at how do we solve climate when it takes into consideration biodiversity. And I think that's more than enough for me. Actually, the stars of the show here today are Kate and Haman, and I'd love to hand over to Kate to start to take us through a little bit about the Planetary Accounting Network.
Thanks. Thanks, Matthew. Just trying to find my unmute button and share my screen. Kia ora tato. It's really nice to have been invited by Matthew to come along and take part in this kōrero today. I guess just reflecting on that video, it's nothing new, you know, that I operate in this planetary accounting space full-time, planetary boundary space full-time. But I have to say that just hearing that update from Owen was a little bit emotional, actually. I think every time I kind of go back and update slides that are more than a year or so old, the dial has shifted so fast that it's quite alarming. And actually, I was chatting to my 8-year-old about it a couple of weeks ago, and he said, you know, Mum, I don't want to be a planetary accountant when I grow up, because it's just really depressing. And I think, you know, while I try to, you know, I think we all need to just maintain a really forward-looking attitude. It does sometimes actually get to me like that, and that was one of those moments. But really cool that he sent that through for us. I just want to, I guess, start today by sharing this whakatauki, te parahita o te putaia, which means the life circle of the environment. And so it goes, kia tō te rangi Māori o te rangi e tuiho nei, o papatua nuku e takato nei, o te taiao e awhi nei, ki ranga I a tātou tihe wā Moriora. And what it sort of, the meaning translates to say that it's really only when the spiritual world and the heavens and the physical world are brought together by the active participation of the kaitiaki, of the guardians, can there be true peace and well-being. And I guess that's really the basis for all the work that I do. You know, I think I was talking to an incredible lady last week from Ngāti Toa when I was up in Wellington for the accelerator program, and she was talking about her ancestors who were so in touch with the environment that they could accurately predict the weather about 3 years out. Not 3 years, that would be amazing, but 3 weeks, which is still pretty incredible. I live in Wanaka, and as Matthew alluded to, I'm a pretty keen skier, and I don't even trust the weather forecast a day out, you know, that we're doing with these, you know, quite advanced computer models. And, you know, I think the problem with this whakatauki is that it's really true that we can only sort of succeed if we can all participate in that kaitiaki and that guardianship. But actually, that's very difficult to do these days. Life has become so removed from the environment. You know, our clothes arrive in buildings on hangers. You know, we go into air-conditioned sheds or supermarkets to get our food, and so although I think there's this huge drive, you know, from consumers and businesses to shift the dial and move into that sustainability space, it's actually really difficult to do that. I think there are two major problems. I think the first is that many people are still very focused on climate and actually don't even understand that full perspective of the planetary boundaries. But then even for those that do understand it, actually, they don't have the tools to do anything about it. As Matthew mentioned, I was the sustainability director at Becker until recently, and so I spent a lot of time speaking with business leaders over the past few years about their sustainability aspirations and challenges. And you know, the message is really consistent: is that they're really struggling to make the right decisions, and also they're terrified of kind of coming out and talking about sustainability because there's this huge movement in businesses being accused of greenwashing by making sort of unsubstantiated claims. I've also spent a lot of time talking to central and local government, mostly in New Zealand over the past couple of years, but it's really similar. They're also struggling, and from that perspective, it's really how to prioritise and take a really systemic view of the problem. There's, I think, becoming more and more clarity that that's what's needed, but it's really difficult to do. And actually, you know, I was just chatting to some of the sustainability leads at Dunedin last week, and they said, you know, it's so hard because we want to do this, but then we're like, well, what if there are unintended consequences, and how can we really understand what the outcomes of the different decisions we make are going to be? And then, you know, speaking to consumers, and I've actually run some really interesting focus groups with consumers quite recently. And for them, it's, you know, they're motivated to make better choices, but actually it's really hard to do that. And they're really concerned that, you know, they don't feel enabled to take action, but they're not seeing businesses or governments move at the pace that's needed. And so there's, you know, this sort of three different sort of player groups, if you like, all facing these really big challenges. And I think from my perspective, you know, I've been working in the sustainability space for about 15 years, and really as soon as I started working in that space, I was like, man, you know, what I've learned about sustainability through the science and what we're seeing people do in reality is just not really related at all. And I was, you know, really quite concerned about that, and I actually started tinkering around in my spare time trying to create a little tool that would help to address this. But actually, you know, the problem is huge. It's a huge gap and a really complex problem. And so in 2013, I left my job as a sustainable building designer and started to say, well, what could we actually do about this in real terms? And almost immediately landed on the planetary boundaries framework. And, you know, it was that, somebody's actually, you know, put the numbers around this. You know, my background is engineering, and I love numbers. And I think at that stage felt like if we could just quantify sustainability, we'd all be okay. And, you know, and then, you know, I guess it just emphasizes that disconnect that the Planetary Boundaries was published in 2009. And it wasn't until I actually went from the business world into the academic world that I heard of them, because you know, it was such an exciting thing for me to say, okay, well, we've quantified it, so now what do we do? And I think the planetary boundaries work is perhaps the most important sort of publication that there is, because it really sets out the challenge very clearly. We need to respect these 9 priority areas if we want to avoid, you know, fundamentally changing the planet. The problem is that this is an incredibly important health check, but it actually doesn't really help to unpick what to do about it. And so, you know, and Owen talking about, you know, this downscaling, there's a need to take these from that global scale and say, okay, well, what do we do about it? And I think the best way to sort of understand that challenge is to imagine you were going to visit the doctor. And the doctor would, you know, measure your heart rate and your blood pressure and weigh you. And then, you know, imagine if she turned to you and shook her head and said, oh, you know, it's very bad news. You're obese. Your blood pressure's through the roof. You have tachycardia. And then said, okay, thank you, have a nice day, and sent you out the room. And I think, you know, the planetary boundaries is that health check. It says, you know, we have a really big problem, and this is where the problem is, and here are our focus areas. And so what I set out to do once I discovered it is to say, well, okay, so what is the prescription? What are the tangible actions that we need to do so that we can translate that to the scales that we actually make decisions? Because I'd say nobody in the world is making decisions at that global scale. And so I came up with a framework that I called planetary accounting that helps people to determine what they can do to play their role in returning us to within the planetary boundaries. And so it works at every different scale, addressing that business level, those government levels, and those individual levels. And so I was working on this, and then I thought, man, this is pretty neat. I think this could be amazing, but who am I to try and translate this incredible global framework that was developed by all these incredible scientists? And so I actually started calling them up and said, I'd like to come and visit you and get your input on this framework. And there was such a positive response from the global scientific community. It was actually blew my mind how warm and welcoming everybody was. And so my husband quit his job, and we packed our children into a caravan, and we spent a whole year traveling around Europe to go and visit all of these incredible scientists. And so I got to spend a couple of weeks with Will Steffen and Johan Rockstrom, sat in Johan Rockstrom's office for a few days working, and so got to be a fly on the wall for some meetings. And man, he's a pretty incredible person, but also took the framework around social scientists. Catherine Richardson at DTU, who's also one of the lead authors of Planetary Boundaries, the Water Footprint Network, Nitrogen Footprint Group, to really make sure that it was really scientifically rigorous what we were doing, but also that it was really connected into the social sciences around behaviour change and how you can actually, take science and put it into action with businesses and governments and people. So the way that it works is it basically translates the outcomes of the planetary boundaries into global budgets. Now it looks really nice and simple with a little pink arrow, as if that was a kind of a linear translation. And behind there is a pretty complex diagram of chaos. But what it means is that there are these global budgets and environmental currencies that we can use, a little bit like carbon accounting with science-based carbon accounting. So like carbon accounting, we can say, look, we want to avoid global warming of 1.5 degrees. And so here's a global budget, and then we can start sharing it up, and we can look at the carbon footprint of a product or a project or a company or a person, and compare that with those global limits. Planetary accounting lets you take that approach across all of the planetary boundaries. And so I guess for those of you who don't sort of sit in the environmental accounting space, there's two reasons that that planetary accounting really is a bit game changing. What you can do at the moment is you can either do something like a life cycle assessment, or you might have heard of environmental product disclosures, where you get a whole host of complex environmental data and lots of complicated metrics, but there's no context. And actually, to be honest, you really frankly need a PhD in environmental accounting to even understand it at face value. Even with that, there's no context to say, are these numbers good or bad? You can only compare them to, is it better than another product? Or you can get quite good context around carbon, but then you get a really narrow lens for decision making. And so planetary accounting simplifies that broader environmental data and puts the context around it so that it can be as straightforward as carbon accounting, but with that holistic planetary lens. I'm not going to speak to this slide in a lot of detail. I'm just going to whiz through it, but basically just to give you an idea of the variety of things that you could do with it. You could take the Paris Agreement negotiations and expand them to biodiversity and all of these other indicators. There's actually a report called the Safe Operating Space for Aotearoa that translates the planetary boundaries to New Zealand, and it sends a message that we're well beyond them, which is no surprise. But planetary accounting would help to inform roadmaps for national action plans, or future scenarios and roadmaps at city or regional level. We're doing some neat work around some complex systems like global food models. How would you meet nutritional needs within the planet's limits? You could put financial value against each of those currencies. You can use it for sustainable product design, for corporate science-based targets that go beyond carbon, really to look at the impacts of local action. And we're doing a really neat program called Planetary Facts that I'll tell you a little bit more about later on. But the neat thing about it is that it isn't just able to operate at these different levels, but it actually brings them all together so that what we can do at these really big, national and international scales can connect up with some of that local action, and we're all sort of pushing the dial in the same direction. I'm going to pause here and pass on to Herman, who is going to share a bit of a case study, which I'm quite excited to see because I haven't seen where this has got to. So over to you, Herman.
Thank you so much, Kate. And I'm going to take some help from my colleague, Matthew, here. So Matthew, if you could just share screen, then I could jump into it. Right, so the fascinating thing about the work that Kate's been doing is when we were engineering a solution, there were some things that we knew intuitively, but which we struggled to quantify. And today we can look at the work that we're doing with the filter of the planetary accounting network based on the planetary boundaries and begin to recognize what those impacts are. And this is important because it then helps us to recognize what are the practical interventions, both from an operational perspective, from arguably a political perspective, and an engineering perspective, can be done to devise a solution that is hopefully a little better and has less of a negative impact on our natural world. So as a starting point, we look at a farm, and this makes sense contextually in New Zealand because the primary sector is one of the largest generators of employment and also a key part of New Zealand's exports. But that being said, also the single largest emitter. So definitely a sensitive industry to be speaking about, but I thought a worthwhile place to start. So if we look at the left of this farm system, we see that we have inputs that go into a farm, primarily in the form of fertilizer and water. Rathi, if you could reduce that screen a little bit, please. Zoom out slightly. And so there's water and fertilizer that goes into a farm. But when we look at what's happening before the time that fertilizer gets to the farm gate, we see that there is mining for minerals and fossil fuel. And mining as an activity obviously has an impact on land use. It leads to land use change, it causes toxic waste. These are, I think, what in the planetary accounting framework are referred to as novel entities. There's also a negative environmental footprint from the combustion of fossil fuel, but I think that's a concept everyone understands really well. The parts that we're beginning to struggle with are the way we farm today, and that's not just New Zealand, but around the world. Industrial agriculture also leads to a depletion in soil quality. It leads to a degradation in the ability for soil to provide nutrients to plants. It depletes the ability of cohabiting microorganisms in their ability to keep soil healthy. So that could also be quantified as a biodiversity loss. And the tragedy of all of this is the typical human response then is to use even more fertilizer and more water to solubilize this, to add it to soil, in the belief that that is what will lead to a consistent or a higher crop yield. But that isn't true. And then you have the flow-on effects out of farm, which are now understood in terms of the nitrogen use, the phosphorus use, and also the waste that are produced by primary industry. There's also, within a regional framework, the need for these farms to send their produce to cities. And these cities then have requirements of infrastructure all their own. And here, typically, what we'll find is that there is green waste infrastructure, there are wastewater treatment plants, there's an energy requirement of a council to operate these facilities. And there's obviously a footprint associated with this energy use. And this is, again, has an impact in terms of essentially greenhouse gas emissions. And those can be found either in terms of the actual emissions from waste that goes to landfill, but also in the energy use to manage and operate such systems. So this is business as usual. This is what happens on a day-to-day business, this on a day-to-day functioning of the way we live. But when we look at it in the context of planetary boundaries, we begin to see that these impacts are now felt on the local ecology. There is water use, there is a decrease in biodiversity, there is an increase in emissions. These emissions are both in the form of carbon dioxide, which we understand conventionally, but also in the form of methane and nitrous oxide, which have significantly higher global warming potential as compared to carbon dioxide. And there's also the persistence of these novel entities that are created either through the direct use of these products or in the manufacturing processes to create these products that linger within our natural environment for unimaginably long periods of time. So this is business as usual. This is what is happening in the 21st century. And while the problem statement isn't new, and while it's great to apply the planetary boundaries as a guideline to inform what we do, the question we often get asked is, well, what can we do? It's all about the economy, stupid. And that's the part which we've begun to recognize is something that we're all struggling with. So there is business as usual. There's everything that we know conventionally. There are the entire systems that are set up, everything that we're familiar with. And while we're cognizant of the fact that our current way of life is not sustainable, we often grapple with what a potential solution could look like. So here we've taken a stab at it. It's something that we're seeking to do in New Zealand. It is what has essentially brought me to New Zealand as an Edmund Hillary Fellow, in the hopes that we can create an alternative means and a method of dealing with our organic waste, particularly, such that we might form one small part of a solution that enables us then to live within the planetary boundaries, right? So in such a system, what we perceive it to be, now that's our logo at the top, but that is what we're using as a placeholder for an integrated waste treatment plant, or an IWTP. So as the name suggests, what an IWTP does is it processes all the organic wastes that are available within a region. Now, while I won't delve too much into the technology of this IWTP and how it works, what it seeks to do essentially is utilize a conventionally well understood process of biomethanation, but with a little bit of operational and systems engineering that allows it to deal with the vagaries in the supply chain of biomass or available organics, and also with changing weather conditions, such that there is a slightly more consistent level of operation. Now, such a system, what it does is the inputs to this integrated waste treatment plant come both from the city level, which includes the likes of the green waste and the wastewater sludge that comes from councils, but also the waste from farm, which includes manure, which includes crop residues, which includes some degree of spoilage of produce, and also significantly from the primary sector, a large part of the waste that the primary sector generates. So examples of this in New Zealand would be dairy processing sludge. It would be offal from meatworks. It's things like mussel shells and fish heads, and in some cases, entire fish that don't meet human consumption standards. It includes crop residues, of which a significant quantity is burnt every year. So all of this then gets sent to the IWTP in the region. And here it is about what is locally available, because again, we recognize that there is an environmental cost associated with the transport. So we would like to minimize this as far as possible. And all these inputs go to an IWTP, and like I said at the start, it works in a conventional biomethanation process, but it puts out essentially energy and a digestate. And this digestate is, in essence, the nutrients that are required on farm. However, since this is organic in nature, and it also contains what we would call good microbes, these seek to address the imbalances that have been created in our natural systems, help to restore organic carbon in soil, help to create a healthy environment for other microorganisms and other smaller creatures to migrate back to soil, and also reduce the amount of water use on farm. And so here what we begin to see is that we can, with a slightly more considerate approach, be sensitive to our local environment and start living within the planetary boundaries while still meeting the requirements that we have in terms of managing our organic waste, ensuring public health metrics are met, ensuring that we have potable water supply, and without an overreach in terms of what we can achieve through some fantastical technological intervention to do something that will suddenly save us because technology is going so fast. That, I think, is a fallacy. It's important to call that out. It's what the Planetary Accounting Network and the Planetary Boundary Guidelines serve to show us is that we need to engineer the way we live to comply with what the biophysical limits of the earth are. And through such, what on the face of it seems like a simple intervention, we can collapse the need to send any of our waste to landfill. We avoid the emissions associated from the landfill itself. We avoid the emissions associated with the transport of waste to landfill. And we avoid the wasteful practice of intensive mining that is required to support the kind of industrial agriculture that we take for granted as a way of life today. And this is a rather simple example. In terms of realistically what is happening in New Zealand, some of you may be aware, some of you might not, but there are several regions in New Zealand where waste is transported over 300 or 400 kilometers to a landfill in another region. And that's because some region somewhere has consented the use of a landfill and another region elsewhere has not. And so therefore, the only option then is to transport waste from one region to another, to dump it into a hole in the ground. Tragically, that's going to make no real impact on what it means for the council that's sending its waste elsewhere, but it just speaks to the NIMBY or the not in my backyard culture that is so pervasive across the globe, really. With that, we can now look at perhaps taking any questions that the audience may have. If there are any specifics that anybody would like to ask Kate or Matthew or myself, then we're happy to answer these.
Can I, so I'm just going to do a small experiment, Kate and Haman, thank you so much for that talk. I am going to share the Miro board in the chat, and I'm taking a risk, but you know, we're living on you know, in this environment where we have to operate digitally. So I'd love it if we could get some interaction here. And I highly encourage you to participate by clicking on this link that I've just shared with everybody. Now, I'll give you another one just in case that one doesn't work. All right, so share screen. One of the things that happens in these spaces is that there's so many people, but so many questions. And what I'd really love to do is to see if there's any groups of questions. Okay, so I am unlocking a little question board down here that you should be able to see now. And if you can see my screen, you can see you can grab these little question marks and you can go and drop them onto the board. So what I'd really like is if you can grab your question marks and drop them into the location that you have a question or a challenge or something that you're interested in for us to talk about. And we'll start to see whether there's any groups there, okay? And my request is that we do this for 2 minutes and you've got 3 question marks. So yeah, let's get to it. Great to see some visiting artists. I'm gonna stop that share for the time being and go back to conversations and take some inspiration from Michelle, who has been at the beginning of this was very good at curating a listening space. I don't even know what to say, to be honest with you, apart from referring back to Dallas, who was the one that curated the bookshelf in the background around a lightning talk that she had to do the other night, where she was doing some co-training with somebody and they their slides messed up. They're like, hey, can you throw up a lightning talk? And she ended up doing off the cuff a lightning talk on the New Zealand and Ireland rugby game, coaching government employees in Singapore around how to use agility. So yeah, I don't know, I have to learn something from the way that she was able to masterfully interlude and take on the lightning talk so quickly. I can see in the background still some movement going, so we'll give it another 30 seconds. Oh, I may not have dropped or locked all of the boards. Sometimes these experiments go well, and sometimes they don't. Don't worry if you break anything, guys. It's all fixable. Okay, are we seeing any trends yet? So we've got some questions around sludge. Okay, I'm going to bring that board up and share screen for a second, and then get us back into this talk. Okay, so from what I can tell, looks like we've got questions around nutrients, wastewater sludge, and actually more questions about the technology. Does anybody want to come off mute and ask the question about their technology that they were interested in?
Sorry, I'll just jump in. Hi, kia ora, I'm Nikki Solomon. My question is the technology that is being suggested here anaerobic digestion or something different?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so I guess then my question is, obviously, you know, there are projects happening around the place that are including anaerobic digestion. So I guess my question is, are we talking about anaerobic digestion but assessed more holistically within the planetary accounting framework, or are we talking about a next generation anaerobic digestion, or I guess what's different is kind of my question.
Yes, fantastic question, Nikki, thank you. So what's different is, yes, there is a risk that we end up trying to create bioenergy solutions at a very large scale, which is what has typically happened in other parts of the world. And then they become dependent on certain market interventions, and those don't necessarily lead to the desired outcomes. For us, the desired outcome at a primary level is to address the organics part of the story. So looking at it as the first lens is in terms of waste minimization, but also in terms of emissions reduction. And then thirdly, also in terms of the nutrient return to natural living systems. In terms of what's different technologically, I can't divulge much, but it's simple and interventions essentially to address the challenges around very large scale anaerobic digesters, which then typically can work on only one type of feedstock and are then sensitive to any changes to the digestive environment, either in form of a contaminant or a reduction in supply. So here it's about building it to a minimum viable size. So how small can you go? That's one. Second, to address the variability, can you process more than one feedstock? So you can process different types of organics in a single system. Does that answer your question sufficiently?
Yes, that's great. Thank you. And sorry, I should have, I don't want to take too much time, but just quickly to explain the context, I'm leading a program initiative in Hawke's Bay, which is about bringing food producers, more manufacturers than growers, but probably we have to expand the scope together to collaborate around sustainability, particularly value from waste. And so bioenergy is kind of on the radar, obviously, but the complexities that you guys have identified are kind of where I think we get stuck. So yeah, I'd be really keen to pick up the conversation subsequent rather than taking your time now, but thank you, that's a great answer.
Thank you, Nikki. We'll be in touch. Any more questions?
So any more questions on technology? There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people that put something there. So is there anybody else that would like to ask a question on that prior to moving off to looking at sludge or nutrients?
Hi, Tony Moore, Christchurch City Council. Just a real quick question. You've obviously proposed, you've got a new technology or solution there, and I just wonder if you could share where it's being used and what the results have been. So is it actually built, in play, running, operating, and how that's going?
Yes. Hi, so we're currently in the process of building our first technology demonstrator for a council in New Zealand. I don't know if I'm at liberty to name names. I'd probably defer to Matthew for that. But yes, we're building our first technology demonstrator in New Zealand as we speak.
Yeah, I'm happy to cover that as well. Hey, thanks, Tony. That's a really good question. It is also one of the challenges that we have and why we're trying to apply a new lens to this, because we found over the last 12 months to try to address climate change conversations inside of council is actually quite difficult through what we would consider the RFP process. So while we're looking at anaerobic digestion in New Zealand, it actually hasn't had a big uptake because of the fact that the perceived return on investment is very low. So we don't see anaerobic digestion in industry because of the fact that they're processing a single feedstock, and then they don't want to necessarily to take a feedstock from a council to combine it. Whereas, and if you look at what the intention of the Edmund Hillary Fellowship is itself, is to bring, patent ideas and UN Sustainable Development Goal focused projects to New Zealand, to incubate them in the New Zealand environment and export them back to solve global problems. And so, one of the challenges we see as well is that Haman's background as a part of a significant consortium in India that has built and is building right now an anaerobic digestion system that's nearly 200 tons in scale. So when you're asking that type of question, we see two types of results depending on kind of where somebody's come from. Has it been built here before and therefore is it proven, or it hasn't been built here, therefore it's not proven and therefore we won't accept it. And what we're saying actually, and especially inside of the Climate Accelerator program with Creative HQ, is actually we need to take a step back and stop procuring our solutions based on the same frameworks and think about them more from an agility perspective, and look at what is the problem that we're trying to solve and how can we solve that iteratively rather than trying to solve it all at once. So for example, in Canterbury, we have a dairy producer that wants to get rid of DAF sludge, and we have a council with a green waste system that needs to be replaced. How can we work collaboratively with industry and council, and then Environment Canterbury, for example, where there's a nitrates issue, to say, how are we all going to come together to leverage the R&D budgets that are coming out of government around emissions reduction, waste reduction, process heat, and sustainable land use, to do new types of projects, right? Leveraging the aims that council has, the R&D that can be done out of a site like Lincoln, the community, where the industry is going. We know we need to reform. So there's this momentum to do this type of work. But for example, with the council, we would say, look, what we're interested in is a piece of land and a waste stream, and then we'll take care of the rest. And those private-public partnerships really haven't been proven in that waste industry space yet. And so, there is a lot of things to take into consideration that don't really get asked through that traditional procurement process. And that's why we're holding these types of talks to start to reshape how we have those conversations.
Nice, thank you. Good explanation, Matthew. Matthew, I have a question here from Gary. So your system is primarily focused on solid organic wastes, and the Nelson pilot will be a great example for others once that's going. What do you think should be done with regard to recycling precious water as a non-potable water source for industry and agriculture across Aotearoa?
Hamana, is that something you want to take?
Yeah, I'll answer that. So when we say solid organics, organics by their very nature contain considerable moisture, unless we're talking about straw, which has been dried and baled. So most of the organics that go to an anaerobic digester already contain a lot of moisture. And in fact, anaerobic digestion is not as efficient with dry substrates as it is in substrates that contain moisture. So that's one part of it. Secondly, in terms of the water use, the tragedy with water in New Zealand currently is there should be no reason for New Zealand to struggle with water, because it's blessed with perhaps one of the highest per capita availability of fresh water anywhere in the world. The function of pollution in New Zealand's water system is a consequence of anthropogenic activities, primarily around water use by industry and water use on farm. And this is the part where, as we spoke about earlier, farmers get scapegoated for. So the wastewater system in New Zealand needs to be addressed. The wastewater treatment in New Zealand is still rudimentary in a lot of places. The fact of the matter is that council wastewater systems a lot of the time end up treating wastewater that is being discharged from primary industry and not from city council. And these rates then fall upon city dwellers rather than the primary industry that is discharging into those water networks to begin with. So there is no simple answer really to what we do with water in New Zealand, but yes, there's Three Waters reform that's coming up. A lot of what happens now will be determined by the technology choices that are made in terms of how that water is managed primarily. So I think there are two separate conversations here. But on the waste side of things, what we need to recognize is that if we process organics more efficiently, then we have essentially a free energy source to power a wastewater treatment system. And that is something that can be evidenced in any region in New Zealand. Pick one and I'll give you specifics.
I guess if I could have a supplementary question and maybe address it to Kate. I think the way you've explained the elementary systems approach to organic wastes, with some water, it would be very interesting to see the intersection of that with our wastewater cycle, just so, because we're talking about, similar consumers and similar producers, and I just feel it would be quite good for us to make sure that we don't ignore the two, the blue and the green, if you like, or the blue and the brown, in terms of the planetary system. So maybe Kate could draw the diagram next time and sort of show how those two intersect, because we are using a lot of fresh water once, and if you look at Te Mana o Te Wai, which is behind so much of our reform, we have to be looking at multiple uses of the water if we're going to value it correctly under the planetary system, I suspect.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. It's really nice to see you, Gary. But I guess to that point, one of the things that was most debated in the development of planetary accounting is that addressing of sort of green, blue, and grey water. And there's I guess a couple of different schools of thought about how you look at water systems, and whether green water, so rainwater coming down, gets counted or not. But actually, when we are using green water, we're extracting that from the natural system, which I think is exactly the point you're making. And so the way that we quantify it in planetary accounting does include that green as well as blue. So water extracted from lakes and rivers and water aquifers and grey water, so the water pollution, I guess, if you like.
Yeah, I have long discussions to be had on this subject, but others
yes,
are on the calls.
Absolutely.
Not on this call.
Thank you. Liam, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Kia ora koutou. I'm Liam. I'm a zero waste and circular economy advocate and researcher. Really appreciate the chance to have this kōrero. Thank you. Really, really interesting, fascinating, and inspiring in some ways. But I just wanted to ask around how the system manages contaminants. Speaking about this novel entities issue that we're talking about in the planetary boundaries framework, because one project I'm involved in at the moment, I've been looking at contamination of organic waste streams, and in particular, sewage sludge seems to be a very risky feedstock for these types of systems. And so I'm just really curious about how an integrated system, because I understand the rationale behind an integrated system, but how you would manage, once you sort of stick everything together into an integrated facility, how you actually manage those novel entities not ending up coming out the other end, especially if we're using this in our food systems and agriculture and that sort of thing. So yeah, wondering if someone could speak to that issue.
So Kate, would you like to address that first, or?
I think that's a technology one for you, really.
Thanks, Liam. That comes up very often. And yes, it's a great point. It is something we're mindful of. So what we focus on in terms of contaminants are largely pathogens, heavy metals, hormones, because that's increasingly something that we observe. And we are obviously mindful of novel entities as well. Now, there are a couple of things that happen within the system which involve mechanical preprocessing, thermal preprocessing. There's also a dilutive factor. There's an anaerobic environment. And then there is a dehydration of a product at the end, which then allows us to develop something which, while it's still not yet tested in New Zealand, it is part of the work that we're doing currently in terms of assessing its use in agriculture, right? So it is something that we're mindful of. We know the direction we need to take, and we're addressing it in a phased manner.
Yeah, another element. Sorry, just another element to add to that. was that, Haman kind of mentioned it earlier around the idea that anaerobic digestion in New Zealand has traditionally been single feedstock, and then as large as possible. And then when the souring occurs, because of that contamination, that whole entire feedstock goes into landfill. So the kind of conversations we're having around modularization and small anaerobic digestion, but still having a positive return on investment from an economic perspective, as well as a positive return on investment from a planetary accounting network perspective, is that those modular, smaller anaerobic systems will pick up contamination, and the entire feedstock will not be destroyed. And so, when it comes to minimizing what goes into landfill, it absolutely is along those lines. We'll then pick up the data out of that system to then return information back to council or to government around actually how do you stop that contaminant coming in upstream. And so, one of the issues that we see is our built environment has never been intelligent. We procure solutions for lowest possible cost or cost minimization rather than maximum value and value creation. So our mindset is to turn around and make these systems smart, connect them back into either smart housing or industrial environments using IoT and artificial intelligence, and actually pick up those detectors so that we can put the cost back onto the system that created it. So it's not about just building dumb infrastructure. We have to build intelligence into their systems so that they can interact, because we've become disconnected from our built environment, and that's why we pollute it. We've become disconnected from the environment, which is why we don't care for it. And why we're trying to bring back this Matarangi Māori-led view is that if you go into a Papakainga, you go into a marae, Māori are still so connected to the environment because they're brought up in a household where you're not separate from the environment, therefore you're not separate from the place that you're polluting. So we have to go and undo that systemic change that's occurring, or that's occurred in our culture as well. So when you talk about an alimentary system being a living system, it's not about just an anaerobic digestion system. It's about a living system connecting back into the people that utilize it and giving the tools back to those people that put those inputs in. And so, we can dive into that work offline around how we're addressing that. But very good question, and it's one that has to be solved at many different levels.
Liam, do you want to put your email address there, or send it to me directly, and then I can add it to an email list? But Vicky, would you like to unmute and ask your question?
Kia ora. Can you hear me? Is that working?
Yes, perfectly.
Oh, great. Sometimes it doesn't. I have to do the right selection on my microphones and things. So I'm interested, you mentioned a regional plant, and you've specifically referenced Canterbury a couple of times. And I'm just Canterbury is an enormous region, and many of the sort of systems I look at that I'm interested in around sort of like energy supplies or water management, to me, many of the more sustainable options now are looking at ever decreasingly small, more small, located locally, disseminated systems. But you seem to be talking much more here about a much larger system that's bringing waste in from different streams, like all the various farms. I mean, I went to Ashburton, which is the other day, which of course is one of our big, more industrialized farming areas, and it's a good hour and a half away from Christchurch. And of course, moving all that, many of the farms at the moment don't in Canterbury, because we have such permeable soils, don't necessarily have as much effluent storage or collection systems as what you might have in some of the areas with lower permeability soils. Hence, of course, the problems we have, because it soaks straight through the ground and it goes to groundwater. But it means that there's a whole load of infrastructure required if we were to be able to collect up all that effluent on these farms and put it into some sort of transport system to get it to a centralized place. So there's some aspects there that to me don't actually sound as sustainable as a more disseminated farm-based waste management system solutions. And also I've been listening to a lot of regenerative agriculture podcasts, which there's an ability potentially here to shift to farm systems where essentially they are managing their nutrients and their feed growth and so on without needing imports. And so that in itself is completely self-contained. So I'm not saying there isn't a place for example, anaerobic digestion, but I'm not sure that an entire regional scaled solution with all that transport that's associated with it and collection systems and everything else is necessarily you know, the ideal option. So I just wonder, what am I misunderstanding here what you're pitching? Because yeah, that disseminated system seems to me to have a lot of benefit from a lower energy input, more resilience in longer term, less carrying moisture around, which is heavy, of course, and so on. So perhaps you could answer that question. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm happy to respond to that. So close to Ashburton, there's the town of Methven, and we've actually carried out an assessment on farm. What we recognize today is that if we were to provide an on-farm standalone solution, then the effluent from a dairy station, from a milking station that's milking about 500 cows, that effluent would be sufficient to produce, would produce sufficient energy to chill the milk at that dairy station ahead of transport, right? So that is one example of a problem statement of solving at a farm level. So that is one thing that we can do, and which is better for the environment as well, because then you don't have that effluent being pumped to ponds. But when I say regional level, I'd also like to bring your attention to what happens at dairies where now these farmers have transported milk. And now there's milk that's coming in not from 500 cows, but perhaps from 50,000 cows or 100,000 cows to a single dairy plant. Now, this dairy plant, amongst all the other functions that it has, uses coal to provide process heat for the boiler. All dairy factories have a coal-fired boiler. They also produce a dairy processing sludge. Now, the problem statement at this scale, what we've observed is, while there is a move within the government to say that we need to decarbonize industry and there's funding available, and one of the options is to move from coal to electric boilers, there is not enough generation capacity in that last mile of the grid. There is not enough energy supply into that last mile of the grid to support an electrical boiler, which would put a massive load on the electrical grid. And so in such a situation, it's not feasible switching to an electric boiler. But you still have a massive dairy factory in rural Canterbury that's processing milk from thousands of cows that still needs to decarbonize its energy need. In such a situation, if you were to process the dairy sludge from that dairy plant itself and co-digest that with, for example, straw or any other crop residue, or at whatever is locally available, you can create an energy system which is localized, which could then be part of the solution. Like I said, it's never going to be a silver bullet. This is going to solve every problem, sort of a thing, but that is doable. So that's how it works at a regional level. But yes, we are conscious that we want to avoid transport. Scope 2 and 3 emissions is something that we talk about a lot. In Canterbury, there are large city councils that truck their sludge elsewhere because there's no means or method of disposal locally. So it's horses for courses. The solution can be scaled from as small as 3 tons per day, which is our first technology demonstrator, to what we've actually built in India, which is 200 tons per day. So depending on what the need is, depending on what the feedstock availability is, depending on whether we're engineering a waste minimization solution or whether we're engineering an energy solution, we're agnostic and we build to what's required.
That's really helpful, and that's really clear that you are talking about disseminated and not when you said regional, it sounded like we're going to put all the waste into one plant, which I know some of those massive energy to waste plants to do exactly that. So no, that's reassured me. Thank you.
No, but it is part of the problem, and why. And we're not trying to pick on Canterbury, but it's where we see such incredible opportunity to pivot what is industrial agriculture into a more sustainable land use. And specifically, when you look at Canterbury, creating resilient infrastructure has to take into consideration some of Canterbury's history as well. So we're opposed to large infrastructure. We don't think building 100-ton plants is the future. You know, we think the sweet spot is around 8 tons to 20 tons, and to have these is co-located as close to where that gas or energy offtake could be utilized. And so, no, we're absolutely opposed to large pieces of infrastructure. We don't think that's the future. We think that's what's been done in Europe. We don't think that can be commercially viable in New Zealand. And we think that there's evidence of you know, $100 million projects that are doing that at the moment. And you know, and we did a talk with Ariake around resilient infrastructure. It needs to be local, needs to be locally owned, and it's more than that. It's not just about locally owning it. The reality is if we don't have iwi involved in a, and tie the water plan to a 5-year plan to a 100-year plan, our procurement really isn't looking at what's the cost of water going to be in 10 years' time, right? That's the point of the planetary accounting network and the standards associated with it. It starts to ask different questions. You're asking questions about how can our organics look at nitrates. You're asking questions about how does a procurement of an organic system actually start to impact our land use, right? So if we start to apply that Māori worldview, then and look at context of place and well-being, we're not just looking at, okay, well, how much does it cost and what physical location does it need to be in? So it's significantly bigger than just, are we building a single plant? We have to look at ownership models, and we have to look at, what are the underlying well-being elements of it. So I hope that provides a bit more context. Now, I'm just conscious of time, and does anybody else still have a burning question that they want to kind of present, and what it's just kind of on the tip of their tongue, they need to get it out? Well, I think we have time for one more.
Liam's raised his hand.
Yeah, I could do one more just quickly. Thank you. I just had a question about digestate in general. My understanding, my sort of lay person's understanding, is that digestate, through the process of digestion, is stripped of a lot of carbon, and so it's high in nitrogen. And so I'm just wondering, how do we, if we're using that as a fertilizer, how do we address that exacerbating the nitrogen cycle, which we already know is being exceeded as a planetary boundary?
So excellent question, and again I'll answer that in 2 parts. So but I'll answer the part around the planetary boundary first. The problem we have with nitrogen runoff is that the way we provide nitrogen to plants in terms of solubilized urea solutions limit the ability of the soil for the plants to actually absorb that free nitrogen. Plants can only absorb nitrogen when it's in the form of a nitrite or a nitrate, and that requires symbiotic microorganisms in soil. So there is bacterial activity, there's fungal activity, which then converts that nitrogen into something that plants can absorb. Now, that nitrogen cycle, it doesn't rain nitrogen from the air. So that's why we have the runoff and leaching from nitrogen. The second part with it is in terms of the emissions thereof, in terms of nitrous oxide, which then is a greenhouse gas again, which causes its own share of problems. Coming to the digestate side of things, your point is excellent, but that's some of the key part around our IP, is that we optimize carbon nitrogen ratios of the input feedstock ahead of loading the digester. And what that ensures is not only a far more thorough digestion process, it also means that we have a digestate product, which, if it requires land application, then will ensure that those ratios aren't out of whack. I think we lost you.
He's still there. He's muted. Well, thanks. Yeah. So I just want to give the sorry to cut you off, Liam. I just want to give the opportunity to throw back to Kate. Look, Kate, I'd love you to apply and wrap us up, and just kind of looking at, apply your lens to this. And then I'm really keen, because these questions that have been asked are completely relevant to, how we can start to look differently at solutions. And so we're really interested to find out about what we can do to use Planetary Accounting Network in real use cases.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. And I think it's been such an interesting discussion, and really, I guess, speaks to the need to be able to put some numbers around this complexity, because so many of the questions have been about that difficult balancing between one impact or another, transport versus, water, things like that, which are really difficult to make any sensible decisions about without putting some numbers behind. I guess wanted to share just briefly how we operate, so that if there's people are keen to look at how planetary accounting might be able to help them, there's a few different ways to work with us. So I run two organisations. One's called Planetary Accounting Network, and we're a charitable trust that basically helps people to use planetary accounting, but we also identify where we think planetary accounting can make the most impact and raise funds to run projects. The other is a new company called Planetary Insights, which basically takes these initiatives and systems of planetary accounting to scale. So PAN's about 4 years old, and we're a pretty rapidly growing network of organisations. So all these organisations are working with us to either use planetary accounting for their own decision making, or to test and support our work. And I guess one of the really exciting things that we've been working on is an initiative called Planetary Facts, which really focuses in on the sort of supply chain and product sustainability piece. So we've been developing a standard with a few quite big NZ Inc firms like the Warehouse Group, and it's a new way of being able to communicate sustainability performance, but also to quantify it. So it's inspired by nutritional facts labels on food products. The neat thing about those nutritional facts labels is that they can give you consistent information about any food product in the supermarket. If you go and look at eco labels in the supermarket today, you'll find different labels on every different sort of type of food. Imagine if you could get planetary facts about the carbon, the nitrogen, the water footprint of any product, not just food, across all of your purchases. But also as a business, imagine if you just had that insight so that you could design and improve those products and develop the products that people want. Some of the other initiatives that we are running as well is that we're working with organisations to help them expand their corporate targets from carbon to planetary science-based targets. We're actually partnering with Becca to look at planetary accounting for regions and cities, and how you take that lens to really develop these roadmaps to take forward. And we're working on some education programs so that our new graduates actually come out with that broader systems thinking lens. Planetary Insights is really focusing in on that planetary facts side of things, so that supply chain piece. And we've just opened a beta program, which is pretty exciting, where companies can come and be part of the development so that they can get insights about their whole supply chain across different product categories. So I guess at the moment, the biggest opportunities to work with us are really to become part of the Planetary Facts program with PAN, where you can, there's an opportunity for 10 companies to work with us and pilot our labels on the shelf with real customers over the next 12 months, and also to be part of our beta cohort to actually get those detailed insights about products, and how you can actually improve the design of these. So I think the discussion today really does just emphasize how much we really need environmental data to support decision making. And so if you're interested to sort of chat with us about opportunities to take that data and apply it to projects that you're working on, I'll leave my details here, and I'd love to hear from any of you.
Okay, that's really fantastic. And I think Haman and I, we, even with our level of understanding of the whole ecosystem, it really took us probably a few days to get our heads around how do we really start to apply planetary accounting. And I think we've only just scratched the surface of it. So I just want to acknowledge the work that you're doing to try to take this standard and apply it into a software that's going to, I think, fundamentally change the way that we see and approach our world. I love the work that you're doing. I think it is at a level that it's at a level that I think if we were able to apply this framework into New Zealand, it would begin to show the world that we're a better trade partner, and that we would actually turn and pivot our, we used to be a clean green country. I think that is no longer the way the world sees us, right? But if we were able to use something like PAN to start to pivot and turn that back around, we would actually start to see that it would have a huge impact on our economy, not just on our ecology. So, I really appreciate you putting your time into both helping Haman and us and taking your time out today to explain to people what work you're doing. Haman, is there any words you'd like to say in closing before I wrap us up?
No, nothing really, except thank you to Michelle for hosting this, and thank you, Kate, for helping us use PAN to frame the conversation, provide more context. And thank you to everyone who thought it worthwhile attending.
Yeah, and also for the patients during the experiment around using Miro for collaboration in the middle. I really do enjoy these EHF live sessions because it does bring us into a conversation. I hate so much the one-way interactions. So appreciate you suffering a fool that likes to play with new things. So look, with that, I'm just going to close this off with a karakia. Kia tau rangamari, kia ranga e ngā iwi o te ao. It's basically let your peace reign on all the people of the world. So thank you so much, everybody, for participating.